different MDAs here present, our friends and online audience, other critical stakeholders and invited guests, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, we gather here today for one thing and one thing only, which is to improve and promote the health of Nigerians and Africans at large. The EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, in partnership with the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, that's PVAC, and the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, NIPRID, and other partners, have brought us together today for this very important event, which will feature the signing of high-level contracts and agreements, and also promoting investments made for health, made for Nigeria. With African imports of 70 to 80% of health products, dependence on external supply chains poses a threat to health security and resilience, particularly during health emergencies. Well, it is our hope that this event will advance Nigeria's health sector industrialization and facilitate strategic dialogue and Nigeria-EU partnerships for a long time to come. Following the SDGs 4 that talks about good health and well-being, and of course 17 that speaks to partnerships to make the goals work. The manufacturing and access to vaccines, medicines, and health technology products in Africa, MAV+, and the SRHR contracts serve as veritable tools to make Nigeria look inward and strengthen strategic partnerships with relevant stakeholders for effective collaboration on the global gateway. Today, we look forward to commitments from government at all levels and indeed all partners to ensure that health is prioritized. As a good friend of mine said a number of years ago, his name is Dr. Ifeanyi Nsofo, he said, without health, we have nothing. My name is Inya Ode, and I will be your guide through this event over the next few hours. And I'll be working with Emmanuel, who is standing beside me, and Shegun, who will come up later. And they are the sign language experts to ensure that no one is left behind in this very important conversation. Without further ado, may I respectfully invite the National Coordinator of the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, PVAC, to give us a welcome address. Please welcome Dr. Abdul Mukhtar.
Thank you very much. I will stand on existing protocol that have been established, but I must respectfully recognize the Honorable Minister of Budget and Planning, Mr. Bagudu, my big brother. Thank you, sir. His Excellency, the EU Ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, other Excellencies, ambassadors here present, senior government officials, and I have my partner in development, Dr. Obi Adigwe, DG NIPRID, DG NAFDAC, other senior government officials present, distinguished guests, esteemed development partners, private sector players, both from the EU and from Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to Abuja and to this crucial gathering, the Nigeria-EU Health Investment Forum. It is an honor to be here with such an impressive mix of leaders, policymakers, investors, researchers, and health professionals, united by one goal of building stronger and more resilient health systems in Nigeria. This forum comes at a critical time for Nigeria when, under the Renewed Hope agenda, the federal government has placed health at the heart of national development and is taking bold and innovative measures to enhance health outcomes for all Nigerians. Through the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, established by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2023, and led by the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate. We are working to transform healthcare from being seen merely as a social service into a true driver of economic growth, innovation, industrialization, and opportunity. In practical terms, and in line with our mandate, this means boosting local manufacturing of healthcare products, a market currently estimated at $46 billion and projected to reach about $15 billion by 2030. By putting the right policies and regulatory systems in place, building an ecosystem to foster research and technology transfers, solidifying the human capital base, digitalization to improve efficiency, and attracting investments. The end goal is that every Nigerian, regardless of status or location, can access affordable, quality healthcare in Nigeria. Knowing we cannot do this alone, we fully recognize the importance of this day. The European Union and its member states have been steadfast partners in this journey, supporting healthcare optimization in Nigeria. I reminded His Excellency, the Belgian ambassador, yesterday that my first trip when I started this job was to Brussels, along with the Honorable Minister of Health, where we met with an incredible group of European CEOs, many of whom we continue to engage till today. Today, we get to advance that partnership and identify real opportunities, share expertise, and effectively collaborate to improve health outcomes. Across the various value pools that we are prioritizing, European companies are well represented in expressing willingness to localize. For example, the top 2 manufacturers of bed nets in the world are European, and both have identified local Nigerian partners and are mobilizing resources to establish facilities to be used as hubs for the wider Africa region. One will be breaking ground before the end of the year. We also signed an MOU with an European company, a world leader in ultrasound machine assembly, to establish a plant here. In the financing area, the European Investment Bank has been a great thought partner, and we are jointly working very hard to mobilize resources for Nigerian healthcare businesses. Today, we are signing new commitments, including those under the MAP Plus initiative, to expand vaccine and health product manufacturing, and that between Bayer and Chromedics for local production of essential reproductive health products, which is a bold step towards health security, job creation, and greater self-reliance for Nigeria. Bayer is, of course, one of the largest pharmaceutical and biomedical companies in the world. Thank you, Mr. Klaus. I don't know that you are here, Millie, and the rest of the team for all you're doing for this. Yours is a kind of partnership we desire. I know not everyone in this room is a supporter of the Bayer Football Club, but we all support your perseverance and commitment to Nigeria. Finally, our interactions today should be bold and practical. So we live here so that we can live here with actionable steps and agreements. A year from now, I want us to come back here and reassemble to take stock of progress made. And I'm sure people will be blown by the extent of the progress that we'll make. So on behalf of PVAC, the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, I thank you all for being here, for your commitment and your drive. Welcome once again, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Please let's give another warm round of applause to Dr. Abdul Mukhtar. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. Indeed, today is all about health and the health care that we really strive and desire. And this is what the SDG 3 talks about, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. And one person who has been doing this from the pharmaceutical research and development aspect is the Director General of the National Institute, the Director General and CEO, let's not miss that, of the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, NIPRID, who will come forward to give his remark on the government as the Government of Nigeria technical lead on MAV+. Please let's welcome warmly Dr. Obi Adigwe.
It's very serendipitous that my younger brother, who's ironically my Oga in government, Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, has spoken before me. So I won't bother going through the protocols. People ask me that if I didn't study pharmacy, what would I have studied? And I tell them I would have studied history. When we started this journey on local manufacturing of vaccines about a decade ago, the general international wisdom was that it's better to produce elsewhere in Asia or in Europe and use sophisticated logistics and supply chain mechanisms to bring them in at the cheapest prices to Africa. And that Africans don't have the capacity to manufacture vaccines. That is one of the biggest falsehoods that has been perpetrated in recent times. Over a century ago, just before the Second World War, Africa was ravaged by rinderpest. And in 1913, 1914, just a few miles from the city I was born in, Nigeria led the whole world in developing vaccines that ultimately led to the eradication of rinderpest. A few years later, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, similar efforts were made in a lab in Lagos, manufacturing vaccines, again, for the continent and for the region, which led to the ultimate eradication of smallpox. Unfortunately, we fell, a bit behind. And a few years ago, as you can see, we lost all capacity. And like many countries in Africa, almost 99 to 100% of our entire manufacturing capacities were eroded. And COVID brought everybody to the table to say what these chaps have been saying is true, and we need to engage more. Every day you turn on the telly, and what you hear is, have people actually learned lessons from COVID? And I think our gathering today is a good example for you to take away to illustrate to people that with the right partnership, you can indeed learn from COVID and begin to take decisive actions to move things forward. 5 years ago, in the middle of the COVID pandemic, the Nigerian government put together a brilliant policy document, and I'm glad that the senior director who has been sent by the ministry to represent the leadership's ministry, Dr. Arabiana, is seated here. She championed that particular policy document. Can we give her a round of applause? But like many policies in Nigeria and in other places, if we hadn't taken action with our partners in the European Union, it might have ended up being just another beautiful leather-bound document gracing our shelves. So what we did was to take action, go to the field, engage stakeholders, use research and development mixed method specialties to pull up a roadmap and launch that particular roadmap, distribute that particular roadmap, and make sure that all the stakeholders in Nigeria, internationally, in Europe, the academics, the researchers, the manufacturers, the innovators, the guys who are in the social sciences that take care of hesitancy, because you can spend millions of dollars manufacturing vaccines that people will refuse to use. And I'm very glad that as we speak today, 2 years into that particular roadmap, there is evidence that at least 4 or 5 companies have begun to take aspects of those indicative thematic areas in the roadmap. And we will, take my word for it, if we continue to leverage the existing political will and we continue to do the right partnerships, we will meet the target of that roadmap before halfway mark of the ambitious plan. But how do we do it? And I've pulled up a quote. For those of you who read very slowly like me, it's going to remain there for a minute so that you can go through it. That's a quote from my honorable minister, his latest manuscript. And what he says is that this dovetails and aligns in an excellent fashion with other interventions. The presidential coordinator of PVAC has mentioned one of them. There is the presidential executive order in the pharmaceutical sector where close to 1,000 HS codes have been highlighted for local manufacturers. 87 companies are already benefiting, and that is going to key into this particular intervention. Other key areas, next slide. Other key areas that are going on, things like artificial intelligence, which we are very, very quickly emerging to be the leaders in Africa in this particular area. Phytomedicines development, which the presidency gave the authorization for an international committee to be set up that will leverage on our biodiversity, immense biodiversity, ensure that we begin to develop new projects like conservational ecology, begin to develop contextual processing protocols that will focus on women and youth. These are all different, distinct projects which align and work very well and comprehensively to ensure that we can all put these things together to ensure that our people not only get the highest level of access to healthcare, but also catalyze socioeconomic development, job creation, capacity building, technology transfer, revenue generation. And before I round up, because I see a lot of brilliant faces in the room, I see a lot of people chomping at the bit, trying to get into ensuring that we make sure that we make the best of this. People usually accuse me of, sitting only on my academic background, and I don't put in enough contextual engagement. As you know, Nigeria has a deep spiritual ideology, and even in the Bible, Jesus Christ had his 12 apostles. The Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, had his caliphs. This particular project would not have happened if we didn't have the 12 apostles. So I would crave your indulgence to ask for a few people to stand up for recognition. Can Leila of the European Union stand up, please? Massimo, stand up. Ayeke, stand up. From NIPRID, can Onawawa stand up? Can Balogun stand up? From Home Plus, can Adebola stand up? Now, these are the 12 apostles of this particular project. And as you know, I'm sure you've seen the painting by Leonardo da Vinci. In every 12, there is a Judas and there is a Peter. Go back to the first slide of that presentation. I don't know who the Judas of this particular first slide. I don't know who the Judas of this particular project will be. First, Oga, first slide, first. But I can give you an indication as regards who the Peter of this particular project is. Now, I just want to mention to you that we're here today to celebrate a great partnership by the EU. An African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We've added to it to say, if you want to go far, fast, identify the right partnership that aligns with your vision, and you will achieve it. In conclusion, just like we've done with this project, we have others in artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, contextual processing protocol, development of active pharmaceutical ingredients for Africa. We got a grant from Afrexim Bank to do the first of that particular intervention at the institute here in Abuja. And this is an opportunity. Last slide, please. This particular event is an opportunity for new apostles and new caliphs to emerge, so that in the next 5 years, when I am telling people to stand up for recognition, you can ensure that you're counted amongst the worthy. I thank you for your kind attention.
I sure would want to be part of the 12, or I don't know about you. Maybe we'll be part of the 72 at the end of the day, right? Please, let's give it up for Dr. Obi Adigwe. Thank you so much, sir, our Dynamic Director General and CEO of NIPRID, for your kind words. Indeed, the right partnerships ensure that we move far, fast. And this is what we hope to achieve with this partnership happening today. Next, we have a number of goodwill messages. I know we're still expecting a few guests. The Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. I believe she will join us at some point. But I would like to go on to welcome Mr. Oluwatosin Jolayemi Esquire, who is the chairman of PMG Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Please, let's give Mr. Oluwatosin Jolayemi a round of applause. I do hope that he is here from the indication I got. Okay. All right. So we move on to the UNICEF representative to Nigeria, who is representing the UN resident coordinator. May we respectfully invite Ms. Wafa Said Abdelate to give her remarks and goodwill message from UNICEF. Please, let's give her a warm applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'll join my brothers to stand on all protocol observed. I know that we have very senior officials representing the Federal Republic of Nigeria and ambassadors, so it's a privilege for me to speak on behalf of our resident coordinator, Muhammad Malik Mustafa Fall. And you know, today we really reflect that Nigeria is really on a journey on multiple transformation to make meaningful change to the people. And among this is the discussion that we are having today about transformation in the health reform system. And this also comes under the presidential initiative on unlocking the healthcare value chain. And so on behalf of the United Nations, I want today to congratulate the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I also want to congratulate the European Union and all development partners for really the very strategic and fantastic way of convening this engagement to really to bring the understanding, the strategy, the next steps, because this also requires a lot of work ahead, as mentioned by some of the speakers before me. And you know, being here on behalf of the United Nations, I think the UN, like 2 days ago, or last week, we celebrated 80 years of the United Nations. And these are 80 years we are committed for promoting peace, human rights, social progress, including universal access for healthcare, for education, and sustainable development. And I think in Nigeria, the UN is committed to work very closely with the partners to advance the agenda of the government at federal, state, and local government, and to support strengthening and working with the national systems, because if we don't work with national systems, we cannot have resilience, we cannot have sustainability, we cannot have impact. And I think also some of the speakers before me spoke about impact on the people. As we speak today in Nigeria, we have a very large number of children we call zero dose, which means they have never received any vaccine. There are more than 2 million. We also have a large number of maternal mortality rate. Of course, Nigeria is a very big country, so the numbers are big, but I think this also stress that it's even very urgent and very important now that this also transformation and investment and partnership result in people having access to affordable, timely, safe products, whether vaccines, whether also medicine or nutrition products. And I think, as I mentioned by the previous speaker, this is not just about universal access healthcare for all people. It is also about unlocking economic development and having resilience in the system. And I just also want to flag that we recognize that we, as the United Nations at this time, we also have to work differently. We have to think differently. We have to collaborate more effectively, because this requires us to work in ecosystem, at all levels, bringing different stakeholders, different partners, and we are really very much committed to support those efforts under the leadership of the government. And maybe just to mention some of the milestones that I wouldn't say the UN achieved, I would say the government institution achieved with the support of UN agencies, with the generous support of development partners, for example, including the EU present here. We have seen also NAFDAC strengthening its regulatory system to ensure quality standards. We have seen PVAC investing in workforce development. And there are multiple local manufacturers who have already started providing very critical products. Like, for example, for us as UNICEF, we are now procuring what is called ready-to-use food to treat malnourished children, and also some prevention nutrition products locally by local manufacturers. So there is progress in place. And I think as we celebrate, because it is a celebration, to make progress, we also need to celebrate moments like this. I think we also need to commit to the work ahead, because there is a lot of work ahead of us, and we're very much committed to work on that. I think our joint and coordinated efforts can really effectively and meaningfully support the vision of the government and the aspiration of the people for a healthier and a more resilient Nigeria. And for me personally, as an African, and as I keep saying, Nigeria will not only lift the country, it would lift the continent, but also the globe. So this is really fantastic, and all this investment and success is really of global significance, and I thank all of you for being part of that, and on behalf of the UN, we're really committed to work hand in hand with the leadership of the government, and we're grateful for your support. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please, another warm round of applause for the representative of the UN Resident Coordinator, the UNICEF representative to Nigeria. Thank you so much. Oh, right. Thank you. Okay, so I believe we have all right, thank you so much. I was trying to understand Massimo's sign language. It wasn't as good as Emmanuel's, but it's fine. Okay, so we have representing the chairman of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. That's talking about Mr. Oluwatosin Jolayemi. We have Frank Moneme, who is the CEO and Executive Secretary of the PMG-MAN, to please come forward and give his goodwill message. Please, a warm round of applause for him. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I want to stand on existing protocols because looking out from here, I don't want to commit a blunder. So, on behalf of the chairman, Oluwatosin Jolayemi, and the entire membership of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, I want to congratulate Nigerians, Nigerian government, and EU for this great investment forum. As you all know, as a group, over 160 member companies, we strive so hard to close the gap in access to medicines in Nigeria. And today's conversation on investment is very important and timely for all of us as a country and as an Africa, because we are emerging. Last 2 weeks, we had a CEOs forum, a gathering of all the CEOs in the room, and the theme of that conversation was, we are transitioning, unpacking the access to finance challenge and policy overlaps challenge. And kudos to Dr. Mukhtar, the national coordinator on PVAC, who led the team of World Bank, NSIA, BOI, and even FCMB to be in the room to have that conversation on how can we unpack access to finance challenge. And thank you, Dr. Mukhtar, for honoring us as a guest speaker. And also thank you for even setting a date for us to have that conversation on policy overlap. As a group, it is very important to us, how do we overcome the access to finance challenge and the policy overlaps that we encounter from time to time. And as you all know, we are transitioning. And I also want to thank Madam DG for the great work you are doing. Most importantly, I want to announce to you the 5+5 policy is making a lot of difference in the industry. The last I checked, we normally pride ourselves that we have 120 plus. I can proudly say we have 200 plus pharmaceutical manufacturing companies in Nigeria. And because we also use what we call self-regulatory model policy approach, because we also visit facilities to actually know, are you really manufacturing or you are packaging? And I can tell you these companies are manufacturing. I'm also looking at, last week I visited some of these facilities. Madam DG, I'm very sure you are aware too, you have on your list almost 30 other companies waiting to join us as manufacturers in Nigeria. The only reason why we can have this happening in Nigeria is, most importantly, because of the strong political will that this government have shown. That is now, being able to transform the industry. And while we're looking at the bigger picture, we believe that we can do more. And I'm very excited that this conversation we're having today on overcoming access to finance is very key. And we look forward to see how we can partner with EU and other development partners, just like we discussed in the CEOs Forum, looking at some of our self-regulatory approach models. For us as a group, we are looking at how do we set up web center where we can learn new things, because we have different clusters in Nigeria. We have the Kano cluster, we have the Southeastern cluster, we have the Lagos Ogun cluster, we have the Ilorin Ibadan cluster. They're all manufacturing, and we have a center. We're looking forward to setting up a center where all the skilled men in the industry will be learning. And beyond that, we also are looking at, by next year, first quarter, we're going to launch our strategy document that speaks to pain points the industry are facing and look at how we can collaborate to be able to solve the problems the industry are facing. Once again, I want to congratulate all of you. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, sir, and our regards to the PMG MAN family. A lot of people have walked in since we started, and just to recognize the Special Assistant to the President on Health Matters, Dr. Selma Anas. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us at this point. A few more goodwill messages. Right now, we go to the Kingdom of Belgium, where we have the ambassador of the Kingdom of Belgium to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency, Ambassador Pieter Linet to, did I get it? Yes, kind of got it. Please, let's give a warm applause as he makes his way here.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, esteemed Dr. Mukhtar, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pride and joy to speak here today on the Nigeria-EU Health Investment Forum. Global health is a big priority for Belgium, a member state of the European Union. And this goes beyond the fact that in our bilateral development cooperation in 9 countries, we have full-blown government-to-government public health programs. It also goes well beyond the fact that pharmaceutical products represent 15% of our Belgian exports. In Nigeria, it's roughly around 10% and growing. As Dr. Mukhtar rightly pointed out yesterday at our residence and today again, his first visit after taking office was to Brussels. Brussels not only being the capital and the headquarters of so many European institutions, but also being right in the middle of a hub of a very dense ecosystem when it comes to biosciences and biopharma, including research centers, including big pharmaceutical companies, including universities, among which one 600-year-old university of which the new UNICEF rep in this country and myself are proud alumni. But this being said, it is also about Belgian companies, and I will not make their pitches. They will do that today, as they did it also yesterday. These companies now firmly looking towards Nigeria are in areas as wide as medical technology, distribution, local vaccines production and training and technology transfer. It's about cold chain management and so on. And I would say if there's a red thread running through all of it, it is that the health sovereignty aspiration that is so very prominently present in the PVAC philosophy, as I would call it, is not only well understood by all these companies, it's also very well integrated in the activities they want to deploy. This is about local production, it's about locally steered distribution and locally steered maintenance of sophisticated machinery and so on. So, in effect, we celebrate today's event, but even if it wouldn't have taken place as an EU-Nigeria event, we would have had at some point to organize a Belgium PVAC event. But of course, as it's not only as a loyal member state of the EU, as an ambassador, that we like to add our bandwagon to the European locomotive today. It's also that there is indeed a truly European dimension to global health and to health investment in Nigeria. And I'm referring specifically to the Team Europe initiatives. And it is indeed today also as a representative of Enable, the Belgian Development Cooperation Agency, that I will represent at the signature of one of the Team Europe initiatives, the one on sexual and reproductive health and rights. Because Enable, traditionally serving our bilateral partner countries, is slowly but surely moving out of its traditional comfort zone, venturing into new places like Nigeria, and not only so for areas such as the Abidjan-Lagos corridor when it comes to seaport safety and security, but yes, also when it comes to global health. That is about vaccines, where they are part of a bigger cooperation between the EU and the African Union on producing vaccines, but also making vaccines available to the local population, which is not always identically the same, but now also this particular project on sexual and reproductive health and rights, which also has an ECOWAS dimension, which makes it basically a bi-regional endeavor here between the EU and ECOWAS. So that also makes me proudly wear my hat as an ambassador to ECOWAS, and also gives body to our commitment and engagement with this very important sub-regional economic integration organization. So thank you very much for having me today, and looking very much forward to all the exchanges we will have here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the kind words. And indeed, there's a lot of exchange going to happen today, and it's definitely one to look forward to. Just to recognize as well all our ambassadors here present, the Ambassador of Spain to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Please let's give a warm applause to him. Ambassador Felix González Arrieta, thank you so much for being here. And also recognizing the ambassador of representing Team Europe, Ambassador of France to Nigeria, Ambassador Marc Fombostier. Did I get it? Yes, I got that one. All right, please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. We also want to recognize the ever amiable action woman of NAFDAC. She is the Director General of NAFDAC, who is sitting at the top to ensure that the health of Nigerians is definitely paramount. We appreciate you, ma'am, and thank you so much for being here. Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, thank you once again. All right, we still have one more remark, or a few more, before we get to the signing ceremony. And this time, we're going to get an overview of the European Union partnerships, priorities in health. And to give us this overview is no other person but another action man himself. In fact, if he could be the one arranging everywhere and making sure everything works out, he would definitely be at the front line to do that. We would like to welcome the EU Ambassador to Nigeria and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, His Excellency, Ambassador Gauthier Mignot. Make the applause warmer until he gets here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all, dear Honourable Minister, distinguished officials, dear partners. Welcome to this Nigeria EU Health Investment Forum. And congratulations to all those who have worked hard to make it happen. And don't worry, we identified and dismissed Judah right from the beginning. This forum, jointly organized with the government of Nigeria, demonstrates Team Europe's shared commitment to improving health across borders through strategic investment. And I'm speaking of Team Europe because it's not only about the EU. This is a collective endeavor with our member states and with the European Investment Bank. And working alongside all our partners, foremost among them the Nigerian authorities, but also United Nations, the wider international community, and the private sector, we must build robust, resilient, and efficient health and social welfare systems to ensure prosperity for all. You know, the EU has been a long-standing partner of Nigeria and ECOWAS in health. Over the years, we have supported health in all its dimensions, from access to health services and large-scale immunization, to polio eradication, medical research, and family planning, both through in-country programs and substantial contributions to multilateral funds. We continue to support Nigeria through our new Global Gateway initiatives, particularly in reproductive health, maternal and child health, where we have a large ongoing project worth 45 million euros in Nigeria and almost 55 million euros in West Africa, co-funded with Agence Française de Développement and the Gates Foundation. And we also have upcoming initiatives on digital health and public health systems. But more than anything, we want to support the paradigm shift taking place in Nigeria and West Africa, moving from aid to peer-to-peer collaboration, from standalone projects, however important, to a dynamic investment strategy. And this is what our Global Gateway investment strategy is about. This is in particular the objective of our 18 million euros flagship MAF Plus program. MAF Plus standing for local manufacturing of vaccines medicines, and health technologies. Under MAF Plus, we provide both financial and non-financial support to manufacturers, governments, academic institutions, and all actors contributing to the local manufacturing agenda. We work closely with the government to identify investment opportunities. We support these investments through several tools, the most powerful being the Human Development Accelerator, or HDX. HDX is a partnership between the European Investment Bank, the Gates Foundation, and the European Commission to support local manufacturing across Africa. HDX provides innovative, tailor-made financial solutions for manufacturing in Africa. In Nigeria, following our first successful support to MZOR, several operations are now being evaluated and opportunities identified in close collaboration with PVAC to fully align with the federal government's priorities. Today, we are looking at a potential pipeline of 115 million euros, which together with the 18 million euros MAF Plus budget that we are launching today, brings our total support for the government's local manufacturing agenda to over 130 million euros. And there's still more to come. And in particular, the EIB is in discussion with local banks for an operation specifically dedicated to the health sector. But don't quote me, it's still secret, still in discussion. And this is part of a combined effort to de-risk investment with innovative, tailor-made combination of different financial instruments, because we see that the risk profile from investors and from beneficiary countries do not always match. And so we're here to help bridge this gap, de-risking investment. And let me do a little bit of Team Europe pride. Of course, we know that there are other international and national actors investing heavily in the health sector in Nigeria and in ECOWAS. And we welcome competition and emulation on a level playing field. And of course, the sector has not waited for the EU to develop. We have heard this from the representative of PMG Man in particular, and we know this very well. But I really think that no other actor offers a partnership such transformative, such complete, such elaborated, like the one that the EU is offering. Let me conclude stressing that beyond these important projects that are going to be signed today, this event was designed to showcase our shared will to invest and commit, bringing together our companies, banks, and financial institutions to network and to discuss today's investment opportunities in health and plan those of tomorrow. So let's combine the strength of our EU-Nigeria official partnership and EU-ECOWAS official partnership with the dynamism of our companies on both sides to achieve our common goal. A made-in-Nigeria healthcare and life-saving medicines offer, diversified, accessible, and affordable for all Nigerians, creating jobs and opportunities. And the same vision we also want to foster in the rest of West Africa and the continent. This is one of the best contributions we can make to the success of the EU-AU Summit to take place in 4 weeks in Luanda, Angola, to celebrate 25 years of the EU-AU partnership and give it a new, strong impulse for the future. Thank you very much for your commitment.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you for the words shared, and indeed, there is a whole lot to look forward to following today. And it's not just for today, it's also looking forward to generations to come. Please, let's give another warm applause to the EU Ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Right, so we're moving on very swiftly, and we are so glad to have with us a man who has a strong foundation in economics, governance, and financial management. And indeed, from what we have seen from his leadership, whether as a state governor or a senator, it has continued to shape Nigeria's future. This man is committed to transforming Nigeria's economy and ensuring sustainable development and fostering inclusive growth. He definitely is one who builds on partnerships, who thrives on this and ensures that these partnerships make a difference for the Nigerian people. Please join me as we welcome to give his opening remark the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON. Welcome, sir.
For the kind remark. Your Excellency, the head of the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Ambassador Gautier Minot, the ambassadors of Belgium, France, Spain, Your Excellencies, the representative, I guess the presidential advisor, special advisor to Mr. President on health sector reform, Dr. Salma Anas, my dear sister, the DG of NABDAC, Professor Mojisola Krishana Adeye, and I'm glad that somebody acknowledged already the tremendous work you are doing. Once more, congratulations. My brother, Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, who is also part of the team leading the airport that brought us here, and as well as Dr. Obi Adigwe. Obi, you missed out two prominent names in that line of which I'm sure the ambassador will agree with me, Jessica Agbu and Benjamin Galadima of the Ministry of Budget and Planning have worked so hard. And in fact, they took the heat because when the Samoa agreement was misrepresented in the press, those are the two people among our team that took the heat for it. Of course, it later was understood that it was misrepresented for what it was. Development partners, captains of industry that are here, distinguished participants, good morning, everyone. Sorry, we even have the representative of the European Investment Bank covering. Thank you very much for coming and sharing this moment with us. The Nigeria-European Union Health Investment Summit. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this Nigeria-EU Health Investment Forum, a platform that symbolizes our shared aspiration for a healthier, more resilient, and more prosperous world through EU and Nigeria partnership. This forum comes at a moment when our country is strengthening partnerships, reforming systems, and expanding investments to make healthcare accessible and affordable for every Nigerian. Coming on the heels of the Global Gateway Forum held earlier this month in Brussels, this event further underscores the deepening partnership between Nigeria and the European Union in building a stronger, more competitive, and pharmaceutical sector. In fact, the 2025 World Bank and International Finance Corporation Country Private Sector Diagnostics for Nigeria, released in February this year, reaffirmed what we had always recognized and had continued to play a role in the policy direction of the current administration under His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, that indeed Nigeria's pharmaceutical manufacturing subsector holds enormous potential for growth, job creation, and regional leadership. And as both identified by Abdu, by Dr. Obi, by the Belgian ambassador and the EU ambassador, this is a win-win situation, because in the pharmaceutical sector, is creativity, is innovation. Interestingly, the Nobel Prize for this year in economics went to that same topic, among them to European economists on innovation. So when the Belgian ambassador is describing biosciences, precision medicine, and so on, one can see evidently that we are not talking about one-way traffic. We are talking about mutual prosperity, mutual gain, which is supported both by the nature of the industry and, in fact, the demographic divide. And I believe both EU and Nigeria, even in spite of the existence of other competing blocs, can win together, because the absorptive capacity of the Nigerian economy is quite enormous. And just to illustrate that, I was privileged to be a part of a credit committee team that reviewed the first, among the first, maybe one or second, mobile phone license in Nigeria in 1989. And the proposal they had was for 50,000 lines. And there was a lot of comment around the table where they are going to find 50,000 customers at $500 then per line. But now we know that maybe that is understatement. I think that is the story of Nigeria. 230 million people who need investment in everything, who are willing and are clear about the conception of development that must work for all, who are willing to do the right thing, provide opportunity for partnership with EU, whether it is in manufacturing or marketing, or even talent relationships. One of the Kenyans I met here, she told me that she's here for the first time to expand research opportunities to invest in our laboratories. So we believe that the scope is great, the absorptive capacity is big, the political determination to get it right is, I think by now, is all very clear. President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu not only was willing at a moment when it is even scary to take on some bold reforms, given what is happening in the sub-region, took some of the most challenging reforms in order to put the economy on the correct pedestal. Our Agenda 2050, which is our perspective plan, is very clear. We need to invest at least $100 billion per annum, with at least 86% of it coming from the private sector, in order to generate the kind of growth that we believe will provide inclusivity, and especially now that we are committed to march to a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. And because Nigeria is part of the Africa Free Continental Trade Arrangement, we believe that is also widening the scope on how an investor or how partnerships can evolve that recognize such strong opportunities. Equally, the line of, as you very well know, from Abdus of this world, Dr. Obi Shola Moju Adeye, and of course, our coordinating Minister of Social Welfare and the Minister of Health, who recognize what it takes to develop on partnership and to mobilize partnerships to encourage mutually profitable opportunities, as well as for us as Nigeria to remain committed to reforms, and including those reforms is de-risking tools that will support private sector. And that's why, among others, the President approved the establishment not only of the Presidential Value Chain Committee, but also we have created a Nigeria Credit Guarantee Agency, because we recognize the need occasionally that some partnerships will require us providing some guarantees to our domestic players, and that is in place to support those in play. And for Mr. President, he has shown not only personal determination, but respect for EU-Nigeria partnership. Last year, I believe it was when the EU Commissioner for Partnership led a delegation where we signed some of the agreements, including the one described. And Mr. President hosted the delegation and assured them that we really reckon that there is a lot of value we can unlock in working together with the European Union. And we will continue on that. So we are glad that today is happening. We are glad that today we are signing some agreement, and we deeply value European Union's partnership with Nigeria through initiatives such as MAB, the EU Global Gateway Investment Package, and collaborations with institutions like the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, and a lot of bilateral relationship with the European Union countries. The innovative financing approach which this event showcases is a clear demonstration of what can be achieved through collectively through vision, trust, and shared responsibility for the good of our nations, and indeed for the good of humanity. Accordingly, the Federal Ministry of Budget and Planning remain committed to aligning this investment with clear policy priorities, fiscal discipline, and measurable outcomes. It is particularly gratifying to recall that the ministry facilitated the EIB's private sector investment in Nigeria's active pharmaceutical ingredients production initiative in 2023, followed by the grant intervention for the health manufacturing pipeline under the EU Team Nigeria-Europe Partnership in 2024, and most recently the technical assistance program and credit for pharmaceutical manufacturing firms in 2025. These partnerships are expanding opportunity for technology transfer, catalytic financing, and local manufacturing production, supporting Nigeria's vision to become a regional hub for health, innovation, research, and development. By deepening such collaborations and harnessing the full potential of our productive sector, we are laying the groundwork for a diversified and innovation-driven economy capable of achieving the administration's aspiration of a $1 trillion GDP by the year 2030. And the pharmaceuticals is hardwired into that planning process. And I know that many investors, especially given the ovation that we have had with the reforms so far, which couldn't have happened without the support of EU and partner countries, and we appreciate them all, but they are always asking, are you committed to stay in the course? And the answer is yes. Just last week, Mr. President attended the meeting of the National Economic Council, because like Belgium, Nigeria is a federation consisting of states and local governments. So because of that, we have a federation coordinating body chaired by the Vice President, Kashim Shettima. But last week, Mr. President attended in order to discuss with a representative of states, which are the constituents of the federation, that this is where we have achieved so far, but we need to stay committed and to secure the commitment of the governors that we will continue with both the macroeconomic and monetary policy reforms. And this is something that I believe is reassuring to partners and investors. So I am very glad that this thing is coming just a week, exactly, I think, a week after that commitment. So on behalf of the government of Nigeria, I thank our European partners, bilateral partners, development partners, and the private sector for their continued commitment, especially hearing that from the private sector's perspective, we have 200 active pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities with about 30 to come. Congratulations to all of you, and be assured of the government's support and commitment to a private sector-led growth. And we will support with any de-risking or recalibration that is required, especially given the fact that some of these processes require occasional calibration. They are subjected to distortions in international trade, which we have to recognize, and in supporting the domestic actors, we don't want to distort international trade, but we want to compensate for it so that our domestic potential will not be ignored. And we believe that it's the same thing with the European Union. Last but not the least, in fulfilling of this mandate, to assure you that we will continue with the EU-Nigeria Development Cooperation. The Parliament will ratify the OFCPS EU agreement, which I believe is a key takeaway for the European Investment Bank, their decision making. Together, I believe we can ensure that our investment leads to a better welfare and health outcome for every Nigeria. Thank you. And Europeans, thank you.
Let's make the applause warmer for the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your words of affirmation, for your words of commitment also to this cause. Indeed, we are assured that this is a goal even for Mr. President, and would definitely be sustained even after this. Thank you once again. Please, another round of applause for Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON. Thank you so much. Right, moving on very swiftly. We are very, very glad to go into getting into the tail end of this opening ceremony as we get closer to the signing. But we have a few remarks still coming from the Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's talking about Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, CON. Of course, he has been very active and moving in different places concerning the health of Nigerians, but he is ably represented here by Dr. Olubumi Aribiana, who is the Director of Food and Drugs of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. She will be taking the remarks on Nigeria's health reform agenda and MAF4 alignment. Please, let's give a warm welcome to her as she makes her way here. Would like to recognize the representative of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who made her way in here while we were speaking. We're so glad to have with us Dr. Uju Rochas, who is the Senior Special Assistant on Public Health to the President, Office of the Vice President. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of State for Health, I want to tender his unreserved apologies for not being here with us this morning. He's been away on another official assignment. So I'll be reading his speech. Permit me to align on existing protocols because the Minister for Budget and Planning has established almost all the protocols. I am profoundly delighted to join you today at the Nigerian EU Health Investment Forum, themed Nigeria, Made in Nigeria, Made for Health. I want to especially thank the European Union delegation for his steadfast partnership and the government of Nigeria for convening this timely forum. I acknowledge the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development for its scientific leadership. The Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain for its policy and investment drive, and ECOWAS for its commitment to regional health, solidarity, and system strengthening. Nigerians' renewed health agenda is anchored on 3 pillars. Firstly, strengthening local production of health and pharmaceutical products, expanding access for essential medicines and vaccines, advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights. As part of universal health coverage, local production of health commodities is not merely an economic choice. It is a strategic health security priority by scaling up domestic manufacturing of medicines, diagnostics, vaccines, and other health technologies. We reduce dependency on imports, improve supply chain resilience, and accelerate access to quality-assured products when and where they are needed most. The Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, PIVAC, mandates to catalyze private investment, expand local manufacturing capacity, and create jobs aligned directly with the President's renewed hope vision to make health a driver of economic growth and national renewal. Through PIVAC, Nigeria has set an ambitious target to achieve at least 70% local pharmaceutical production by 2030. This includes 1, physical incentives such as zero tariff on pharmaceutical machinery and raw materials. 2, establishment of training institutes to build a skilled workforce, life sciences. And 3, regulatory harmonization to fast-track approvals and ensure quality standards. Through NIPRID, we aim to deepen collaboration between research, regulatory, and industry to accelerate product development, quality assurance, and the commercialization of homegrown solutions for both domestic and regional markets. Research and development, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and active pharmaceutical ingredients are at the very heart of our collective efforts to make high-quality healthcare more affordable for Nigerians. Health threats do not respect borders. Nigeria will continue to work with ECOWAS to make regional manufacturing and distribution a reality for the sub-region, while building a resilient and sustainable health supply system. Nigeria is committed to ensuring that made in Nigeria health products serve not only our people, but also the entire West African region and the world at large. The Renewed Hope Health Agenda commits the government to an integrated health sector renewal, increased domestic financing, stronger health insurance coverage, vaccine and essential medicines funding, and infrastructural investment that will improve local production and equitable access. Our investment in the Basic Healthcare Fund, vaccine procurement, and manufacturing infrastructure are concrete steps towards that ambition we are further committed to. Strengthening public-private investment vehicles and incentives to scale pharmaceutical and vaccine manufacturing capacity. Fast-track regulatory harmonization and quality assurance pathways in partnership with NIPRID and regional regulators to enable rapid registration and export EU partners, private investors, and development institutions gathered here, Nigeria offers a large growing market, a national pledge to policy stability, market-enabling reforms, and strong scientific partners in NIPRID and others. We are open to long-term transformative partnership that will advance Nigerians' health and economic objectives such as local production of pharmaceuticals, promotion of technology transfer, revenue generation, employment creation, and improvement of sexual and reproductive health rights. Distinguished guests, the Renewed Hope Health Agenda is not just a policy. It is a promise that every Nigerian will have access to affordable medicines, that our young people will benefit from jobs in a thriving pharmaceutical sector, and that women and girls will enjoy their full rights to health and dignity. Today, with the EU, ECOWAS, NIPRID, PIVAC, and the private sector, Nigeria shall be transformed into a hub for health innovation. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aribiana. Please, another round of applause. And indeed, we're getting to the nitty-gritty of why we are here, the signing of the contracts and the agreements that will move health forward, particularly in investing in Nigeria. As she said, health threats do not respect borders. I'm sure a clear reminder for us would be the COVID era. There are no borders involved, so whatever it is that we can do, we need to do right now. Now, to officially declare this forum open, would like to respectfully invite at this point in time the representative of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that's talking about Mrs. Uju Okorocha. Did I say that right? Dr. Uju Rochas, who is the Senior Special Assistant on Public Health to the President, Office of the Vice President. Please, let's give her a warm applause as she comes forth to declare us open.
Thank you. It is always a distinct honor to represent my boss, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, who is unavoidably absent due to other national assignments. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, ably represented, the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning, the EU ambassadors of Belgium, Spain, and France, the Special Advisor to the President on Health, heads of key agencies, heads of development agencies, and key partners here present, European Investment Bank, private sector representatives, media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you at this high-level signing ceremony and the Nigeria-EU Health Investment Forum, a convergence of leaders, innovators, and partners united by a common goal: to strengthen Nigerians' healthcare system and unlock the full potential of our health economy. Since assuming office, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has been intentional about transforming health from a cost center into a driver of growth and opportunity. His Excellency's executive order on local production of pharmaceuticals and medical devices marks a turning point in Nigeria, signaling our determination to build a Nigeria that produces what it consumes and innovates for its people. Through the Presidential Initiative on Value Chain Development, PVAC, and complementary frameworks such as the sector-wide approach SWAP, this administration has taken concrete steps to strengthen health governance, to strengthen and stimulate investment, and promote local manufacturing. These efforts speak to one belief: that a nation's true wealth lies not only in its natural resources, but in the well-being and productivity of its people. Today's partnership between the federal government of Nigeria and the European Union reflects the power of collaboration and mutual trust. This forum, themed Made in Nigeria, Made for Health, captures the spirit of our ambition to create local solutions for local and regional challenges. The discussions and agreement that will emerge here go beyond health. They speak to technological transfers, job creations, industrial growth, and inclusive development. They reaffirm that when nations work together, progress becomes inevitable. The federal government of Nigeria remains steadfast in creating an enabling environment for investors and innovators through predictable regulations, strong institutions, and public-private collaborations. Our message is clear. Nigeria is open for health investments, innovations, and impact. On behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I reaffirm the federal government's resolve to build a sustainable, inclusive, and innovation-driven health economy. The President has been clear that Nigeria's health transformation will not be driven by aid and dependency alone, but by ownership by government, to drive ownership, accountability, and innovation, made in Nigeria, for Nigerians, and by Nigerians. I commend the European Union, the Presidential Initiative on Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, and all development partners represented here today for their steadfast commitment to advancing health security, technology transfer, and industrialization in Africa's largest economy. As we formally declare this forum open and witness the signing of these landmark agreements, let it mark the beginning of a new chapter, one defined by shared prosperity, local innovation, and global collaboration. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I have the honor to formally declare the Nigeria-EU Health Investment Forum open. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, let's give it up. Let's give it up. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words and indeed the kind message from His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We appreciate you, ma'am, and we send our regards and greetings back. Would like to recognize a few guests who joined us at some point during this program. Dr. Adebobola Bashorun is the Federal Director and National Coordinator of the National HIV, Viral Hepatitis, and STIs Program, Nigeria. You are welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. And would also like to recognize the Director General of the National Primary Health Development Agency. Thank you so much, Dr. Mui Aino, for being here as well. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so we're going into the signing ceremony right now. And yes, we understand there are a number of people who are going to be part of this. But while we're setting up, I'd just like to say that NIPRID is actually conducting a research, and I'm sure participants have gotten some forms already. Kindly fill before the end of this opening ceremony and drop the filled questionnaires at the NIPRID exhibition booth outside. So you can drop those questionnaires that will be shared or have been shared already. I believe that has been done. So kindly fill and drop at the exhibition booths. Now, for this signing ceremony, I do know that a number of partners are involved, and this is very, very important for us. In fact, this is the highlight of this opening ceremony. But we'll have representatives from different sides being here on the stage, and of course, representing all our interests at various levels. So I'd like to invite all the ladies and gentlemen who will be taking charge of this particular signing to join me here on the stage, and we'll just stand a bit to the back while we sign the documents one after the other. There are 3 documents that are going to be signed this morning. I would like to invite the chairman, of course, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, to be here. Also inviting Ambassador Hotie Mignon, EU Ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Ambassador Felix Costales Artieda to also be here, Ambassador of Spain to Nigeria. Would also like to invite Dr. Abdul Mukhtar of PVAC, Dr. Obi Adigwe, and Ms. Wafa Said Abdel Latif to also be here for this signing ceremony. Also inviting Ambassador Marc Fombostier, who is the Ambassador of France to Nigeria, representing Team Europe, and also inviting from the Gates Foundation, Uche Amonwu, please join us here. Would also like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Peter Lenet, Ambassador of Belgium to Nigeria, to be on this side of the stage. And also inviting Dr. Klaus Runge, Chief Health Equity Officer and SVP of Global Head of Public Affairs, Sustainability and Internal Engagement of Bayer Nigeria Limited. Sir Emeka Ofor would also be very honored to have Sir Emeka Ofor here on the stage. And also inviting Dr. Virgil Lukosu, Director of Health Services at WAHO, on the stage with us here. Would also like to have Dr. Melchior Atanase Joel Aisi of WAHO to be on the stage as well. So there are a number of partners who are part of this very important ceremony. But just for a brief address before we get into the signing, may I invite the Chairman, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, just to say a few words before we get into the signing of these very important documents. Please, a round of applause for him.
I'm sure I risk boring everyone because we have come to while we are here what everyone is eagerly waiting for. So let me once again, on behalf of all of us, congratulate all those whose agreement are going to be signed and appreciate the EU and the Global Gateway partnerships that have led us here, and all those individuals and organizations that have worked so hard to see us to this day, and to congratulate them in advance. Like I said, I was privileged to witness agreements that were signed last year, and I know they have fast-tracked, and I'm sure there will be more into the future. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Also, to make a remark, may I invite the Ambassador of Spain to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Ambassador Felix Costales Artieda.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege for me to represent Spain in this landmark Nigeria European Union Health Investment Forum. Today's event marks an important step, as we know, in our joint endeavors to advance the full potential of Nigeria's healthcare value chain and health sovereignty, and to promote local manufacturing and to ensure equitable access throughout the ECOWAS region. I don't want to talk any further, but just that we are very happy to actively participate in the Team Europe initiative on manufacturing and access to vaccines, medicines, and health technologies, MAV+. I'm very happy to be here joining my colleagues and the Nigerian authorities in this very emblematic act. Thank you very much.
And indeed, it's a very significant one. We'll begin with MAV+ and the federal government of Nigeria's signatures on the documents. I'm sure Dr. Olajide and the rest of the team will be here to help out as we invite Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu and also the EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, who will be spearheading this signing. Behind them, can we please have the ambassador of Spain to Nigeria? Can we also have Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, Dr. Obi Adigwe, and Ms. Wafa Saeed Abdul Latif, just flanking them on all sides. Thank you. I know the table may be a bit too high for some cameras, but let's do our best to get the pictures of these very important signatures, which will definitely be a way forward for our health system here in Nigeria, celebrating Nigeria. Great. And while we're getting all that done, great. We're going on with the, yeah. Great. So we're still moving on with the signatures. The Ambassador of Spain to Nigeria and ECOWAS also putting in his signature there. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. The Ambassador of Spain to Nigeria and ECOWAS also sharing or signing the very important document. Thank you so much. That's the first of the signatures that we'll be having. We're moving on to the West Africa Health Organization and EU signing. And we have leading the team here, Dr. Melchior IC. Okay. Picture. Okay. Oh, okay. So I think this is the best point to have the picture. If we could just move a bit this way. I hope we have this picture. Right. All right. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. Please don't leave the stage just yet. You could just move a bit backwards, but then we have the second signing that will take place, and that involves the West African Health Organization and the EU. We have Dr. Virgil Lokosu, Director of Health of Health Services at WAHO, who is here and will be assisting in the signing, alongside Ambassador Gauthier Mignot. But then we have a remark that will be given at this point in time by the French ambassador, Ambassador Marc Fombostier. He has a few words to share with us before we go on. Please, let's give him a warm applause.
Your Excellencies, dear Minister, Madam Special Assistant, honorable ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pivotal moment, the signing of two transformative initiatives that will significantly enhance healthcare and industrial capacities in Nigeria and broader across West Africa. And I tell you today, I am very proud that France, through the French Development Agency and Expertise France, is fully contributing to the implementation of both the MAV initiative in Nigeria via Quelimet project, and number two, this regional sexual and reproductive health and rights project as part of a broader Team Europe initiative. These projects, ladies and gentlemen, are a testament to the enduring partnership between France, the European Union, and our Nigerian and West African partners. I think they truly reflect our shared values and collective commitment to strengthening health systems, advancing health equity, and empowering communities through improved access to essential products and services. At the heart of these initiatives lies France's global health strategy. We have a vision which is grounded on very simple principles: equity, solidarity, and human dignity. Today's global health challenges, as you know, are becoming deeply interconnected with climate change, inequality, urbanization, and security. And so they demand a more integrated and comprehensive response. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, through Qualimed and the SAHR project, France is hand in hand with Nigeria and West Africa to build a future where every person has an access to quality health care, where innovation thrives locally, and where women and youth are empowered to lead change. These projects exemplify the true power of partnership and the impact of coordinated action in addressing complex global challenges. I would like to seize this opportunity to praise the West African Health Organization's efforts in the coordination and in the promotion of health actions in the region. I would like to commend as well the various initiatives taken by the Nigerian government as PVAC, or the sector-wide approach called SWAP, to help advancing in key reforms to strengthen healthcare, attract investment, and expand vital medical infrastructure nationwide. Lastly, I would like to emphasize, it's been said already, but I think we must focus on that, the key role of the private sector in advancing access and sustainability in healthcare through clear engagement processes and collaborative models. Supporting local production and innovative health coverage initiatives can help strengthen regulation, foster technology transfer, and improve access to quality treatments for everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked tirelessly to bring these initiatives to fruition. I look forward to witnessing the positive impact they will undoubtedly have on the lives of countless individuals in this country and in the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Marc Fombostier of France. We appreciate you representing Team Europe. And that team will take a picture right about now. The Ambassador, Mr. Uche Amanwu as well, to please take that picture. Dr. Olajide, please coordinate, help us as well to get Dr. Virgil Lokosu to be part of that picture. And of course, the EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS. A very important signing between Team Europe, SRHR, and WAHU. Thank you so much. All right, so finally, we're getting to the third document. And this document is an MOU for a local pharmaceutical partnership, local pharmaceutical manufacturing partnership. And this is between Bayer Nigeria Limited and the federal government of Nigeria. Dr. Klaus Runsch is here as the Chief Health Equity Officer and Senior Vice President, Global Head of Public Affairs, Sustainability and Internal Engagement of Bayer Nigeria Limited, and will be speaking to us shortly. I think he's here, and he'll be speaking shortly. But we also have Sir Emeka Ofor of Chromedics Pharmaceuticals Limited, and Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, who will be part of the signing as well. Please, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Klaus Runsch.
Yeah, thank you so much for today's invitation and for the opportunity to sign an MOU today, which will help us to anchor an important part of manufacturing in Nigeria in the area of SRHR. I'm really pleased and privileged with all the esteemed guests and speakers here to represent Bayer Pharmaceuticals. We fully acknowledge the President's initiative and are very grateful that PVAC in particular has helped us to find local partners and to really move forward fast and steadily in making this MOU happen. I appreciate Sir Offor and the Chromatic Group that we will be partnering with, and very much look forward to a very fruitful collaboration in the years to come. Thank you very much.
And very brief remarks as well.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm happy to be here today, and I'm happy to say that the effort that we have put in place to make sure that this MOU comes to fruition, this is a pathway to fulfilling and then accomplishing the federal government initiative on health sector, which is part of the Renew Hope agenda that federal government is trying to make sure that they industrialize, they localize the manufacturing of essential medicine and equipment that is needed in health sector. So we are pledging to do our best. Our partners are known, our partners are about the best, and I think that we will create value and make sure that the government and the people of Nigeria and the West African as a whole enjoys this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would you still want to say anything?
Look, our three organizations have been dating. Today we are getting married. This is the essence of PVAC. This is what we are doing. We're bringing together two very, very strong partners. Bayer, of course, is a world-renowned, one of the best, biggest biomedical companies in the world. Chromedics, a renowned conglomerate in Nigeria that is going big into pharmaceutical production. We're coming together here to sign an MOU that will set the pathway for initially distribution, subsequently local manufacturing, technology transfer, so that we can have self-sufficiency in reproductive health products, not only for Nigeria, but across the region. This is going to be a hub for all of Africa. So thank you, everyone, and we really, truly appreciate this.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to invite Johannes Lehn, if you're here, the Deputy Ambassador of the German Embassy. Please come forward and be a part of this. I do hope you're here. But we can go ahead and do the signing. Dr. Olajide, are you coordinating? All right. Dr. Olajide, please come this way to just coordinate this signing. Thank you. Right, so after this signing, the three married people in Dr. Abdul's, four married people in Dr. Abdul's words, will take their photograph here, and then we'll have a group photograph at the end of this signing ceremony. Indeed, partnerships are the way forward. Collaboration is what moves the world forward. And that's exactly what we are celebrating here today. Please, let's give another round of applause to all of them. It's amazing what is going on. And indeed, it's for the best, getting the best out of health for the Nigerian people and moving us forward. All right. So when we're done, the four will just come this way for their photograph. And we'll move on. Please note that the end of this signing ceremony is not the end of the event. We have so much more ahead. We have our technical session coming up very, very shortly, where we'll be taking a look at the health sector and enabling health sector growth. And it's something that we should all definitely be interested in. Okay, fantastic. Tech, please. Let's do the needful right about now. Okay. We hope that Johannes is here, Deputy Ambassador of the German Embassy. So we'll have... What's he going to hold? Please this way, that way. Please, can we move a bit? Thank you. Tech, thank you. Now we're going to have a group picture of everyone. Careful. And I believe standing on this stage will be apt. The representative of the Vice President, please join this photograph. The representative of the Minister of State for Health, please join this photograph. All our other partners, please join this photograph. This is a very symbolic photo. DG NAFDAC, please join in, ma'am. Oh, the Director of European Investment Bank for Africa. Thank you so much, sir. I think we need a few more people on this side. Madam Muriel Mafiko, please join in. Resident Representative of UNFPA. All the UN reps, please join in. Thank you. Photographers, is that photo balanced? It looks a bit one-sided to me. What do you need us to do? Okay, sorry, hold on. So can we just have a few more people on this side? Yeah, just so we balance it out properly. Thank you. Are we good? Yes, cameras, you guys move back so we can get everybody. Big smiles, everybody. Thank you. We're here for a very special thing, and we're grateful. Please, a round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much. We may all come down. Thank you. Right. So while the networking is going on upstage, I'm sure it will continue down. Tech, can we please have this podium back on stage? Thank you. Right after the stage is cleared, we're going straight away to our first panel. And it's a conversation on regulatory frameworks, value chains, pooled procurements, and access to medicines. All right. So we're going into the panel conversation, and we're so honored and glad to have with us, joining this panel, very eminent men and women who are going to be talking about regulatory frameworks in enabling the health sector growth in Nigeria. Thank you so much. Please, let's give them a round of applause as they clear the stage and ensure that we carry this on. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, sirs and ma'ams. Now, the panelists for this very first panel discussion will be Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, who is the Director General of NAFDAC, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. Please, ma'am, if you can make your way back here, would be honored. Would also like to invite to join this panel pharmacist Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed, FPSN, FPC Farm, FCAI, who is the Registrar and CEO of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Please, let's settle down. Our program is still on. Thank you so much. Please, let's settle down. Thank you. Would also like to invite Dr. Olumide Okwonla, Senior Health Specialist at the World Bank, to join. We also have joining this panel, Omotayo Hamzat, Supply Chain Management Officer, UHC Coverage and Life Course Cluster of the WHO, joining this panel. Also on this panel, we have Dr. Borna Nyauke Anoke, who is the head of mycetoma disease, DNDi. You're welcome. We also have Demba Diak of Qualimeds, MAV Plus team leader of expertise, France. You're welcome. And finally, we have Mr. Brian Diva, CEO of the Africa Medical Center of Excellence, that's the AMCE. Great. So our panelists, please, if you could just have your seats. Thank you. As we invite our moderator for this panel, Dr. Olumide Okwonla, who is the Senior Health Specialist at the World Bank, to take charge from here on. Please, let's give a warm applause to our panelists as we prepare for this panel. But can we kindly we need to move back to our seats, please. Our distinguished guests here, please, if you could just move back to our seats.
Okay. Just talk. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Ushers, please just help me out here. Thank you. If we could just move back to our seats so we can continue this conversation
Yes.
and this program. Thank you so much.
My name is Tayo.
I'm sure the networking and conversation can continue as we go back to sit down. Thank you. Thank you. There's still a lot more to come, so don't worry. There'll be lots of time to converse later.
When do you want us to start? Okay. 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 Hello. Can you help me? I'm going to fall from this chair.
Thank you so much for settling down. We now hand over to Dr. Olumide Okwonla.
Hello, good morning. Please, a round of applause for all yourselves, please. All right, I'm just waiting for people to settle down a bit. As soon as the UNICEF Chief of Health takes his seat, we will begin. The last man to sit is Dr. Obi. Very good. Once again, good morning. And it's been such a delight seeing what's just happened in the last 20, 30 minutes or so. When deals are being sealed and you see progress happen, then you know that we have moved from a phase of words into a phase of real action. So the next 1 hour or so, I hope I would have your attention with my esteemed panelists to just take you through unpacking what that means. Look, in 30 seconds or so, the life of a drug molecule starts as what we call the key starting materials. It moves on to become an intermediate and then becomes an API. From an API, it turns into a finished drug formulation. From that point, it's shipped, it's sold, it's taken across the country. Basically, that's the journey of a drug. Within that journey, there's several things that needs to happen, including ensuring that it is quality assured, ensuring that the different entities, the regulators, the institutions, the ministries are able to collaborate, coordinate with each other. So that at the end of the day, when the beneficiary who takes that medication is assured that that medication will work for him or her. So within the next 1 hour, we would explore these various stages, these various steps. There are opportunities, but there are also challenges. There's also progress that's been made. So, so don't expect that it's all going to be all a bliss, happy session. We also have to have a tough conversation as well. Where else to start? But to start with our most distinguished Director General of Nigeria's regulatory agency, NAFDAC, Professor Adeyeye. Please, round of applause for her. I think it's in order to say that Nigeria remains one of the national regulatory agencies on the continent that have attained the ML3 status. There's a whole lot of efforts that's been done within country to ensure that counterfeit and substandard medications are all become a thing of the past. But Professor Adeyeye, very well done for all that you have done. 2 weeks ago, myself and my colleagues sat with about 100 CEOs of pharmaceuticals. I don't know if Frank Momene is still here. And one of the things they told us is we have 3 buckets of issues. The major one was our energy costs are very high. There's nothing we can do about that. But the second bucket had to do with regulatory constraints, especially regulatory overlaps. We identified in that meeting about 4 of those. NAFDAC PCN, state, federal, for example, in Lagos, problems with trade and investment, challenges with fiscal policies. Could you kindly just take us through some of those challenges and what you're doing actively about it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all our international partners. For PCN, and the registrar is on my right side, and NAFDAC, there is no regulatory overlap. The government, in its own wisdom, created an agency that will supervise the licensing of establishments, sites, and the practitioners. That is PCN. NAFDAC is mandated to regulate and control the manufacture, importation, exportation, distribution, advertisement, sale, and use. They are complementary. The 2 agencies are complementary. There is no overlap at all. Actually, our NAFDAC's getting to maturity level 3 was not done only for NAFDAC. PCN and NAFDAC were both benchmarked together. PCN and NAFDAC were both benchmarked together. For the global benchmarking, WHO global benchmarking, there are 9 modules that can define a maturity agency. NAFDAC oversees 8 of the 9 modules, and PCN oversees 1, which is licensed establishment. Without proper licensing of establishment, there cannot be good manufacturing practice, good distribution. That is why I said it is complementary.
Thank you very much for that.
There is no overlap.
Any comment on relationship and leverages with Standards Organization of Nigeria?
Thank you so much. Standard Organization of Nigeria was established before NAFDAC. Again, building a nation is dynamic, it's not static. Again, the government, in its own wisdom, decided to create an agency from the Ministry of Health, semi-autonomous agency. Before that time, SON was assumed to be in charge of everything, but the government knew that it cannot work. So they created another agency to oversee 7 regulated products, soon to be 8 regulated products. We don't regulate tobacco, but the Minister of Health, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare has ceded that to NAFDAC. We're supposed to be controlling tobacco. So we now have 8 regulated products, carved out from whatever was there before. And when legislative acts are made, they are made with thoughts. I was in the US for 37 years. I never saw FDA and DEA struggling with each the standard organization in the US, struggling with each other, because everybody understands that they are working for the same government and they are working towards the same goal. Currently, there have been overlaps, I would say presumed overlaps. There have been 2 director generals of Sun that I've worked with. The third one is what I'm working with right now. We do not have problems. The director generals do not have problems.
It's such a pleasure to hear that.
It's the
Please, a
civil
round of
servants.
applause for Professor Adeyeye.
Thank you.
Very, very well done. And I hope the local manufacturers in the room are hearing this because it's so refreshing to hear you say this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pharmacist Ibrahim, huge agenda, huge financial resources, great aspirations. Do we have enough men to till the field? Look at that value chain that we just described, from fine chemicals all the way to even sales and distribution. What are we doing about that?
Thank you very much. The men, the workforce, like you said, are made from our regulatory process. The PCN has responsibility to determine the standards of knowledge and skills for persons wanting to practice in the profession of pharmacy. What that means is that we design the curriculum, we undertake accreditation to ensure proper implementation of the curriculum, and we also, in the end, after graduation, also conduct pre-registration examination to ascertain the skills and competencies. When you talk about the workforce, well, as it stands today, we have a good number of institutions. We have also worked on improving the curriculum, particularly in the area of production, through the support of promoting quality of medicines under USAID. We're able to strengthen the pharmaceutics curriculum component of the training. Be that as it may, we have a good number, but I hope you also recognize the fact that we have the challenge of brain drain. We also have the challenge, which is very critical, of lack of adequate handshake between the institutions where this training takes place and the industry.
And you're very right about that. Last week, we were at a meeting with Codex, I think it's somewhere in the room, the local manufacturer of life sciences products. Pretty much what the industry is saying is, even where you get the workforce, they're not adequately trained.
Yeah.
So that kind of handshake, the partnership you're talking about isn't there.
Yeah.
To the extent that the industry now pretty much have to do their own training.
Yeah.
So how do you make this fit for purpose?
Indeed. In the course of repositioning the training process, we are introducing experiential teaching and learning. It isn't going to be a textbook or table research training. We want a situation where, coming to a situation where people from the industry teach in the classroom. And we also want a situation where the students have some sight, sometimes within their time of training, which we call period of residency within the industry. So we are promoting experiential teaching and learning to be able to fill this gap.
Thank you very much. I've been looking for Dr. Abdu because I know under the ongoing reforms, there's also been an MOU with Empower to begin to train the necessary skills to address pharmaceutical manufacturing, amongst other things. Even though you focus more on pharmacists, it would also be useful, maybe a quick comment on
those other categories beyond pharmacists, you know, who will be in the lab and all those things?
Maybe when you talk of other categories, because in the entire value chain, from manufacturing down to retail, expectedly, even if the facility is not owned by a pharmacist, it's superintended and operated by a pharmacist. Is it manufacturing? Is it the importation? Is it the distribution? Is it the wholesale? Is it the retail? Perhaps you are talking of people who are expectedly supposed to handle the over-the-counter medicine called the patent and proprietary medicine vendors. I don't know if we are together. I said, I don't know, across the value chain, we issue licenses to all the facilities. And for every facility to qualify to be licensed, the practice setting must be right, because the practice standard is defined by the PCN, and that practice must be overseen, superintended by a pharmacist. Now, we have other category of stakeholders within the value chain. Perhaps these are the ones you are referring to, the patent and proprietary medicine vendors.
But thank you. We might still come back to workforce. It's a major constraint.
It's okay.
It increases the cost of production, and without resolving it, in some creative ways, sir, I can assure you, whilst pharmacists are important, there are also other cadres, and I hope people in the audience can also speak to that. Tayo, we've done all of the regulatory work that we need to do. We continue to quality assure through the skills. What's the first? Supply chain is still a constraint. That's one. And also, what are the other kind of policies from the perspective of the WHO that you think are required for Nigeria to unlock this space?
Thank you, Lumidi. And I want to go about this, talking about what policy or institutional change we need to bring about to unlock a sustainable local manufacturing ecosystem. And I'm going to start with about three items. One, I will take off with the workforce where you are living off. I think we must deliberately take actions to go beyond degrees. In the local manufacturing value chain, there are other levels, about other stakeholders you need to consider, other skills, and we need to go into technology. Do we have that supply from our institution? For example, for our colleges of technology, can their product fit into local manufacturing? So we need to deliberately create that system of linkage from production into the industries. I remember some time ago we wanted to calibrate some equipment for NAFDAC. We looked in country we couldn't get. We went to Ghana, South Africa, and Egypt are the only one who can supply us. So we got from Egypt. Can our industry survive without calibration? What are the skills that we require to have that locally? So as we are going into this phase of implementation, we need to look at the source of the technology. Secondly, we need to look at the researches that we are conducting in country. As far back as when I was leaving school, I did my thesis on pharmaceutical starch. And we found out that breadfruit is as good as any standardized pharmaceutical starch you can talk about. We have a lot of that in Nigeria. There are researches that I've read about it. People have taken it further. Are we linking that to the industry? Are we truly locally producing, or we want to bring in product and assemble them all here? And then the only thing we get from Nigeria is water. So we need to start thinking about that and seeing how that sources, local sources, to support the industry that will now endanger sustainability of our local manufacturing system. We also need to talk about technology transfers. I do know that PVAC is doing very well with the plan to train scientists on mRNA technology, and we are linking from WHO with them to do this. but we need to look at all aspects of manufacturing. The technology, we need to deliberately create a system that will build those technology, people to go out and learn them and come back and implement in the country for us to create a sustainable local manufacturing system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tayo. I would add one more to the suite of policies that you've listed out. For countries that have made progress in this space, they have aligned religiously and diligently and intentionally aligned to the concept of universal health coverage. There are necessary conditions for all of this to happen. And the number one necessary condition is the amount of financing that a government spends on its people. You can produce all you want, but if your out-of-pocket expenditure is high, then, with all due respect, it is no work done. But Nigeria is at a turning point because of extraordinary macro-fiscal reforms that has led to surge in revenues. This is the time to now reprioritize public financing into healthcare. The current low levels of public expenditures on health is not sustainable, and it's a necessary condition for all of this to happen. So, and we're glad to note that under the current health sector reforms, there are now efforts to ensure that states prioritize financing in their budget for healthcare. Because it is when we do that, that in fact you have health being a off-taker for the kind of drugs that are being produced. And we have examples from India, from Bangladesh, where those countries, through the public financing they've allotted to health, have covered 100% of the drugs on their essential medicines list. If we do not do that, then there will be a challenge. Sava? Good. Maybe you want to also give us some insight, and I also want you to add to some of your insights how we can creatively use the kind of grants that's coming from entities like EU, France. I know the French government, for example, and other EU entities are also aligning to the sector-wide approach. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want, first of all, to emphasize in 2 points on regulatory affairs, and after that I will talk about partnership. When we talk about making Nigeria more investment ready for pharmaceutical, we are really talking about how to make things faster, more predictable, and more trustworthy for both companies and patients. About reform, our focus must be on speed, collaboration, and credibility. As you know, under the African Medicine Regulatory Harmonization, Nigeria has joined 7 other regulators to recognize each other assessment. This means if a product has already been evaluated by a trusted authority, for example, in Nigeria, we don't need to start from zero in another country in ECOWAS. It saves time and sometimes cutting months off the approval process while keeping the same high standard of quality and standard. Second, we are making our GMP inspection smarter. Instead of treating all manufacturers the same, we are introducing what we can call risk-based inspection, fewer routine visits for companies with a strong track record, and more focus of new or high-risk sites. This help us use our limited capacity better and give investor more predictability. Third, I want to finish with this. We are working with ECOWAS and WAHO to harmonize approval across West Africa. The goal is simple: one application, one review, one market, giving companies access to over 500 million consumers through a single process. That kind of scale change to investment equation completely.
Thank you very much. I will come back to you. There's a follow-on question I have for you, but I want to quickly go on to Dr. Bonner. The DNDi model is someone that's been hailed as a good model, especially for to enhance South-South collaboration, to enhance public-private partnerships. First, could you just let the audience know what's this model and how can we introduce that here to help scale up local manufacturing?
Thank you very much. I think, yes, it's working. So for Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, we work specifically on neglected tropical diseases. And since these are neglected diseases, we do understand that the normal model of working in terms of research and development does not work. With DNDi, the model that it thrives on is on equitable partnerships. From its founding, where our founders range from the Malaysian Ministry of Health, from the Kenya Medical Research Institute in Kenya, to the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation in Brazil. We work with academic institutions, we work with the ministries of health, we work with the local institutions to ensure that there's local ownership of clinical trials and the research and development work that we conduct wherever we are. We also ensure that we are able to provide capacity strengthening in terms of training of these local researchers. We train ethics and regulatory committees just to ensure that even as we conduct clinical trials in some of these areas in Latin America, in Africa and Asia, that we are getting good clinical practice, that we are getting clinical trials that are able to produce results that can assist us to be able to register the drugs that we are producing and ensure that they are acceptable in WHO pre-qualification, EMA, FDA, and even the national regulatory authorities. We find that this is very important to ensure that as we work within the ministries, as we work with the institutions, with the ownership, by the time the drug has been developed, it is owned by the people. We have all the access activities that have been reviewed so that we do not have a drug that has just been introduced in an area for a disease and we see it not being utilized by the patients who actually need it.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing the perspective of this kind of conditions into this room. A lot of times we think that these are things that do not exist anymore. Yes. But yet they afflict the people who usually do not have a voice, who usually are very poor, and very well done for what you do. So Brian, look, AMSI, you guys are doing great things, nice clinical facility in Abuja. Bonner just talked about clinical trials for things that are not fancy, But so first, could you give a perspective on how AMSI is looking at the clinical trial space in Nigeria? And hopefully maybe Professor Adeyeye might also want to reflect in terms of what's being done in terms of ensuring that we have a coherent CRO space in Nigeria. Brian.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it's first good to understand what AMC, or the African Medical Center of Excellence, is. We are a tertiary medical center, very advanced, some of the latest and highest technology that you'll find, not only in Africa, but throughout the world. We were conceived and funded by Afrexim Bank. So when we talk about the African Medical Center of Excellence, we will use Afrexim Bank interchangeably. They are very much involved ongoing, and this is the first of at least 5 of these medical centers that will be built throughout Africa. The investment currently sits at about $300 million on the site that we're at, 170 beds. We're focused on oncology, cardiovascular, and hematological disorders. And so as you look now at how does the AMCE play into what's happening in pharmaceutical manufacturing, we are on our way to seeing approximately 50,000 patients a year in the 3 specialties that I mentioned. All of our pharmaceuticals are being purchased in Nigeria where possible. Additionally, we have partnered with pharmaceutical companies around the globe, not only in regards to clinical trials, which are extremely important today for Africa and adapting current pharmaceuticals to African genome, but we have actually taken a pharmaceutical manufacturer from Lagos to Switzerland, introduced them to one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, to the CEO, and worked out licensing agreements so that those drugs could be manufactured right here in Nigeria. Additionally, there's the development of talent. So when you look at manufacturing hubs, there must be the talent to go with it. We announced, in conjunction with King's College Hospital and King's College of London, the development of a medical school, as well as a school for allied health on our campus, which will be starting up here in the next, probably 12 months. Recruitment. We are recruiting globally. Anywhere you find the top healthcare institutions in the world, you're going to find West Africans, Nigerians in those inner circles.
Thank you very much. So much to listen to. But just to check with the audience, would you have any interesting questions for any of my panelists? I do hope there will be questions in terms of what we're doing in terms of trachoma, buruli, schisto, onco, because we don't talk about it, So questions. But preference for someone who wants to ask a question on neglected tropical diseases. Show of hands. I learned that the people who would like to ask some questions. All right. I just want to have a sense of how many of those we have. That's one. Any other hands, please? 2. Okay. 1 more. Going. 3. Fantastic. Good. Oh, okay, 4, and that will be it. All right. That means you've done an impressive job of answering all of the questions, so yeah, let's start with you, sir. But let's try and keep it short.
Okay, my name is Amir. I'm just generally asking about the nexus between regulation and technology. So usually you find out that the people...
Okay, very well done. Good question. Thank you. Yeah.
Regulation. I asked my question.
Oh, I thought you asked.
No.
Okay, go on.
I said, so you usually find out that the people in the regulatory sector are really slow compared to those in the technology sector. So what are we doing in the case of Nigeria to ensure that the thinking work at par, that the people thinking of the innovations are aligned with the people in the regulatory sector.
Okay, very well done. Next. So there was a gentleman there. Yeah. There was one person there, another. Yeah, go on, go on.
Okay. My name is Dr. Albert Kelong Alkali.
Who wants to take
My question will go to the issue of access to medicines and as it regards multiple registration process and quality checks. I was very pleased to hear from the West African Health Organization talking about reducing the multiple registration process to ensure that we have a unified registration that will reduce costs added to medicines and eventually transmitting it to the end users. So I don't know what is being done to ensure this harmonization. Thank you.
Thank you. There's someone at the back, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Theodora Ogaranduku, and my question is to the NAFDAC DG. Although this is a health investment summit, my question speaks to food. There seems to be this neglect of food. You can't talk about health without food. And my question is around what is NAFDAC doing about a lot of very poor quality food products sold in our supermarkets, some of them locally manufactured and packaged. I've had experiences of opening packaged food, and the nuts were rotten. And I remember contacting the company to say, the nut you're selling is rotten. I also want to some more enlightenment around what's NAFDAC doing to increase awareness amongst the population with regards to what they're doing to improve health with respect to food.
Okay,
So, yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dominic Viana, Protex Healthcare. I have actually a very short question for the DG of NAFDAC and another question on tropical ulcers. The question to the DG of NAFDAC is, what will be the standards for the pharmaceutical manufacturing? Will it be GDP or will it be EU GDP?
Okay.
That's my first question.
All
Second
right.
question. We are actually setting up a worldwide cooperation center on anything that has to do with tropical ulcers, Raleigh, Burton, sickle cell disease. I would love to know if there are already institutions, universities in Nigeria that have a focus on those tropical ulcers where we can partner with. Second question.
Did you say sickle cell disease?
Yes, of course.
Okay, great.
And Burley and Burton, which are considered to be of the same category of tropical ulcers, different, okay, but they do belong to the same category according to WHO.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Just to check, any other question? Going. Oh, okay, Jennifer, you're the last person, right?
Jennifer Yanti, Society for Family Health and Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. I'd actually like to ask, I'm really very interested in neglected tropical diseases in general. And I'm wondering what role around manufactured products. Those are usually products that are for the really poor. And currently, everybody has to buy them. And if you're poor, you can't afford to buy. So what are the plans around manufacture of those particular products for neglected tropical diseases? Tuberculosis, onchocerciasis, bilharziasis, soil elementiasis, and others like that. Thank you.
Please, round of applause for Jennifer. Very well done. Thank you for asking that question. Brian, let's start with you. Sickle cell disease, what's AMSA thinking about that? And if you can also respond to the question from the gentleman.
Yes, no, thank you. I was delighted to hear the question. I mentioned one of the three key specialties that we're focused on are hematological disorders. Obviously, that includes multiple myeloma, leukemia, but also particularly sickle cell disease. We have a full stem cell lab at the African Medical Center of Excellence, whereby we can not only treat sickle cell, but we can cure it permanently. We've begun, actually back in June, with bone marrow transplants, and ultimately we will evolve and add to our treatments gene editing in the next 12 months. So quite a bit going on there, working very closely with King's College on that as well, and some other experts from around the world.
Thank you very much. Denver. So someone just asked, in terms of regulatory harmonization, big issue. Across West Africa, some of our manufacturers there, they got to go into the different countries and get pre-authorization and things like that. And your idea is something that the gentleman just asked. Perhaps you can reflect on that question, especially from the perspective of AFTA and the kind of opportunity that brings. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for this question. I think the main word here is the trust and the confidence on what we are doing. For example, when you take NAFDAC in Nigeria, NAFDAC is a regulatory institution well known in West Africa and with a high level of recognition and agreement in Nigeria. We must begin here in Nigeria and to make sure when NAFDAC agreed one product, we can believe on this product and make sure population, patient are confident on this product. And it is a big issue in each country and also, as you know, in West Africa. And we have to build this confidence between the institutions, the regulatory institution in West Africa. And I'm sure if we succeed in Nigeria, we can succeed everywhere in West Africa.
You are absolutely spot on. Succeed in Nigeria, succeed in Africa and the world. Bona, Jennifer's question on NTDs, please. And just before you respond, Dr. Abdul, please someone give Dr. Abdul the microphone. Just say something about Empower after Dr. Bona, because skills is a big issue. Please go on.
Thank you. For neglected tropical diseases, these are normal tropical diseases caused by bacteria, viruses, parasites. Why we call them neglected, it's the populations that affect it, which are the neglected populations who are in poor, remote areas, definitely who are not able to afford the drugs which are going to take 10 to 20 years to develop. So DNDi comes in because we realize this is a public health need. There is no commercial interest. Because for any pharmaceutical company that is going to take their time to be able to develop this drug from drug discovery, preclinical, clinical, and looking at the pharmacovigilance, and having a population who cannot afford to buy this drug then becomes quite difficult. So the model where we involve our ministries of health, where we have our private pharmaceutical partners who are participating in the drug development, makes it easier and more sustainable to go into manufacturing. We have an example of hepatitis C, not a neglected tropical disease, but we saw that it had an issue in terms of the affordability, where we were able to have a tripartite collaboration between FACO, with the Mahidol University, and with DNDi to be able to develop a drug, Ravidasvir, that is being manufactured within Africa at an affordable rate that the ministries of health can afford to buy for the patients. And that is the same model that we're applying to our other programs. For mycetoma, we are working with a Japanese pharmaceutical company called Eisai. We are working in Sudan, and we are making sure, even before we start the clinical trial, that the cost of good is affordable within the ministries. We have the WHO pre-qualification, and that the national authorities are able to add it within the essential medicine list. So it's involving all the stakeholders to make sure that the patients who actually need the drug in the end are able to afford it, or have access to it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Abdul? Just in 1 minute on Empower. Without managing, the cost of finance is high because financiers factor in the skills gap. And with what you're doing to address that space and PCN, so maybe you give us a flavor of Empower.
Okay, look, Dr. Olemide, you are the only one in the world that can call me just randomly like that without my knowledge. But
very good.
You deserve that. But look, Empower. So one of the things when we talk to manufacturers, everything that we're doing in PVAC is in consultation with the industry. One of the key areas that they highlighted as a potential challenge is not having enough trained personnel to run the industry. To ensure that they are complying with regulators like NAFDAC, like PCN, and so on. So one of the things that we've done as part of the ecosystem building initiative is to partner with an organization called Empower Swiss, which is based in Switzerland, but has done operations in India, in Thailand, in Kenya, parts of the US and other places to build the human capital that is required. We have an MOU with Empower, and we have established an Empower Manufacturing Academy for Nigeria, but also not only for Nigeria, but also across the entire region, because this is a problem that you see all across of Africa. It's going to be implemented in 3 phases. Phase 1 will be online virtual courses that will be launched in November this year. The curriculum has already been developed. Financing has already been raised for that. And then the second phase in the next 3 months is basically building simulation pods that will locate in select places in Nigeria where people can go in, have some hands-on experience on the manufacturing processes. The last phase, which is going to be longer term, I think maybe a year from now, is establishing full-fledged training facilities in conjunction with existing universities and institutions. We've done this in consultation with the industry, so it's going to be like a finishing school. People go to school here, they study pharmacy 4 years, 5 years, they come back, they don't understand the regulatory process of NAFDAC, PCN, they don't understand how to run factories. So it's more of like a finishing school where within a few weeks, you can get that hands-on experience. And the industry is very excited. The curriculum has been developed jointly with the industry, so it's serving their specific needs and the gaps that they see. And of course, also making sure that the people working in the industry understand the regulatory processes for compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Pharmacist Ibrahim. So how, just take any of the questions from the floor, but also how we're expanding our space.
The one that will interest me is the one that has to do with technology, with respect to regulation, and the fact that it's one thing that is needed to fast-track regulatory processes. And we have an initiative in PCN, which is the process of digitizing inspectorate activities. And Dr. Mukhtar can attest to the fact that I have a paper on his table where we are seeking support to be able to get that up so that we can facilitate we want real-time report to fast-track decision-making and to also reduce incidences of bias.
Thank you. All right. Tayo, I'd like you to say something about technology and how it's really shaping this space in response to the question on innovation and other things, because they seem to be ahead of us, right?
If local production will become sustainable, we need to meet up with the technological gaps. And it is not something we need to say 10 years time the line. People jump the gun now, catch up with the latest technology. The DG is looking at me. I appreciate her for one part of it. NAFDAC 5 years ago and now in terms of technology. And when we were doing the benchmarking, we really appreciated that. Most of the registration process have been computerized. When it comes to local manufacturing, recall I talked about the issue of technical skills. We need to produce locally. So I appreciate what PVAC is doing. In terms of biomedical manufacturing, that is where you need the top-notch technology. And we need to build our capacity in terms of human resource to meet up. Organizations have systems or mechanisms where you can catch up. WHO have the Technology Transfer Hub, MPP also have, and for example, in South Africa about manufacturing vaccine, Nigeria is an hub. I do know that some staff of Biovaccine Nigeria Limited and Medical Institute in Lagos will be going to South Africa this November to start that training. They've been there on the theoretical level, now hands-on training. So that is what we need. Hands-on, practical, and intentional. I also recommend the collaboration between the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health, because we need to create sustainability. How do we also train our schools, bring up their level to be able to provide such training, such that sustainability is ensured in terms of local production?
Okay, thank you. DG NAFDAC, you already have a lot of questions, that's why we saved you for the last. But maybe you can also help us resolve. There's a question we get in credit committees, assessing investment opportunities. And a lot of people are perhaps saying, you know, we should be looking at biologics, that is really the medicine of the future. It is personalized, perhaps much more applicable to the patient and all of that. And maybe an easier route than the API route, so to speak. What would you say, NAFDAC, what's NAFDAC's position in terms of being ahead of the curve? Because this could be like the telecommunications story where we leapfrog, in addition to the other questions that you have.
Thank you very much. There were 3 questions that were relevant to NAFDAC. I will take that on, but in terms of being ahead of the curve, NAFDAC is ahead of the curve. We started from ranking of level 0 or -1. We are now maturity level 3. The best thing that could happen to a regulatory agency is WHO global benchmarking, where you compare yourself with the best in the world, not comparing yourself with yourself. In terms of digitization, NAFDAC is about 70 to 80% digitized. Without digitization, you cannot have effective regulatory monitoring. Without digitization, the health of our subjects will be jeopardized, of our public citizens will be jeopardized. We are 70 to 80% digitized, and we are not resting our oars. We are going to maturity level 4, where digitization is. After maturity level 4, we are going to WHO listed authority. There was a question about what type of standards should we be expecting. International standards. No Nigerian standards, no ECOWAS standard, international standards. Made in Nigeria for global use. Made in Nigeria for global use. NAFDAC is part of International Medical Devices Regulatory Forum. Maybe only about 30 or 40 regulatory agencies are part of that forum. We are now an affiliate member. International Council on Harmonization. There are only 23 regulatory agencies there out of 194. NAFDAC is going to soon be 24th regulatory agency. Why? Because they see what we are doing. They see the growth. They see the growth since 2017. There's what is called Pharmaceutical Inspection Scheme, PICS. PIC/S. NAFDAC has just been brought into that fold at the pre-accession level with PCN. So when it comes to standards, we don't have any other standards aside from international standards. We are not making these products for ourselves only. We're going to ensure the quality, the safety, and the efficacy for our people, but it must be tradable. You make it, it's not tradable, it's useless. It's a matter of time. If AFCFTA, people will be laughing at us if there is no quality in it. In terms of standing ahead of the curve for biologics and so on, what Dr. Abdul mentioned in terms of training, extremely important. Extremely important. These are areas where we're going to need capacitation or competence development. So that goes without saying. Universities. We have the best brains in our universities. We have Nigerians that go outside Nigeria and become the best in their areas.
In fact, you're one of them. Please, round of applause for Professor Adeyeye. So, ladies and gentlemen, to be clear about a few things, Nigeria is on the path to becoming a $1 trillion economy. We heard that from the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. Part of that story is healthcare, where healthcare is not a burden on the system, but a part of value addition. However, if wishes were horses, everybody will ride one. There are things that are required by governments. No country achieves universal health coverage without putting its money on the table. Right. It's a necessary condition. But then universal health coverage is not attainable or achievable where there are no quality assured life sciences products, which we have spent the last 1 hour talking about. We've heard from our regulator and the amazing steps that they're taking. We've heard in terms of the workforce capacity. Let me emphasize, without filling that workforce gap, all of this will be a pipe dream. It's the reality. And we've also had the kind of opportunities that are available. It's not just a Nigerian market, man. It is, like you said, it's a West African market, it's a Sub-Saharan African market, and why can't we be like the Bangladeshis or the Indians and even export to the United States? But then there are also other things, people that are not spoken for in the room, and we have examples in terms of public-private partnerships that can help resolve those kind of ailments. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for my esteemed panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Amazing panel.
We're being hounded off.
We need to take a picture. So please, if you could just stand forward. I think this panel actually deserves another round of applause because they kept to time. Please, let's clap for them. Dr. Olumide Okwonla, fantastic work, sir. We appreciate you. Are we missing someone? Oh, okay. There we go. Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, pharmacist Ibrahim Baba Shehu Ahmed, Omotayo Hamzat, Dr. Borna Nyauke Anoke, Demba Diak, Mr. Brian Diva. Amazing job, amazing conversation on regulatory frameworks, value chains, pooled procurement, and access to medicines, all targeted at enabling health sector growth. This was the first panel, and I think they do deserve another round of applause. Thank you so much for the insights you provided. Thank you for the great work that you have put into this. Right, so about now, it's time for our tea and coffee break. We're going to be doing that right about now. The tea room is to my left. That will be to your extreme right. Just go in there and you will be directed. Favor and the rest of my ushers, please, where are you? So you could direct people that way. Favor, Jolly, and Favor is here. Fantastic. So please direct people where they're supposed to go for tea break. We have 30 minutes for tea break. And after tea, it's not over. We're going to have other panel conversations. We're going to have a proper fund investment forum later on, where we'll talk a lot about funding, and there's so much more ahead. So we have 30 minutes to do this. We hope that we'll all be able to keep to time. Thank you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's move towards the tea break corner. It's just behind the stage. Let's have some glucose so that we can come back energized for the second panel section.
Just to note that we're about to start the next session, which will be a panel discussion on sexual reproductive health and rights, SRHR. We welcome colleagues who are just coming in and those who have been here, and those who are still having tea in the tea room. Please, we invite you back to plenary so we can continue the conversation. Thank you. All right, colleagues who are inside, please, in the tea room, please, can you come out so we can continue the program with this second panel discussion, a very important one on SRHR. I'll ask us all to please settle in as we continue the conversation right now. And we're going straight into the second panel discussion, Advancing National and Regional Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Sovereignty, Strengthening Policy Harmonization, Domestic Manufacturing, and Supply Chain Systems for Universal Access. It's a very interesting panel that is made up of very eminent gentlemen and ladies that will take charge of it from here on. I'd like to respectfully invite the panelists to take their seats on the stage. We have the Director of Family Health Department, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Binyerem Ukaire. Please, if you're here, can you just move to the stage to take your seat? Thank you so much. We also have Dr. Cletus Adoinzin of WAHO, Programming Resource Utilization, West African Health Organization. If you're here, Dr. Cletus, please take your seat up the stage. Dr. Klaus Runsch is also on this panel, Chief Health Equity Officer and SVP, Global Head of Public Affairs, Sustainability, and Internal Engagement of Bayer Nigeria Limited. Please, let's have you up the stage. Thank you. Okay, there he is. Also inviting Ekenem Isiche, Deputy Director, Policy, Advocacy, and Communications for the Nigeria Office of Gates Foundation. Dr. Maharajan Mutu is also part of this panel, Chief of Health, United Nations Children's Fund, Nigeria. Dr. Maharajan, you're welcome. And the moderator for this panel, I think there are meant to be 5 panelists. I see 4. Dr. Binyere Ukaire, Director, Family Health Department, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Dr. Cletus, I know you're there already. I see Dr. Klaus there. And moderating this panel is the technical specialist for reproductive and maternal health for United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, Nigeria. That's Dr. Achu Lordfred. Please, let's give them all a very warm applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope I'm loud enough. All protocol observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this important session on advancing national, regional, sexual and reproductive health sovereignty, strengthening policy harmonization, domestic manufacturing, and supply chain systems for universal access. With the distinguished panelists which we have here, we are going to go through a series of questions, discussions. There shall also be, I hope, time to interact with the rest of you to take on questions. This session is actually going to give us some insights, and we are being recommended to come up with some action or a call to action. So as the panelists will be delivering their remarks and comments, we shall be looking also towards some action points at the end of the session. Given the importance of this session, UNFPA thought it wise to, looking within the house, we thought it wise to fly in Mr. Farai, that I am going to call, to come give us a little presentation to set the stage. Mr. Farai is Technical Services Specialist, Pharmaceuticals and Hormonal Contraceptives, Product Quality Assurance, Supply Chain Management Unit in UNFPA headquarters based in Copenhagen. Mr. Farai? You will give us a short presentation to set the stage. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Hey, guys, we can't be dead at this hour. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, now we are lively. So, yeah, my name is Farai, as has been spoken, and I'm with the UNFPA Supply Chain Management Unit. based in Copenhagen. So I think what I'm trying to do here is to just set the scene for the panelists who are going to give us all the details that we require in terms of what UNFPA sees as the importance of this particular initiative, local production, and where we see ourselves as UNFPA fitting into this whole value chain where products are going to be made in Nigeria. And for us specifically, you know that our interest particularly is sexual and reproductive health, right? Next slide, please. So the first thing that comes to mind for us, I think in the morning when it was being presented, you recall that they mentioned that in Nigeria, 70 to 80% of all the pharmaceutical products that are used domestically are imported. For sexual and reproductive health products, it's even more, right? It's 80 to 90%. So that's a huge number that we have to address, because not only does it affect the people here in Nigeria, it affects even the programs that we have to undertake globally. I think I will explain further as I proceed. And the other thing is that when we look at, in 2024, what UNFPA distributed as products in West and Central Africa, they amounted to about $62.5 million worth of products. So this is just sexual and reproductive health products, which could be anything from condoms, injectable contraceptives, oral contraceptives, the whole range that UNFPA managed to distribute. So if you note that when you have $62.5 million just for SRH products, imagine all the other diseases. I think the DNDi was talking about neglected tropical diseases with HIV, with TB, with malaria, all these other products. You will see that the spend on this is just so high, and local production would go a long way in facilitating in addressing some of the challenges that we face as UNFPA and indeed as Nigeria as a country. Then the other thing that when we look at it from a sexual and reproductive health products perspective as UNFPA, I think this is not different to what other product streams are facing, right? The first thing is that import dependence leads to vulnerable supply chains. We can agree on this, right? So this applies across the whole range of products. And for SRH products, it's still the same. And this, in many cases, leads to stockouts. And for us as UNFPA, this affects different things. It affects programs, affects the people that we are serving, the women and girls that are supposed to get the products. So from where we are, where we have a lot of import dependence, remember I mentioned 80 to 90% of the products being imported, to where we want to go, where we have sustainable access through local production. This initiative is one which is of interest to us, especially because of the government support that we've been seeing. So this is a government initiative. We can see the government has brought us all together, the manufacturers, the partners, different organizations who are here because of this government support. Then we have a lot of support as well from the EU. I think you saw a lot of signing here. I could only envy. I've never seen this happening anywhere, where people are just signing all of them on stage at the same time. Then the other important thing is the public-private partnerships. Important. So this, when we look at it again, remember I'm talking from a UNFPA perspective, right? So this is how we see the whole value chain and where we see ourselves coming in. Next slide, please. So the other thing to note is that the ingredients that we think are important for us to get to where we have sustainable local production of SRH products are essentially these. This morning we talked, there was a discussion on technology transfer. I think the panelists are also going to talk about that, because I think one of them was there when he was talking about their partnership. They are going to talk about that. So we believe technology transfer is unavoidable. One of the most important elements for this whole thing to work, because you'll find that most of the products used in sexual and reproductive health are generally old and being manufactured elsewhere. There are new products coming in, but not a lot. Most of the products are quite old and being manufactured already elsewhere, and we believe technology transfer plays a huge role in ensuring that products are manufactured sustainably here in Nigeria. The next thing is the production capacity. I think as the DG of NAFDAC was mentioning, that they're not looking to only manufacture for Nigeria. They're looking to manufacture for the global market. So that production capacity has to be ramped up, has to be increased, such that the products that come from here actually can meet the demand that will come. Because inevitably, if products are made of good quality and they're safe, they're quality assured, then the global market is interested in them. So we see this production capacity increase being an important element. Then we also look at the widespread availability, achieving widespread availability. Again, there was talk this morning that we are not leaving anyone behind. Very important. And one of the things that was mentioned, I think, is when Emmanuel and Shegun were being introduced as interpreters. In addition to, we're including everyone in terms of language, those who are deaf and hard of hearing, but we're also including everyone with the different needs that we have. It's also interesting to note that, so for my brother is deaf, right? So I was interested when I saw the two interpreters. I've never seen this happening. So I'm very impressed, and well done to the organizers for this, by the way, right? Then at the bottom there, you then see the other things that are important. For these products to be acceptable globally, you'll find that most procuring agencies, right, most supply chain entities, they want WHO pre-qualification. So in addition to NAFDAC approval, NAFDAC regulation, NAFDAC registration, WHO pre-qualification then plays a role. And we have facilitated and we've assisted a number of companies to go through this process over the years. So this is another element that we see as being important for this to work. Then the next thing that we have here, just a snapshot of 4 countries where local production is. So just an example, right? There are many more examples. So you see Algeria, Nigeria, which is one where we are, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And the key things to take from here is that local production will reduce costs, right? Significantly. Local production will ensure that there is supply security and strengthening the supply chains. The other thing to note is that local production will create jobs, right? As the example of Kenya, which is listed there. Very important elements in a functional economy, in a functional healthcare system. Next slide, please. So as UNFPA, we have different aspects of our strategic plan. So the ones that I think would be of most interest and would be most relevant to what we are doing, what we are discussing today, is number 1 and 2 there, which is ending the unmet need for family planning. So this is very important because, again, we're talking of commodity security, supply security, and if they are manufactured locally and we can get these products, it means, it actually means we can end the unmet need for family planning. Then the ending of preventable maternal deaths. This is very important. I think we have too many women and girls dying from preventable maternal deaths. Postpartum hemorrhage are some of the things that should not be leading to deaths. And so this can only be done using products that are going to be manufactured, some of them locally. So there are currently a number of projects that I think UNFPA is part of. We're working with UNITAID, working with the EU, the Safe Birth Africa initiative, for example, where we're looking at postpartum hemorrhage products. Again, part of it is here in Nigeria, where we're looking to have manufacturers of these products here in Nigeria. So we see, we are part of that because we believe that this is a goal that ensures that we meet our strategic goals and our strategic plan. Next slide, please. So this is essentially my last slide before the panelists come in. So among the essential elements of this whole local production to work, regulatory approvals, very important. I think the previous panel was talking about regulatory harmonization and approvals. Very important that whatever products are going to come from this local production are going to be produced locally, are going to get approvals from NAFDAC, for instance, are going to get approval from the ECOWAS Medicines Regulatory Harmonization, are going to get approval across the continent, are going to get approved outside the continent. And one of the mechanisms I already mentioned are going to also be accepted even at WHO pre-qualification level, which ensures that global supply that I alluded to earlier. And in this, we've also worked with a number of parties. I think recently, last month in September, we convened about 17 regulators from Africa in Lusaka, where NAFDAC was a part of it, training on some of the topics that are related to quality assurance of postpartum hemorrhage products. So it's one of those things where we think it's an essential element that we can't do without. Then local manufacturing, for products that are manufactured locally, to be accepted globally. I mentioned this. They have to be quality assured, and they have to be seen to be quality assured through acceptance locally, regionally, globally, through the different mechanisms that exist. And ultimately, it's essential that all these elements are there for products to have international market entry, because that's where the production then becomes sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now go directly into, I will now address my panelists. I will start with Dr. Cletus. Okay, Dr. Cletus, you are Program Officer, Programming Resource Utilization, West Africa Health Organization, WAHO. And we will very much be interested to know in what ways will the new WAHO Regional Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Agreement enhance access to quality sexual reproductive health products and services across ECOWAS member states?
Merci beaucoup de nous avoir donné la parole. Yes, I was supposed to make this presentation in French, but due to a technical issue with the translation, I have accepted to challenge myself to make it in English. I think it will not be fair from my side to respond to your question without saying thank you to the European Union for accepting to co-finance this grant designed to improve availability and access of quality products and services in our region. We designed this project with Enabel and Expertise France that I want to acknowledge here before I can respond to your question. To be able to achieve this objective, we are implementing, we think we will implement this project around 3 main interventions. The first one is to ensure enabling environmental for sexual and reproductive health in our region through implementation of ECOWAS Sexual and Reproductive Health Regional Directive that was approved in Accra by the ECOWAS Minister of Health Assembly in 2023. We also think it is important to use this opportunity offered by this grant to accelerate harmonization of pharmaceutical regulation in our region. Let me go to the next intervention, which is to secure family planning and reproductive health commodities. As you all know, no product, no program. So we think it is important to provide our member states with family planning commodities to cover part of total of their gap. We also think that it is important because one thing is to get the commodities, but the second thing is making sure that they are used. So we think it's important to build capacity of all the actors working in the supply chain visibility, starting from the quantification, the forecasting exercise, to the last mile distribution, including storage, quality control. Because as you know, we don't want to provide member states with commodities that are not safe in terms of quality. So this grant will be the opportunity for us to make sure that all the commodities that we are providing our member states with are high quality. We also think it is important to accelerate. As some of you are aware, we are trying to establish ECOWAS pool procurement to gain time and money. So we think we are using this grant to accelerate this mechanism so that we can once use that unique mechanism in our region to procure whatever we are buying in terms of medicine, including sexual and reproductive health commodities. For the last intervention, which is related to demand creation and also services providing, we think it's important to improve the quality of services. To do that, it is important to improve, to train or build capacity for services providers, private sector and public sector. We also think that it's important to promote safe sexual behaviors among our young brothers and adolescents. We are also trying to extend one of our projects we have been experimenting for almost 6 years, maintain child girls in school. So we think it's important to use this grant to reinforce this approach where we are supporting our sisters, the girls to be in school. You cannot imagine the number of girls that is leaving the school because they can even not manage their menses. So we're trying to use this grant, making sure that they keep in school and their capacity to move forward. Probably you are asking yourself, how are they going to do this? Because I just listed some, I think, a number of interventions. We think it is important to work with our international, regional, and local partners. Starting from Enabel, as I mentioned at the beginning, Expertise France. We also think that it's important that we have our partners for almost 15 years. I mean, AFD with us, and Bilemin Agit with us. We need your support to continue improving the health in our region. We also think it's important to use the capacity from local NGOs. The NGOs that are working traditionally in the area of family planning, I mean the IPPF affiliated, PSI affiliated, to be able to, once again, ensure that whatever we are doing in terms of sexual and reproductive health, including products and services, are safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cletus, for taking us rapidly through what is in the sexual and reproductive health agreement, regional agreement for WAHO. Lots of things, starting from behavior change, and also not forgetting addressing the issues around the services themselves, quality of service, including health workers. Thank you very much for that. I will now turn over to Dr. Klaus, Chief Health Equity Officer, Global Health, Public Affairs, Sustainability, and Internal Engagement, Bayer. Dr. Klaus, please, what role do you see the private sector playing in strengthening the manufacturing and supply of sexual and reproductive health commodities in Nigeria and within the region, improving access to quality services for women, youths, and adolescent girls?
Yeah, thank you. Please let me start by expressing my gratitude towards the organizers to having me on this forum. I'd like to, let's say, frame the reason a bit why Bayer and myself are present here. As a company, we have a long legacy of providing contraceptives to women in need. We've been the first company outside the US that provided oral contraceptives decades ago to women, and we have a broad range of commodities. And I joined the company 2018. In 2019, we defined a sustainability agenda for the company, and we figured out what we can do to not only do our contribution on the environmental side, but also when it comes to the social component. And in pharmaceuticals, where I am active for Bayer, it's all about access to products. And we had a look at the SDGs at the time, and we actually picked SDGs 3 and 5, so universal access and gender equity, as the areas where we can have the biggest impact as a company, being a provider of modern contraception. So when we did the analytics at the time, we've already been a long-standing partner of UNFPA for decades. The Copenhagen office is procuring products from us since decades, as I said. But we saw that roughly 250 million women worldwide do not have access to modern contraception, although they have the desire to do so. Back in 2019, at a conference in Kenya, at the ICPD 25 conference, on behalf of the company, I pledged that Bayer would help 100 million women in low and middle income countries to get access to modern contraception by 2030. It's not a cumulative number, it means 100 million women served in 2030 for the full year. We've crossed the 50 million mark last year, but it's still a long way to go. And it requires strong partnerships to get to the goals with supranational institutions like UNFPA. We are also working with the Gates Foundation and other protagonists in the family planning ecosystem. But it's also important to start working with governments. So, and this is actually what brought me to this place today. It rooted in a discussion that we have had with Her Excellency Minister Pate in Davos at the World Economic Forum, which then was followed by a first visit to Nigeria in April, where I also had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Mukhtar as the head of PVAC, and we rapidly understood that Nigeria is recognizing that investments into family planning, given the population growth that the country sees, is a good investment into the country's future. We see a high fertility rate with 4.4, with all the challenges that come along with it. So we've seen that there is a government which is committed to this area. We've seen instruments in promoting the anchoring of production into the country. And lastly, we felt like, yes, we want to be part of it, and we want to help women in need in Nigeria to gain more access. We reach roughly 30 million women in Africa as of today per year. 2 million out of them are in Nigeria. We hope that with the collaboration, we would add another 1 to 2 million women that we can reach annually in the future. So, and that's where also, let's say, we as a private sector can play a role, and where we also appreciate that under the umbrella of the Global Gateway initiative, the private sector is invited to be part of the solution and part of the activities that is also being supported by the European Union. So I'm very optimistic that we, thanks to the fact that we found a local partner, will be making fast and huge steps, as we did this year, to empower a more resilient provision of these commodities in Nigeria. I also have to say, wherever I go these days, everyone would like to see local production. No matter in which country you go, be it in Africa, be it in Europe actually, or in Asia, everyone is asking for it. But everyone needs to be aware that the trend of the verticalization that we see post-COVID also has its pitfalls, because the more you verticalize, the less efficient it gets. And as a research-based company, we need the funds to invest in innovation and new products. And if we do too much of verticalization, that presents us with an issue. I'm saying that because I think also some geographies or regions would be well advised to see, do we have regional champions for certain commodities, product categories, to serve a wider array of countries, because we cannot locally produce every single commodity in every single country. And I think that also calls for African-wide solutions And in this context, I very much appreciate the fact that we see more and more harmonization also on the regulatory front with the African Medicines Agency emerging. So, bottom line, we're glad to be part of this, let's say, initiative to make more SRH services and commodities available to women in need in Nigeria. We're proud of doing it. It's the beginning of a journey for us with a local partner, and I very much look forward to making this a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Klaus. One thing which stands out glaringly is public-private partnerships. And with respect to that, I will turn to the Chief of Health in UNICEF, Dr. Mutu. How can digital innovation and public-private collaboration improve last-mile distribution and monitoring of sexual and reproductive health commodities?
Thank you. I think both digital innovations and public-private partnerships are pretty big topics. So I'll try to restrict my points to what I think is very important and relevant for Nigerian context and where the country needs to invest more. I'm trying to, for the digital innovations, I'll split them into two components. There are two broad areas which I think investment in these areas can help revamp some of the local manufacturing efforts that we are doing. One is on service delivery-based interventions, digital innovations. There's a wide range of services that are available, starting from electronic logistic management information systems to innovative technologies like drones and unmanned aerial vehicle service delivery for last mile commodity service deliveries. Now, while Nigeria has done some work around the electronic logistic information management systems, the availability of these systems are currently limited to LGA levels and above, while it's not available at the facility level. A lot of investment needs to be done to make sure it's available at the facility level and at point of care where it can be. And also the capacity of the LMIS needs to be, ELMIS need to be expanded to cover a wide range of products and link them to other patient management systems. I'll come to that later on. The drones and unmanned aerial vehicles, there are some pilots being done, but given the broad geographic area of the country, a lot of investment needs to go in to actually accelerate last mile delivery using technologies like drone and unmanned aerial vehicles. Now, these are on the service delivery side. On the consumer-based side, which are more on the consumer-driven approach, digital innovations can range from on-demand delivery apps for medical commodities, last-mile consumer commodities, especially for sexual and reproductive health and rights, to interventions like mobile and telemedicine-based platforms. And these can range from people managed or completely independent, completely automatic mobile and telemedicine-based platforms. While these two applications on the consumer-driven approach, there is a lot of scope in Nigeria and a lot of investment needs to be done to expand that so that we can have last mile delivery of commodities for SRHR being easily accessible. Now, for all of these digital platforms to function, there is a prerequisite that will allow all these digital platforms to function smoothly and be able to transfer information from one to another. And those prerequisites are currently not available in Nigeria. While there are systems and architectures available to enable them, they're not yet available. And developing those foundational requirements for digital health interoperability and the e-health architecture and the different protocols needed for them, I would say is a prerequisite. before we go into developing these digital platforms, so that they can speak to one another and function smoothly. Now, coming on to the public-private collaboration, while for all these digital innovations there can be public-private partnerships to hasten some of the implementation processes, I would like to focus on this area, on three particular areas, which I think are very critical to SRHR, last mile delivery of commodities. One is, of course, the key topic that we are discussing today, local manufacturing of SRHR commodities. The public-private partnerships can range from what we heard today morning in terms of facilitating a space, having a space where public and private can come together, and the public plays a role in easing regulations or in de-risking some of the financial investment needed for private sector investments. And it can go up to joint ventures between public and private partners, joint manufacturing ventures, wherein public investments directly go into private sector for manufacturing and others. While on the first part there has been a lot of work being done, I think there is a scope for Nigeria to improve in joint ventures and actually bringing in the physical, increasing the physical space for local manufacturing, in addition to de-risking some of the physical requirements in the country. The second aspect where public-private partnerships, I think, can play a big role in Nigeria is in the procurement and logistics space. While Nigeria, through the Medipol and others, has done some innovative approaches on procurement and others, there are other opportunities by leasing out to third-party logistics service providers for last mile delivery of services. And those aspects can be explored and need to be included in addition to the manufacturing space as well. Now, the third aspect I would like to pick upon is on alternate service delivery models. Now, while today's focus is mostly on the local manufacturing and the other aspects, without a robust service delivery models, these may not yield the desired results that we are looking at a population level for SRHR. Now, what we see in Nigeria is in the past 30 years, the existing service delivery models have the results they've yielded have been quite flat or very slight increase in different areas. If you look at the National Demographical Survey comparing 1990 to 2024, the parameters have not gone up as drastic as it should have been. So there's a question that we need to ask if we need to bring in alternate service delivery models, looking at public-private partnerships or having a more regulated private sector alternate service delivery models. And these aspects need to be looked at for us to even complement the work that we are doing on local manufacturing, on increasing local manufacturing as well. So you have service delivery models that utilize these commodities in a broad way. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will now turn to Mr. Ekenem, Deputy Director, Policy Advocacy Communications at Gates Foundation. Why do you see investing in access to contraception as such a critical investment in Nigeria's growth and development?
So thank you, and great question. So when you have healthier mothers, healthier children, it leads to a more productive society, which in turn drives economic growth. And when you double click on that, I'll try to share 4 key reasons why we think access to contraceptives is an empirical investment that should happen in a society. For every $1 that you invest towards family planning or contraceptives, there's a $26 benefit, economic and health benefits to that. And there's also a $2 cost savings to the government, which also reduces some level of maternal costs, which then reduces pressures on the public health budgets. The second one is, when you think about it, is one of the best buys for preventing maternal and neonatal mortalities that happen. So for every investment you make towards family planning, there's been proven that globally, 44% of that goes towards reducing maternal mortality, and 50% of that goes towards reducing infant mortality. And that's one of the reasons why I must commend the MAMI program that the federal government set up, because that really focuses on reducing maternal mortality, and family planning is an essential component of that. You can see PVAC picking up some of that work around looking at how did they also help to reduce some of the gaps in the commodity space. And then the SWAP program in general, which this year plans to, I think, put towards, $13.1 million towards purchase of family planning commodities. Then I think the third one is really thinking about the fact that when you do have healthier mothers, healthier children, then you also have more women who are in the workforce. So it's been proven that at least 20% of them will likely go to work the following year. So what does that mean? It means that there's more savings at home. So, women are better savers, so there's more savings at home. And then you have more tax contributions towards society, which in turn improves productivity. And then also, there's some level of reduced dependency and poverty, at home. And so we think that when Nigeria does this, and especially as Nigeria is taken about their new National Development Plan, you can reduce multidimensional poverty and support by having more women in the workforce. And then it also ties into the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 5, which is no poverty, and SDG 8, which is driving economic growth. And I think the other reason we want to share is that when you have an investment towards family planning or child spacing or contraception in general, you have more young ladies who are likely to get better education and go higher in terms of educational needs, which once again ties into a more productive society. And we've also seen that there's been a 27% statistic that children that have less than 2 years interval are more likely to be stunted. So it's one of those imperatives that, investing in this also leads to some level of productive children, productive minds, and then once again, which in turn leads to a more productive society. So we think that this is essential. It's a growth driver. You have healthier children, healthier mothers, and as we said earlier on, the government is also a champion in this cause through the MAMI SWAP initiative. And with some of the work that PVAC is doing, I believe that these are the enablers that we should be looking at in terms of how we can drive more and more work towards the FP space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Family planning, healthy children, healthy families, economic health benefits put together. I think we have exhausted our panelists, and we still have maybe 5 minutes to go. In 5 minutes, maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions.
Like 4 questions.
1 or 2 questions. I think there is a hand in the middle here which came up first, so we will take one from this line and then another one from this line, and we'll see whether we will still have time. Please keep your questions or your comments very short. And if you can, if it is a question, if you can identify the panelists to whom you are addressing the question, it will be better.
Thank you very much. Professor Carlo is my name. I'm from the Applied Systems Engineering Research Center here in Nigeria. My question will be a general one because we hold so many conferences in Africa. And there is a disconnection between the very beautiful conferences and what Africa really needs. Africa has a $685 billion debt Africa is owing the Paris Club about $685 billion. African governments are going to pay back this year alone $87.7 billion. And this is about 24% of the entire GDP of Africa. So Africa is going to pay a rent of $87.7 billion. Broken down, 60% of the budgets in Africa are going to go to servicing debts, while 20% is going to go to servicing recurrent expenditure. The remaining meager 20% is going to be slashed between capital projects. We are not talking about research anymore. And then 10% is unaccounted for. A friend of mine says 10% goes to paying tithe. What I want to ask the very distinguished panel is this. Since it is known from the statistics I've given now that African governments lack the financial wherewithal for creating these processing systems, Africa has plans. We can get the cures for cancer, for cures for even malaria from the herbs. We can create APIs from these herbs. We can create active pharmaceutical ingredients. What Africa needs is the direct funding in form of an equity where you bring in your capacity to invest 60% and you use the McDonald's factor. As a young student in Germany, I worked in McDonald's. McDonald's brings in the same structure in New York, even in Munich.
Please, Prof, can you land?
Thank you very much. I'm not going to take your time, but I want to see what is the commitment of the funding that African governments need to bring in these systems to start to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Let me take the other hand from this side, and then we will come.
Okay, fortunately, the microphone is in my hand. The moderator keeps looking over my head. I'm Remy Adeseun, and I'm founder and CEO of Aderemi Adeseun Advisory, 3A. My question is directed to Dr. Muthu, if I get the name correctly, UNICEF. And he was talking about interoperability being a key requirement for many of the digital innovations to work effectively, communicate amongst each other. And he said something to the effect that this is not available in Nigeria yet. But I want to invite you, November 26 to 28, there is a body called the Digital Health Interoperability Network, which is having testing of many of these things that are already designed, FIRE resources, by Nigerian health tech innovators. And what is required is for the entire system, which now has an architecture in the form of the National Digital Health Architecture, right, to rally around adoption and implementing these things. In FCT, there's an opportunity, which I'm supporting the Mandate Secretary to drive, where that integrated digital health platform is being designed to connect supply chain from upstream manufacturing all the way down to the last mile with clinical services, so you can see the population health aspect of things, you can see the demand side of things, and linking it to health financing. So it'll be very helpful that global health agencies like yours can support these initiatives which are being driven locally, both at the private sector health tech innovators level, as well as subnational units like the FCT. So I look forward to engaging with you to see how can we bring you in and how can you support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. They look like questions, and at the same time, they are more of contributions. And 20 seconds. To the lady. The lady, yes. 20 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Fumi Adewara. I'm the founder and CEO of Mobi Health International. We are an integrated telemedicine company. Thank you, Mr. Aderemi, for pointing that out. I operate in the digital health space, and we all know that technology can improve access to healthcare for women and children, particularly for reproductive health. Just based on what he has said in terms of lack of interoperability, I'm wondering, in Nigeria, we don't have a national telemedicine guideline. Next week, we'll be hosting the National Telemedicine Conference, where all stakeholders will be coming together to contribute to the policy. I'm just wondering what the EU is doing in this regard to help to nationalize telehealth solutions, including digital health solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So can I
Let's first get some reactions up here, and if the MC will give us more time, then we will take more questions. One last question from a lady, gender balance.
Yes, sir, my hand has been up since, sorry. Thank you very much. I am Falade Oluwadunsi. So considering all what we've been talking about, I work in the in the people with disability space, and I noticed that we've not actually spoken concerning people with disabilities. How do these things get to them? People, yes, the sexual and reproductive health. How do we drive it towards people living with disabilities? Because definitely it is not the same measures you take for people living without and people living with. So what are the measures that are currently in place to make sure that health services get to these people? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let me turn over to the panelists. Any contributions? There was a specific question for Dr. Mutu, but like I was saying a while ago, I consider most of the interactions as contributions. And there is also like one which is a bit more specific about people with disabilities. So who wants to go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think I want to say something about the first question, funding the gap. I think the first step to cover any gap is to make sure that we have a platform that can make available a gap. And I think we have something that I think is important here to share with you. We have developed for almost 15 years a platform that we call VAN, which can provide to all the member states. From now, I can just go in the platform and tell you the level of stock of any contraceptive, the quantity of condom in Nigeria, quantity of condom in Benin, in Togo, in any other member states, and then also tell you what are their gaps in terms of commodities. Who take engagement for what, and how far are we, and how can we cover the gap? So I think the first thing is, yes, we need to work to cover those gaps, but we also need to have a powerful platform that allows us to know where are our gaps daily basis so that we can work on them and plan for them. That's what I want to share. Thank you.
I think just to add to the gentleman that did ask the first question. So one thing I would definitely ask that you consider is looking at the current swap approach that the federal government is carrying out, where you have one source, that you have pooled funds, one plan, one approach, and how the federal government is thinking around, especially things around health. So that way you also reduce some level of fragmentation or individual things going on. Because like you said, you talked about the fact that there is a gap, but think about it from that point of view that the SWAP approach is one way to sort of think about how you can reduce some of those funding gaps, where things are a bit more coordinated and that you have better efficiency and productivity. And I think the other thing you have to think about too is even within the African institutions, the state governments, when you have more realistic plans in how you sort of drive the work you're doing in terms of governance and in terms of productivity or efficiency, then that's one thing to start thinking about. So we all have a duty to also hold our state actors accountable to make sure there's some level of efficiency in how funds are even utilized. Just wanted to share that.
Okay, thank you.
I think there were more of comments than questions, but glad to know about the Digital Health Interoperability Network meeting that is happening. I know there are multiple moving pieces for the interoperability within the country, But for any interoperability to function efficiently, you need a set of service registries, standards established. And establishing them, I think there are certain milestones. We are on track. But that's one of the fundamental requirements for any of the applications or digital innovations that you have to be speaking to one another. Otherwise, you'll have multiple information which will be in silos and which may not deliver the desired results. And the sooner we get to that, the better it is for SRHR, commodity delivery, and for service delivery as a whole. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Cletus, you want to make a comment on people with disabilities?
If you could repeat the question, please. Exactly. So
no, the question was addressed to, okay, what is EU doing concerning people with disabilities and ECOWAS? So, okay, yeah.
So the question is, what do we do in terms of supply of SRH, or?
The question was to EU.
Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, I think
I can't speak. I can't speak on behalf of the European Union as a private sector representative. So I know there is large-scale programs that have been referred to earlier today by the EU ambassador to Nigeria, which also cover the commitment of the EU in terms of the supply in the ECOWAS region. I can only say what we as a company can do.
Okay.
Okay. So we do have some capacity building programs where we bring SRH services into communities, into informal settlements, and there we, for example, partner in the Challenge Initiative. And these are, let's say, initiatives where we offer SRH services to women in need. I think it's 500 cities in Nigeria that are being served. And that's where at the point of service, specifically individuals or women with disabilities can be catered to in terms of their needs. So that's what I can say. Thank you. And sorry for, I didn't really understand the question going in there.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm being told that we have just 2 minutes to go. I think we've not really very much exhausted the issue around what is being done with people with disability. I don't think enough is actually going into this area. That is maybe my personal view. And I want to thank her for bringing this up. This is actually one of the domains in which I think most of our work is a bit weak. So we need to actually be thinking more and more how we integrate sexual and reproductive health and rights of people with disability into our programming. And I think I have 1 more minute to go. And in this 1 minute, let me take it to thank my panelists. And I think I gathered when it comes to the issue of like action points moving forward, we should be looking at eliminating regional, national, and state level policy and regulatory bottlenecks to domestic production and manufacturing of sexual and reproductive health products. We should be thinking of mobilizing innovative capital, financing, and technology transfer, strengthening resilient last-mile supply chains with digital visibility, establishing maybe a monitoring body to be able to track on sexual and reproductive health manufacturing and access initiatives, creating a dedicated maybe ECOWAS member nationwide market and procurement. Those are some of the ideas which I picked up, and I want to also believe we must also be thinking of putting in place, or if it is already there, making it function better, coordination framework with timelines to be able to bridge policy aspirations with practical investments and implementation pathways. I think with that, MC, over to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Achu Lordfred, who's the technical specialist for reproductive and maternal health for the UNFPA, and to all the panelists as well, Dr. Cletus Adohinzin of WAHO, Dr. Klaus Runsch of Bayer Nigeria Limited, Ekanem Isiche of the Gates Foundation, and Dr. Maharajan Mutu of UNICEF. Thank you once again. Please, if you could just come forward, just stand for your picture. Let's make the applause for them warmer. I'm sure we enjoyed the conversation, right? Yeah. Great. So while that picture is ongoing, we'll be going out for lunch at this point in time. Lunch doesn't mean the end of the program. We still have quite a lot to deal with. And when we get back from lunch, it will be all about the money, finance models and partnerships. You would not want to miss this, trust me. That's what we'll be focusing on. Thank you once again to our panelists. We appreciate you, and thanks for the great points you have raised. Lunch will be happening at that door, through that door to my extreme. That's at the end of the room. Favor is waving her hand from there, and she will lead you to where lunch will take place. Lunch will be for another 35, 40 minutes. We apologize for the hold up at tea break, but we hope that we'll not have any hold up where lunch is concerned. Please remember to take your bags, remember to hold on to your valuables, remember to have your phones and other devices with you, and not mix up your bag with another person's own. Please take care of your belongings. Thank you so much, and see you all here in another 35, 40 minutes. Thank you. And bon appetit. All right, let's go for lunch. We don't have very much time. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, please let's go for lunch. We are convening back at 2:30, please. 2:30 on the dot. It's a light lunch. Let's do a quick one. Some of us are going back to their destination today. Lunch is just at the exit door at the end of this hall, and immediately you exit, take a left turn and walk in that direction to the dining area. Or we don't want the lunch, we can go to the next panel section. Let's do lunch, ladies and gentlemen. 2:30 p.m. we reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you for making your way in. We wait for other colleagues to keep coming in. The light music will keep going on for another few minutes. Please, thank you. Our next panelists are actually around. Our moderator is here. She has been for a while. And we'll get into that session very, very quickly. Okay, so if we could settle down. And for colleagues who are still in the room having lunch, can we just please hurry them up? Ushers, please help me so we can hurry them up. to come in here as we go into the next session. Ushers, please help to hurry them up. So we go into this next session, a very important one at that. And as we begin, just to take you through some thoughts from what happened in the morning session. We have the opening sessions with goodwill remarks from EU delegation, the government of Nigeria, and different partners. It was all about renewing commitments towards local manufacturing and the reassurance of support by the government of Nigeria in terms of training, enabling environment, and financing. We also had a very important highlight, which was the signing session of MOUs. Can we please settle down? Thank you. Thank you. The first MOU between WAHO and the EU, the second between the EU and the government of Nigeria, and the third, Bayer and Nigeria, all aimed at distribution, supplies, technology transfers, and eventual local manufacturing. The third aspect of the morning session was the panel discussion, which discussed regulatory frameworks and the call to action. And a few notes from there were to ease the processes for getting approvals, licenses, and regulatory approvals, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. Secondly, to ensure quality of workforces from university to postgraduate levels. And the third point, to support financing for innovation, research, and supply of drugs for treatment of NTDs. Also, Nigeria, through the ACME, conducting stem cell research was one of the points that came out of that conversation. The second panel discussed renewed investments, and there were renewed investment cases on family planning and maternal health commodities. Also, the need to increase local production of SRHR commodities, including family planning, and this should be prioritized. Funding of SRH commodities comes with digital health information systems, including interoperability and telemedicine. And another very important point that was highlighted by that committee, by that panel, which came from one of our audience members, talked about the place of people with disabilities, people living with disabilities, and how exactly to get them included. And this came as a point that not enough was being done for PWDs, and this needs to be scaled. On the SRHR level, integration and programming needs to be scaled to include people with disabilities. Now, this is just a summary. This is just a summary of what happened earlier in the morning and in the early afternoon. We say good afternoon to you. We hope you enjoyed your lunch, and we look forward to the concluding moments of our day together at the Nigeria EU Health Investment Forum. Now, money, they say, makes the world go round, right? And without money, we'll definitely not make any headway. And that's why in this conversation, this particular panel discussion, it's all about finance models and partnerships. And we have an array of special guests who will be joining us on this panel. May I respectfully invite the panelists. Funke Falade is one of our panelists this afternoon from the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. Oh, yeah. Funke, you're welcome. Good to have you here. Would also like to invite Dr. Benson Ayodele Cole, Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. I hope you're still here with us. Fantastic. Great to have you here. Mr. Oluwatosin Jolayemi. Okay, Yes, I know he's represented by you, sir. Let me see if I can find that name and introduce it properly. Unfortunately, I know it's Mr. Frank, right? Did I get it? Yes, I remember. I think it's Frank Moneme. Did I get it? Yep. Yes, amazing. Wow. Okay. And he's representing PMG MAN. We also have DSM Firmenich, I hope I got that right, represented by Jap Van Bisten. You're welcome. Great to have you here. Also, for the European Union, European Commission, Directorate General for International Partnerships Unit of G4, Miguel Campo Lopez is here. Thank you. And from the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, the Director of Investor Relations Department, Lovina Kayode, also here. You're welcome, ma'am. Great to have you here. And we have finally on this panel, Mr. Mark Okoye of the Southeast Development Commission. I know he was here earlier. I don't know if he's still around, but if you are, kindly join up on the panel. Ah, fantastic. You're welcome. Sir.
Very uncomfortable.
Okay, so I think our moderator is not there yet. So we need our moderator to have a seat on the panel. All right, so very quickly we'll arrange that to have our moderator, who is the technical advisor at PVAC, to moderate this very important panel. I mean, we say, put your money where your mouth is, right? And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Please welcome our moderator, Aisha Bashir. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like we have a full house on the panel this afternoon. Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have full bellies and are ready for a really lively conversation this afternoon. Our topic today is on healthcare investments in Nigeria and manufacturing. All right, so we have a short amount of time, and with our distinguished panel, I'd like to make sure that we have enough time to hear from each of them. So we're just going to dive right in. We've assembled a panel that represents the entire healthcare investment ecosystem. And perhaps we'll start with an icebreaker question for our panelists. And I'd like each of our panel to answer this question, and please, within 2 minutes. If you could fix one systemic barrier to healthcare investment in Nigeria, whether regulatory, financial, infrastructural, or cultural, what would it be? And why would that single fix unlock exponential investment? So maybe we'll start with Lavina.
Okay. Hello? Okay. So, you've put me on the spot. I was hoping you would start with him so that I'll get my thoughts together. Okay, yes, please do.
Sure.
Yes.
All right, Miguel.
I'm going to give her 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Yes, so if I had to choose one, it's difficult. I have to do two or just one?
Just one, please.
Okay, just one.
Maybe
okay.
we'll come back afterwards.
Okay, perfect. So, Jan, one would be access to finance, definitely. And it's not so much because I believe in it, which I do. I've been working for the last 5 years in trying to make sure that private sector in Africa can access funding. But it's also because if you look at any survey that is done by any of the international organizations or governments, access to finance is always at the top of the list of companies in sub-Saharan Africa. It's the biggest challenge because both local financial actors are not providing funding, international actors have certain limitations, and of course, if you want to grow the private sector, if you want to grow the pharma sector, if you want to grow manufacturing, you need access to finance. Then, of course, you have other elements in that list of priorities. You have energy, you have governance.
One, Miguel.
No. But my choice is access to finance because that's also what companies say it's what they need most.
Thank you.
I can go ahead now.
Please
Can I
do.
go ahead? He's giving me the chance. Okay, so for me, maybe because I am from the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, I would say access to information, not just any information, but quality information, because I am aware that investors always require information even before they make a decision to do business in any country. So in Nigeria, we have found out that, yes, we have what it takes in terms of resources, in terms of the market, but when you need the information that will guide the investor, there's always a problem. So that's one area I think we should do something about. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Benson, as an operator, perhaps you might have another view.
Well, yes, thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. If I'm to fix one thing to unlock healthcare financing in Nigeria, and I mean across the entire value chain, it will be fixing out-of-pocket payment for healthcare services. If we fix that as a country, even reducing the number from the current statistics of about 85% or more out-of-pocket payment pattern, then we can unlock the value chain. Because at the end of the day, when an investor has made investment into either manufacturing, diagnostic services, or regular hospital services, you need people to patronize those services. And where everybody is paying out of pocket, it becomes a challenge. Today we have availability of a number of healthcare services, but people are not able to procure them at the time of need. So if we are able to manage the out-of-pocket expenditure, will go a long way in unlocking the healthcare value chain. Now, let me just add by saying that how do we then do this? I think we may need to change the way we spend our limited healthcare budget. So we have a healthcare budget that goes into servicing. About 75% of the healthcare budget goes into servicing salaries, wages, and stuff for public health workers, both from the teaching, at the teaching hospitals, research institutions, and the likes. At the end of the day, less than 25% of that healthcare budget actually go into the areas that can, change the healthcare outcomes that we have as a country. So rather than input-based financing, we can actually do output or outcome-based financing. With the same limited healthcare budget we have, we can change our healthcare indices. There are other panelists. I wouldn't want to take our time so much on this, but it's something that other countries have done, and they are even spending less per capita compared to Nigeria, and yet having better healthcare outcomes, because the output-based financing enables the operators to offer service to the population at the time of need without worrying about how the patient is going to pay for the service. So that will lock the value chain entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Mark, what are your thoughts?
I thought I was going to come last. But
I think it's a fantastic question, and there are many ways to address it, many solutions, obviously, from very distinguished guests and panelists who are here. But from my end, I would say it's getting us to transition from announcing project concepts, spending resources on surveys and assessments, but getting government to understand that in today's world, to access finance, it's a bit more than information. You must do extensive work on project preparation, right? From our end in the Southeast Development Commission, our view is that at least 10% of our budget will be spent on investing in project preparation. And what do I really mean? We want a number of pharmaceutical companies to come and set up in Anambra or in the Southeast. We want vaccine manufacturers to come and set up. There's no infrastructure. There are no industrial parks. There are no special economic zones. There isn't structured modern facilities to drive logistics, warehousing, markets where these will be sold. The more we don't, global capital now is no longer about just saying the Southeast has 29,000 square kilometers and it has 4 major cities and we have fertile land and all of that. There's a bit more that people want to see. They want to see bankable projects. They want to see opportunities that have been well thought out. So for us, before the year runs out, we'll be launching what we call the Southeast Project Preparation Facility, which allows the state governments who have great ideas and great project concepts within the pharmaceutical space and other sector agnostic areas to bring those opportunities and for us to support them, working hand in hand, do our feasibility studies, acquire the land properly, set up the special purpose vehicles, do the business case, do the master plans, and then have clarity on the opportunity before we go into site. So I think if we do that, a lot of that financing that is circulated around the world will find direction in our region and our different areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Yap?
Thank you, Aisha. So if I had the power to fix something in this field for the pharma and local production of pharmaceuticals in Nigeria, of course, there's a lot I would love to fix, but I would focus on the regulatory aspect. I think before you have medication which has the stamp proudly produced in Nigeria, we need to make sure that that any medicine produced in Nigeria has the highest standard. It adheres to the highest standards in pharma. That also means we need the regulatory agencies to ensure that all ingredients that go into the pharmaceutical products are held to the highest pharma standards and not food grade. Then, besides having the regulatory in place, we also need to have the capacity in place for the labs and the equipment and the agencies to do the testing. Because if we do not ensure that whatever we produce in Nigeria, which is proudly produced in Nigeria, it should have the highest standard. Because otherwise, the end user will not trust what we're doing, and then there is no future for local production, and then investment will not come, and then we will not have growth in this field.
Thank you. And Frank, as a representative of PG Man, what are your thoughts?
So, in panels like this, I like to understand, I want to know how many of our members in the room, I look at their face and be sure I'm speaking their mind. Please, how many manufacturers from local companies are in the room? So, I can go ahead. Thank you for being here. You guys are doing a wonderful work in Nigeria. So, for us as local manufacturers, we are transitioning. And the CEO's meeting forum we had last 2 weeks, the theme was, we are transitioning, unpacking access to finance, challenge, and policy overlap. If you put it on a scale, for me to make a choice between finance and policy, and I think policy unlocks everything. And I want to give you a typical example. At some point, some multinationals left Nigeria, and some of their products, the prices were going up. And then there's this policy of Madam DG, NAFDAC, 5+5 policy. And that policy makes emphasis on stimulating local pharmaceutical manufacturing where there is evidence, to show that there's a certain level of capacity in the next 5 years. You show a blueprint of backward integration, or else you lose your market authorization. It looks like so much protectionism. But then, what happened with that policy is that there's so much, beta-lactam facilities are springing up in Nigeria. The last I checked, we have almost 12 pharmaceutical manufacturing companies manufacturing those products. And the only reason why it's happening is policy. Most feedback I get from the manufacturers is not even finance, right? Because there is need, and that gap must be closed. And I can tell you, when I look at those facilities, these are happening in a span of 1 year. And I can tell you, once there is, that kind of policy that is followed up on faithfully, because most times I said policies, formulation of policy is, 10% in formulation, 90% implementation is what makes the difference. And once you're able to implement 90%, you start seeing the impact in the system. And that brings me to even the presidential executive order of Mr. President, of which the team PVAC are leading on. You look at the numbers, irrespective of, even with the macroeconomic dynamics, the industry are making the best out of that policy. And companies are now repurposing their facilities and then building, to manufacture even those products that looks like they're, biologics. Companies are beginning to look inwards and say, we can close this gap. And another aspect of policy is, if the policy speaks to procurement, how do I guarantee that when I produce these products, that you're going to buy from me? How do you use policies to move it from private-centric to public health-centric? He mentioned about health insurance. If there is a guaranteed offtake, if I produce these products and the insurance policies are going to cover that, trust me, access to finance, the industry will start, finding an alternative way to make available those finance to set up facilities to manufacture those products.
So Frank, I'm going to give you a magic wand and say that today you can give us one policy that you think is going to unlock those barriers. Just one. What would it be?
Guaranteed offtake when I manufacture those products.
And who would be responsible for enacting that policy?
Government.
Anybody within government?
Anyone?
Can you direct us to a specific part of government that would be responsible for this? I know I'm putting you on the hot seat, but we'd like to talk about the solutions.
Government don't work in isolation. So to be able to make this happen, you have the Ministry of Health, you have the Ministry of Finance, you have the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. So it speaks to, be it monetary, be it fiscal policy, they all work hand in hand. It can't be just government is one. So if I'm to leave it in maybe I'll say, Dr. Mukhtar, his office.
Okay, Frank, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to your magic wand. We'll come back to the magic wand, but we have a policymaker on this panel, Lovina, as a representative of NIPC, right? You work within the policy area. And you also represent investors and also companies looking to work in healthcare in Nigeria. Recently, the Nigeria Tax Act of 2025 repealed the Pioneer Status Incentive and replaced it with the Economic Development Incentive, EDI. Can you explain to the audience what EDI is and how it benefits healthcare investors specifically? And also, how does this new incentive create a more enabling environment for serious investors compared to the old regime?
Okay, thank you, Aisha. So the economic development incentive is actually a tax credit, 5% tax credit on the qualifying capital expenditure. So the capital expenditure the amounts you have used to procure property, infrastructure, equipment, all of those things, to priority sectors that government has decided are priorities. So if you're doing business in that area, so for example, pharmaceuticals, you have, the incentives allows you to get that 5% tax credit for a period of 5 years, and it is extendable for another 5 years. It's unlike the pioneer status, which you talked about, which we are currently administering, which is a tax holiday for 3 years and then an additional 2 years, making it 5 years. So the tax credit under the EDI will start on the 1st of January 2026. What else do you need to know about that? Okay, so for the pharmaceuticals or the healthcare, let me say, area, there's a schedule in the Nigerian Tax Act, that's the new Tax Act. It's called the 10th schedule, and it has a list of different activities that are deemed priority by government. And if that activity is listed there, you're able to access that EDI, that's the Economic Development Incentive. The Tax Act also gives a sunset period for all of these activities to access the incentive, and that's between 5 to 20 years, right? Another thing it gives is a threshold. That's unlike the pioneer status. It gives a threshold for the qualifying capital expenditure. So say if you're going to manufacture pharmaceutical products, you have up to, I think, between 2 billion and 200 billion. And so if your qualifying capital expenditure is within that range, you're able to get that 5% tax credit. And so you're able to claim it every year. Cumulatively, it becomes 25%. So those are the good things about the EDI compared to the pioneer status, which is a tax holiday.
Thank you, Lavina. So, Mark, Frank has spoken about the need for policy. Lavina has given us an example of one area where policy is providing, I guess, an incentive for investors to invest in the healthcare sector. Given your experience with the Southeast Development Commission, can you tell us a bit more about how you're positioning your region to attract investments in the healthcare sector? And also from your experience, what are the practical lessons that maybe other partners in other regions can put in place to more effectively attract investment?
Yeah, thanks. That's 3 questions in one. But essentially, I guess for those who don't know, the Southeast Development Commission is one of the regional development commissions set up by Mr. President, by the federal government under his tenure, to drive development and also infrastructure development across each of the different regions. In the Southeast, we have Anambra, Enugu, Imo, Ebonyi, and Abia State. And we were set up February this year. The question you have in my mind, prior to this job, I had done about 13, 14 years in Anambra State government, where I worked right in the center of investment promotion and driving investments into the state. I probably would answer the first part of your question with an old example, and then answer the last part of your question with current examples around what we're doing and how we are shaping and structuring the Southeast Development Commission to help support the private sector to work with us in developing the region. I think 13 and a half years ago, walked into Anambra, there were no real structures around how they wanted to attract investment. It was really more about going to different international fora and saying Anambra is open for business, right? But very quickly we saw that that model was not quite working because everybody could see that, right? So what's unique about you? So we went back, sat with the crack team of the governor and came up with our own equivalent of the NIPC. We studied their model the Nigerian Investment Promotion. We also looked at some international investment promotion agencies around the world and tried to come up with something that had, policy coordination, policy formulation, authority and responsibilities, but also give it some bite in terms of being able to attract investment. So we set up the Anambra State Investment Promotion and Protection Agency, made it report directly to the governor and not in any other ministry, but also gave it some rights around being able to look at an investment opportunity and provide land, provide other incentives like locations, tax-free payees over the next 10 years, and a number of other things. So as soon as we set that up, it has lived through 3 administrations. 3 different governors have been there. There are more than $300–400 million of investment that have come into different sectors that has been coordinated by that entity. And it's become really a model, at least within the region and in other parts of the country, around how to use subnationals to attract investments. Now we have the Southeast Development Commission. Very quickly, we looked at the law. Our view is that we want it to be a long-term development planning platform, but also one that supports with catalytic investments in infrastructure that unlocks opportunities for the private sector to come in and participate in what we're in the development of the region. So very quickly we saw a gap, and that gap was really how best can we deploy investments in infrastructure that allows it to become catalytic, and how can we use that platform to also engage directly with the private sector. So 2 months in, we went back to Mr. President, appealed to him, and he granted us approval to set up a subsidiary to the Southeast Development Commission called the Southeast Investment Company Limited. So you have one arm that does the policy work, that does the long-term planning, that even does project preparation around these opportunities, whereas you have the investment arm that does catalytic investments. Because you look at a $100 million opportunity, for example. If I went to my sister at the NSIA, she would say, it looks good, I like the documents, but let's observe it a bit. However, we on the SCDC, SCIC platform can look at that platform, do all the studies, do all the assessments to understand that opportunity properly, and come in with perhaps the first $10 or $15 million, which could be clearing the land, going in, putting some roads, doing things that help you de-risk that opportunity to the point where she starts looking at it as quite interesting. And then when she's interested and brings in resources from the NSIA, you have other manufacturers who say, government has gone in with catalytic investment, NSIA has come in with equity, perhaps maybe we can go into that place and set up structure. So that's the sort of institutional framework that we have, that we're working on, that we've set up, and that's how we want to attract investment into the space. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mark. Really gave me a great round of applause. Thank you. That was a great segue, because my next question was for Funke. So you've given us kind of the high level in terms of what those structures could look like. Funke, as an investor, you represent NSIA, and NSIA's healthcare expansion program has already deployed over $200 million to establish cancer treatment and diagnostic centers through joint ventures with teaching hospitals. Can you walk us through the specific JV structure that you're using, and tell us, how does risk sharing work between NSIA and the host hospitals? And how do private investors and others in the room, for example, look at this model and adopt some of the structures that you put in place?
Thank you very much, Aisha. So I noticed that you didn't ask me what I would do if I had a magic wand, and I hope you don't think I'm the capitalist monster sucking out the soul from everybody represented on this panel. But to your question, I think NSIA's collaboration with tertiary healthcare facilities across Nigeria is really what you would call a public-public partnership. because NSIA is a government institution. The tertiary health facilities are government institutions. And this is the way it has worked, right? So we go to the tertiary health institutions who have an identifiable gap in terms of services that they are provided. We lease land from them, and then we provide the financing, we provide the equipment, we operate the facilities. We rely on the tertiary healthcare facilities for their credibility, their patient foot flow, and also just their clinical integration in terms of having some clinicians, some clinical expertise in some of the things that we're doing. And we found out that there are real benefits to this type of collaboration. So the tertiary healthcare facilities get to expand the services that they provide without any budget strains. And patients who are the ultimate beneficiaries of these arrangements get to be able to access services at what will be termed relatively more affordable than in the private healthcare facilities. And then we get some predictable demand and some predictable reimbursement and return on investment from the capital that we have put down. So do I think that this is replicable as a private-public partnership? Absolutely. And I think it's the private sector discipline that we put into this kind of structure that has kind of worked for us. This is hinged on three main things. One is first a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of each party from the onset. Very clear governance and transparent frameworks which engender trust. May be a bit difficult in the beginning to set those out. And finally, there must be a shared commitment to quality care, not just commercial return. And that often leads to very uncomfortable, honest conversations about investment horizons and when you expect to be able to make a sufficient return on investment, and when even the public healthcare facility expects to be able to make a sufficient return on their opportunity cost because they've given you the land and they've asked you to do certain things. So yes, I think it is replicable, but I think that just listening to what you said, I mean, public sector collaborations are something that we always continue to push within the NSIA, because we see the power in having one arm of the public sector and another arm of the public sector coming together to prove something that the private sector actually now gets to play in. Thank you.
Thank you, Funke. So, Miguel, we just heard today that the EU signed an 80 million cooperation agreement with Nigeria under the Team Europe initiative on manufacturing and access to vaccines, medicines, and health technologies, which I believe is also known as MAV+, right? Okay. So beyond vaccine production, what are the specific investment areas does MAV+ prioritize for Nigeria?
Yes. Thank you. No, but let me start by giving a bit of context of what MAV+ is.
Sure.
Because, for us, manufacturing is a way of achieving a goal, not a goal in itself. So what we're focusing on is a bit like my panel colleague was saying, is how can we ensure health systems that are functional, that are sustainable, that are resilient, and that are focusing on providing access at affordable price to the population of the countries where we are operating. So manufacturing is one piece of that, but we also work under MAV+ in supporting the government and the public entities. We work on skills development, we work on research and development also, and we have been mobilizing since 2021 2 billion euros in total, over 5 countries in Africa, but also supporting at continental level the Africa CDC, the African Medicines Agencies, because the way we're looking at this is there's a whole ecosystem that we need to work with, that we need to support. Following a bit some of the interventions of my fellow members of the panel about policy, about regulation, about ensuring demand, which was my second big issue that I think together with access to finance. So I think it's about covering all the different aspects of how to support the local manufacturing agenda of the African Union and of the individual countries. Now, in this context, we do deploy certain financial tools that are targeting specifically manufacturing, and as you were saying, a big part of it has gone to supporting vaccines, but it's not only what we're trying to work, we're also supporting diagnostics, we're supporting research and development, skills development, basically any manufacturing product that is contributing to improving the health system, including commodities for SRHR, and nutrition. So we are very flexible in how we look at the health logic of manufacturing. We just want to make sure that whatever we do, as my fellow panelist was saying, is not only driven by return, it's also driven to contribute to build a stronger health system, aligned with the government policies, aligned with the government priorities, and also very much looking not only at the national level, but also at the regional and continental level. How those manufacturing products can contribute to a wider agenda. Because at the end of the day, what we are committed with is with the African Union objective of achieving sustainability and strategic autonomy for the continent. That requires being very flexible in how we look at all these products and being open to it. One of the products that already was mentioned by my ambassador, and we have here my colleague from EIB who will be able to do a pitch later, is HDX. HDX is a 1 billion line of credit that we are deploying to support manufacturing. A lot of it we're already looking at with payback in Nigeria to some deals, but we're very open to look to other opportunities and see if we can support other products. HDX is looking at the higher end kind of investments, but we have other products that are also looking at smaller type of investments because we acknowledge that a big part of the private sector needs smaller investments, and especially at the initial stages. And we're also trying to build a new product that is even targeting even smaller ticket sizes, because what we want to make sure is that the different actors at the different stages can receive the necessary funding, not only to manufacture large quantities of product, but also to manufacture all the different elements around the manufacturing logic. So you can invest in a large pharma manufacturing, for example, but you need someone to build the crystal vials. You need someone to build the lab ropes. You need someone to, and those are sometimes MSMEs that also need funding and that we are trying to support through MAF+. So as you can see, it's quite wide. We're trying to cover a wide range of different investments. And we're more than happy today, and following up with our colleagues in delegation, to listen to any company that has a good business model, that is trying to contribute to the health system, that is aligned with the government strategy. We're more than happy to listen to those and see if we can support them financially or any other way to make their business move forward.
Thank you, Miguel. So it sounds like outside of financing, there's more of an ecosystem play here where you're trying to support all the various parts of the ecosystem in order to kind of achieve those outcomes that you're targeting. And you mentioned nutrition, and I'd like to kind of move on to YAP here. We know that Nigeria has one of the highest burdens globally when it comes to malnutrition. And DSM Firmenich has committed to combating hunger in Nigeria through rice fortifications in partnerships with the World Food Programme, UNICEF, Gates Foundation. So what opportunities exist for Nigerian manufacturers who want to partner with companies like yours on fortification? And what are you looking for when you're identifying local partners?
Thank you, Aisha, and I'm very happy that in this health forum, nutrition is being included in the discussion, because obviously when you reach the stage of you need medicine or pharmaceuticals, then you're a bit too late. So we are a global leader in vitamins and nutrition globally. Yes, we have committed to fight hidden hunger, so not only hunger and malnutrition, but also hidden hunger. And just to explain a bit the concept of what is hidden hunger, it's a lot of people, even in the West, on a daily basis, they eat their stomach full or belly full, like they say. They're happy to go and sleep, but actually they're lacking the key essential micronutrients in their diet, which will lead to hidden hunger, and especially in the infants and children, that has immediate impact in their development, in the development of their organs, in development in their health, which also lead into more sickness, which will then lead into more need for pharma. So I really appreciate that it's not only pharma we're talking about, but also in health. Within DSM Firmenich, we're not only working on the staple food fortification, which is of course the flour, the edible oil, rice, because I know in Nigeria the main staple food is rice. Like now today we had 3 versions of rice to eat in this event as well. However, the nutritional value is not always there, and especially for people that are that have a smaller pocket. So I really want to also give big compliments to the Nigerian government and also to PFAC. There is a policy, there is a push to do the right thing in Nigeria. And yes, it's easy to complain on that things are going wrong, but I really appreciate that there is a push to do the right thing. So besides the nutrition, we're also looking for partnerships in the pharma space, because at DSM Firmenich, we are a company that is over 100 years old. We have expertise. We can be a technical partner to the Ministry of Health, but also to our customers, to actually handhold them, including the pharma sector, handhold them through the process to see how we can use our ingredients as a solution to make products better quality, improve in taste, add medical vitamins in there, and basically handhold them to the process also to help them make it more cost effective. So yes, we are looking for partners to see where we can produce from MMS to other pharma products. So what we need from a local partner is actually that they have the same passion for the product, that you want to do the right thing. We want to produce locally in Nigeria, have the proudly produced in Nigeria stamp on it, and you need to be open to really go through your portfolio together to make it better and more cost effective, because it has to be sustainable. We can't keep doing it based on an NGO basis. It has to be a business, of course, a proper business to help Nigeria.
So Frank, Jaap has given us his needs in terms of what they're looking for from a local partner. From your perspective, how does PG Man support their search?
So I made mention about policy, and I'm still dwelling on policy. So he's looking for kind of partners, right? And then for an investor, you're also looking at, if I invest in this, how do I recoup my investment? So for the stage which we are as manufacturers, we are not, I won't say we've gotten to that point of maturity, right? Maturity level, but we're heading there. Now, yes, the likes of the EMSR, the FITSIN, they are targeting to be in that space where they can, go for complex issue and then manufacture for public-centric products. Because the MMS is a public-centric product. And that's why I made a mention about policy, because we must find a way to de-risk the investment so that you attract investors to focus on products like the public health products. Or else, the focus will continue to be on private sector-driven markets. For instance, I've had a lot of meetings, and I say, why should a manufacturer go into some of the MNSCH products if the only buyer is government? Now, you made mention about, if you look at the public health insurance scheme, you discover that out-of-pocket expenses is still 70 points. So if it's 70 plus, then the market should be market-driven. So any products that were not intentional, that the product should be market-driven, private sector will not go into such investments. So how do we de-risk, come up with policy so that the private sector will start focusing on this kind of products, like what he's talking about? Because if I put such huge investment and the only buyer is government, then it's not a sustainable model. How do we make it sustainable with policy? So when I put up such investment, and it takes me back to my conversation about off-taker. Right. So if there is no guaranteed off-taker, why would EMSR leave a guaranteed paracetamol that pays, if you get to Ogun State, if you get to her factory and see up to 500 people coming out from there, why will you go into that space? You only go into that space when you've gotten to maturity level, when you have enough, finance to put in that space. If not gotten to that space, you focus on those ones that when you invest in it, as a businessman, you're looking at returns on investment. If he's not making that, if there's no returns on investment or it's not guaranteed, then you don't get the manufacturers to go into that space. So it evolves around partnership, government, private sector to be able to make manufacturers to go into that space.
But Frank, it sounds a bit like you're also highlighting that there might be a challenge when it comes to demand.
I didn't get you.
It sounds like you're highlighting that there might also be a challenge from the perspective of demand, not necessarily supply. So how do we solve that? And maybe not just for you, but across the panel, right? So we're saying policy. If I hear you loud and clear, policy and offtake agreements, right?
It's the same thing is applicable to API, vaccine, right? Why will I set up an investment and go into vaccine and API if there is no guaranteed offtake? Because it's a huge investment. So if I go into that space, there must be a policy that, okay, if I'm manufacturing API, because it's a competitive product, you're going to compete with China, you're going to compete with India, so it is price driven. And of course, if you're talking about PQ, WHO qualification, it's also price factor. It's not given that I got PQ, WHO qualification does not guarantee that you're going to pay me, they're going to buy from me. So there must be a framework to guarantee, because of the scarce resources of manufacturers, because the local manufacturers has not gotten to that maturity level. Mm-hmm. So when I set up such investment, there must be a guaranteed offtake. So if that is not happening and it's not demand-driven, private sector, that means that public sector must make huge investments to be able to take up those investments.
Miguel, it sounded like you wanted to jump in there.
Yes, because first, I couldn't agree more with you about what you're saying. Across the continent, when you talk to manufacturers, three main elements: access to finance, demand, regulatory. Those are the three things that everyone talks about. On the demand side, what we're trying to do from the European Union and MAF Plus, and together with the Team Europe initiative, so meaning working also with another 7 European member states, is to work on the demand side from different angles. To begin with, on the vaccine specifically side, we are contributing with 700 million to AFMA. AFMA is an initiative that it's embedded within Gavi. And the idea precisely is to create milestone payments and to subsidize part of the price, precisely because of what you're saying of being able to compete with other markets that not only are more developed, but also have been heavily subsidized over the last decades. So the only way to allow that African manufacturers can compete is actually helping them to be competitive in those tenders. So that's one. The second is we're working closely with Africa CDC, with regional economic communities, and also at country level, to try to strengthen the pool procurement mechanisms. Because we feel that we need to make sure that, as you rightly say, there's a clear demand on the end of the road, because you're not going to make an investment of 100, 200 millions if you don't have clarity on who's the off-taker, as you're saying. So one way of doing that is working with the large procurement entities from UN, from other entities, by making sure that at least a percentage of what they're going to be tendering is African-made. And we were very happy to hear from UNICEF that they announced in the Gavi Summit in June that by 2030, at least 20% of the procurement will be done for African manufacturers. So that's already one good step in the right direction. And then finally, I think it's very, very important also to work at continental level to make sure that African buy African. Because let's be honest, that's also an issue. And we were in Cairo in January in the manufacturing, local production manufacturing forum, and this was the recurrent message being sent by the African Union and by Africa CDC. We can put funding, we can put the right regulatory framework. You can put the manufacturers can invest and take the risk to go forward and invest. But if at the end of the day, Africans are not buying African, there's not much we can do. So that's also something, and that has to do with the financial assessment, has to do with the demand analysis, but it's also a political commitment from the continent that we fully support from the European Union and that we're trying to help through all these different stages. So fully agree with you, but I do think we're making progress. I think slowly we're getting to a point where there is more clarity on the demand. And I think that will trigger manufacturers to then ramp up and start being more active and being able to take higher risk because there is more clarity at the end of the road, no?
Thank you, Miguel. So in terms of getting closer to de-risking those investments and providing more guarantees for investors who are looking at this from a long-term perspective, Dr. Benson, the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria recently signed an MOU with PVAC, which has a mandate to unlock healthcare investments in Nigeria at the moment. Based on this MOU that's been signed, can you tell us a bit more about perhaps what are the things that you see that partnership with PVAC could potentially do to create this enabling environment that Frank has alluded to, and he's focusing on the policy side. So perhaps as a policymaker yourself, how do we think about bridging that gap?
Thank you. So that memorandum of understanding was signed with PVAC last week with the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria is very important for us in the private sector because it gives us the opportunity to work with a government agency or an arm of government in the forefront of unlocking the value chain in healthcare. Now, what that does for us is we're able to have those policy amendment conversations with PVAC, okay? Now, Frank has talked a lot about policy. We can't run away from it. If we are to unlock the pharmaceutical manufacturing sector, we have to do what other nations have done, the likes of Thailand, Indonesia. They did come up with policies. As at 2005, 2003, those countries were pretty much maybe at the same level with Nigeria of today, but they came up with policies that helped their pharmaceutical industries to leapfrog. So working with PVAC, we'll be able to come up with, policy amendments that can help, to incentivize the manufacturers in a way that we can attract more capital. That's on one side. But as Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, on our own side, we're also going to be able to pull our members together to begin to have those conversations around, group interactions, so that instead of each individual going to PVAC to pitch an investment, we're going to be bringing our members in a bunch to pitch investment so that it becomes sizable investment requests per time. Presently, we are also preparing our members, to shape up in some of the areas where we have not done well previously as private sector. So you'll hear about having 2 books in terms of tax, in terms of audit. You have one for the tax person and one for the real, audit. But that's something we're trying to discourage our members from doing so that we have good governance in our businesses. We're able to, nurture businesses that can receive financing, that are transparent enough to be able to receive financing. So we're doing that. Just about 2 weeks ago or thereabout, we had a webinar that talked about the current tax bill. When it goes into effect from next year, what does it mean for our members in healthcare? So we're already sensitizing our stakeholders to begin to understand what that means to their business and how they can reshape their practices in order not to get into some difficulties with the tax authorities. So in a nutshell, from our side, we're preparing our members to be able to have credible business plans, to be able to have credible business propositions, to be able to come together so that our investment requests become sizable per time, rather than each person just going to knock on the door of PVAC asking for $1 million or $2 million, which practically to the investor is a waste of time. All right, so we are looking forward to operationalizing the tenets of that MOU in such a way that by next year, you will be seeing testimonials of what that MOU has brought to the fore. That MOU also allows us to have stakeholders engagement in collaboration with PVAC across the 6 geopolitical zones, where we bring our members to the table to have conversation, and they tell PVAC directly their needs and the areas where the institution can intervene to unlock the value chain. So we are quite upbeat about this MOU, and we're looking forward to working, setting up the technical working team or technical working group with PVAC to operationalize the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I've been told that we've run out of time for our direct questions with our panelists, so we're going to open up questions to the room. And while we're preparing for that, maybe I can just quickly highlight some of the key insights that come out of this conversation. It sounded at the beginning that we were talking about financing, but from what I've heard from the panel, financing is only one small component of some of the barriers that we're seeing. Our panelists talked about the quality information that's available to make decisions. We talked about the gap in terms of out-of-pocket payments and what that could potentially unlock in terms of investments. Mark, you talked about the need for a lot of preparation. So before you even ask the investors to come in, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to prepare the ecosystem to be able to take on those investments. And then there was a conversation around regulatory compliance, and we won't forget Frank's key points around policy, and I believe what you mean is targeted policies in specific areas that allow investors to de-risk their investments and focus on specific areas to come in within the healthcare sector. So perhaps we can open up to the group for questions and even suggestions in terms of addressing some of the key constraints that our panelists have come up with. We have 3, okay. Can we have the first question? Please go straight. Your question, please.
Thank you. My name is Lasisi Godwin. I'm a youth advisor to UNICEF Generation Unlimited. My question, I would say, cuts across 3 domains, but I will be pretty quick with it. It comes as a suggestion as well as a bit of clarification from the panelists. I look at the conversations had since morning, from access to finance to SRH and now sustainable financing for health system strengthening. I look at that as probably a driver for young people. Now, in order to ensure sustainable financing, innovative ways of ensuring that systems are strengthened, especially within the healthcare sector, I think there needs to be more laid emphasis on ensuring that young people in Nigeria specifically, and it cuts across Africa as a continent, are empowered not just across access to finance or access to opportunities, but ensuring that there's more or less a sustainable path through which they get empowered with the necessary knowledge, looking at how they want to be able to access this finance. Because looking at the vulnerable population at large, we look at persons who have access to the facilities, have access to the hospitals, access to the health systems, right? Most of it is young people. And looking at Nigeria again, in terms of population, we have 70% of us as youth. So how do we now ensure that young people are not just recipients of healthcare financing in terms of the services it provides, but are now evidences of champions that drive sustainable financing within the sector? There are young people who champion these innovative ways of sustainable models. So how do we ensure that the young people in the country begin to become drivers of sustainable finance and not just recipients?
Thank you. Thank you. Next question, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Samuel Fayemi from AMA Medical Manufacturing. Mine will be very quick. To our doctor from NIPC, I want to just make an inquiry about the PSI, which you talked about. And like you said, the PSI will be rounding up this year, and will migrate to the EDI. can a company migrate from the PSI to the EDI if you're currently on the PSI? Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take the third question, please.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Dr. Salim. I'm the CEO of Nasceni Tromond. So for those who don't know, Nasceni Tromond, we're a biotech factory here in Abuja, based in Abuja. And we have started with an initial investment of around $18 million to date. And when we started with investment, we had 0 guarantees. The only guarantee we had was Dr. Mukhtar, his word, his vision, and our trust in him that he would actually lead us to a better place securing our investment. My initial question was intended to be to the gentleman from the EU. However, after this panel, I want to restrain from finance a little bit, especially that we are now envisaging other investment that are significant in the fields of oncology medicine. But I want to focus a little bit on regulations and policy. Nigeria is a fourth country where my group is establishing factories related to healthcare. And there are 2 things that I would like to focus on. The offtake part, sir, is very important, but we have to be realistic. No government, or at least from what I have seen recently, can secure offtake or guarantee offtake. However, through policy, this can be done in an easier manner. If we look at registered drugs at the NAFDAC, today, every single company worldwide who presents its files or dossiers at the NAFDAC can be registered eventually. However, as a Nigerian company, we are going to a country, let's say Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Italy, Lebanon. There is no reciprocal treatment, and reciprocal treatment is what we should focus on. If they do not register our drugs, we should not register theirs. And unfortunately, but I mean, this is not a war. How do they do it? How do they do it in Egypt, for example? In Egypt, they're looking at each molecule, and they register 5 companies or 5 brands of each molecule. Once it's done, it's done. They would not register 100, they would not register 500. Because even if we register here, and the policies is easy, and NAFDAC gives us registration in a day, and the government is off-taking all of our production, at the end of the day, we will still have imports that are coming that will be cheaper because they do not have our regulations, that will be cheaper because they do not have our quality. And on the long run, this is not sustainable. The second point, and I will be very brief, is unfortunately smuggling. Up until 2016, the Republic of Niger has 92% of the drugs that you would find there that were smuggled. And if I'm not saying they're not good, I'm saying that if it is smuggled, it means that it's not going through the regulatory process that we are following. It means that if the NAFDAC is giving us, through regulations, protection as local manufacturers, the import that is going from the site is going to kill our market. And in order for us to sustain the hundreds of jobs that we have, in spite of the difficult conditions in Nigeria to produce, this needs to be controlled. So policy, regulations, and implementation of regulations.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think the first question was around the youth and how can youth be converted from recipients of financing to drivers of financing. Mark, maybe you can take this question.
Why did you select me? Is it because I look like the youngest of the panel? But no, I think it's a fantastic question. It's a great gentleman who I think I met last week at the UNDP event. And I'll say a couple of things. I think whilst we're looking at the big projects and the transformational things that we can do, either from the policy side or capital mobilization side, I think it's also important, perhaps again through the policy side, to find ways to set aside percentages of profits and so that can go back into investing in the innovation ecosystem for young people. I think investing in Nigeria's youth essentially guarantees sustainability across our different spaces. So I think there must be a way, for us at the SCDC, we have a program called the Southeast Venture Capital Program, but it has three sort of aspects, right? One is investment in infrastructure around our universities, where we believe it will drive the conversation around innovation and get our young people busy, right? Thinking about how to disrupt the different sectors that underpin our regional economy. But secondly also is to, the second pillar is to work with the private sector and the international development organizations to introduce the right accelerator programs, mentorship programs that help develop them. And then thirdly, when they're prepared, you start looking at the access to finance through seed capital into those ventures. And for us, the healthcare sector is one of the 5 sectors that the Southeast Venture Capital Program will be looking at. I think the last point I probably wanted to make is, and the experts are here, you have, I think this is a good sort of audience of industry players, policy makers, people, capital mobilizers, and people who have $3.8 billion of funding ready for the space. But I think one thing we can do is to, I like to say there's no new idea. It's just you hear nice idea, you see what has happened elsewhere, and you can sort of take learnings from different stories of transformation within this space across the world, and then create what is the Nigerian transformational story. So right now at the SCDC, we're spending time understanding how Singapore was able to transform from a region that was a country that was not ready for independence, but perhaps is one of the leading countries from an industrialization standpoint today globally. And as they started to create their industrial policy, and which required obviously special economic zones, getting people on the public sector side to speak like the private sector, being very aggressive around driving investment into their industrialization space. One thing they did that I thought was quite interesting is the approach to vocational education and ensuring that the market itself, the job market, is scaled. It wasn't a government program. It wasn't government spending money on vocational institutions or government spending money on its education system to introduce healthcare disciplines. And so it was actually a policy regulation on every single industry that came into Singapore to ensure they also set up vocational training centers to equip the young people to ensure that not only are they bringing in investment, but from a sustainability standpoint, they probably have the best skilled job market. And that essentially is one big consideration for the big investors when they're looking at the region. So as the money is coming in, it would be good if the policymakers within the health space ensure that, and perhaps even NIPC and co, ensure that for every dollar that comes in, there's some fraction and some commitment to develop the job market within the country. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks. Thank you, Mark. The second question was directed at you, Lavina, which was around how can one transition from pioneer status to EDI?
Okay, so right now, the NIPC, together with the Federal Inland Revenue Service, they're now NRS, by the way, are working. So there's a working committee that is putting down the guidelines for transitioning from the PSI to the EDI, right? So on PSI, we have a list of activities that qualify for the PSI. And then now with the EDI, there's the schedule too, that has a list of businesses or activities that qualify for the EDI. Not all of these activities that are in PSI now appear in EDI. So if you're currently enjoying PSI, you have, probably you just got it today. I remember signing some approvals yesterday. So any company that got an approval yesterday will run through their 3 years for the tax holiday. Remember that EDI is a tax credit, not a tax holiday. So if your activity qualifies for EDI and you're currently enjoying PSI, you will complete the process, right? But for enjoying the tax credit under the EDI, that I cannot tell you that it will happen, but under the conversations between NIPC and FIRS, under the working group, they are going to send a recommendation to the steering committee, in fact, tomorrow, and the recommendation is for those companies whose activities are also on EDI and are already enjoying PSI, that they should have the opportunity. I mean, it's about incentivizing the activity or the business so that the benefits that will accrue to the country in terms of job creation, transfer of technology, you know, development generally and growth of the economy are realized. So we're looking into that, and I'm sure that they would buy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lavina. And I believe our last comment was around regulatory compliance and enforcement. Pardon? Unfortunately, we've run out of time. But I don't know if any of our panelists, especially on the policy side, have some thoughts or comments around the gentleman's challenge. Regulatory compliance, so around regulations through NAFDAC and enforcement of those requirements for other actors within the ecosystem that might not be going through the same channels.
I mean, I can take a stab at that. It's definitely interesting. As somebody who's always out there looking for potential capital mobilization into Nigeria, right? I think that one of the key risks that people throw up, especially people outside of Nigeria, is regulatory risk. It's around protectionism. It's around parallel imports. So, I mean, I think, Dr. Salim, your points are very well noted and taken, and it's something that as a country, and not just looking at NAFDAC, but as a country, looking at investment promotion, trade promotion, we need to really, really take seriously. I mean, I think that, and this has nothing to do with any of the contributions from the audience, but really from our contributions on the panel, I think that it appears a bit bleak, but as an investor, we still see opportunities. I mean, there are obviously opportunities if 12 beta-lactam factories are coming up in the last 4 or 5 years. But I think that we have to be very strategic in terms of the opportunities. It's either the opportunity is something that leverages what pharmaceutical manufacturers already have and just requires some kind of additional investment for them to be able to do something that perhaps is a bit more complex or perhaps relies on a byproduct or the same raw materials or something from something they're already doing. And that's a lot of the activity we're seeing. Within NSIA, we don't really find that as additional as looking at trying to solve the manufacturer's problems, which is why aren't you looking at more complex things? Why is it so hard for you to do paracetamol and simple antibiotics? And the answer to that, or one of the answers to that, is really looking at the upstream part of the value chain and looking at how people source materials, raw materials and intermediates to do those medicines or to manufacture those medicines. And I think that we've reached a point in terms of the vibrancy and spread of our pharmaceutical manufacturing industry to necessitate a deeper look into those raw materials. And some of them are commonly used across different preparations. And I think that that's what's really exciting us in NSIA, looking at those and seeing how we can potentially help to liberalize pharmaceutical manufacturing in Nigeria.
Thank you, Funke. And I think that was a really great way to bring us to a close. I think the opportunities are there. We have the investors here, we have the interest here. And I think, Miguel, with the MAV Plus program, a lot of what I'm hearing is there's a lot of work to do within the ecosystem that's not necessarily isolating finance as the specific bottleneck. And also, I think, Frank, one of the things you're alluding to also is around targeted policies that at least take parts of the problem, because we can't solve everything at once. So maybe what we need to start looking at is targeting specific areas and starting with those, and then hopefully over time building them up. Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists. Please can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you.
And let's make the applause warmer for this panel. They definitely did well. For a 7-member panel, it's not easy to stay within an hour. Thank you so much to Funke Falade, to Dr. Benson Ayodele Cole, to Frank Moneme, to Jab Van Bisten, to Miguel Campo Lopez, Lovina Kayode, and Mark Okoye. And of course, our Ebu, our moderator, Aisha Bashir. Please let's give them a warm applause as they take their picture. Yes, it's going on. But I think you should smile small now. Was it such a hard panel? Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Wow. This has been amazing. It's been fun. So many learning points, I'm sure, that we're going to take home from here today. But it's not the end of the show, not just yet, anyway. We still have the last bit, which is talking about investment-ready pharmaceutical projects, and also, going into the investment forum itself. We'll do our best to just keep this brief, sharp, so we can leave this building in very good time. But, of course, we have cocktails afterwards, so it's something to look forward to. By the way, we have the B2B pitching sessions, which was already planned. So if you're interested in that, we have a side room here that you can take advantage of. But we're going on right now. Hello, thank you. But we're going on right now to some initiatives that will be showcased at this point in time, the investment-ready pharmaceutical projects. And these, we're going to have 2 special partners come to speak, just for 5 minutes each, not too long, to what they have to spotlight for us. The first spotlight is on digitization and traceability. And we invite the manager, supply chain, digitalization, and traceability for UNICEF Supply Division, Mr. Max Kabalisa. Max, are you here? Okay, there we go. So Max is coming up just to spotlight digitization and traceability, and he'll do this for about 5 minutes. Please, let's give him a warm applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here today. And I want to speak quickly about the verification and traceability initiative that UNICEF is implementing in close partnership with the other stakeholders. And before I go into that, I just want to say that partnership that we are celebrating today between Nigeria and the EU has actually gone beyond Nigeria. And by saying that, I want to say that for this particular initiative that I'm going to speak about, we've been working very closely with the NAFDAC in shaping the capabilities and advocating for a wider adoption across the continent. And the European Commission has been very key in providing funds to support this initiative for the last 2 years, and they continue to do so. So thank you very much. The traceability and the verification system that I'm going to speak about, I want also to highlight that 2 months ago, we won a Pan-African Supply Chain Award for Innovation in Pharmaceutical Supply Chain. If you can, yes. So the architecture of this system that I'm talking about is designed in such a way that it can be actually accessible in different management information maturity levels. So where there is low or medium or an advanced information systems can also support this system. And this system is connected to manufacturers, and the reason for us being here today, and you can provide a digital twin of information that can support the traceability and verification of authenticity of the pharmaceutical products within the national supply chain, as well as capabilities in the track and trace, being able to track and trace the product from the point of production up to the last mile. And also, the system has capability to support a digital ring where you can have access on a patient information refrate across by one scan on a pack of the product. So one scan, and then you can have an access on a patient information refrate where you can have all the details about the product. The last piece, which is key, is also the Trust Hub. And this is the ability of having one scan, and that scan also helps in terms of having connection and bringing together manufacturer system and national regulatory authorities systems. And so in that case, you don't need to establish multiple interfaces. Once you build an interface with the trust, you can have access on data from manufacturers at the same time also from the regulatory authorities. So why today are we bringing this into local manufacturing? Previous speakers have just explained how important is the quality of the product that we produce. In the near future, UNICEF will start actually looking to buy product from manufacturers where we can track and trace their products. And for your information today, this has been included on the tender requirement for UNICEF. It's still optional now, not mandatory, but in the near future, it's going to be mandatory in the compliance with the national regulatory authorities. And so with the local manufacturers being able to do that, and then that is creating an opportunity also to be able to supply products to UNICEF. Second point, this is also brand protection. So as you manufacture your product, you want to protect that against the counterfeit, and that's what exactly Trust does. The last, but not the least, for the interest of time, the last one is very important in making sure that by connecting to Trust, also you are enabling local manufacturers to access a wider market beyond local production in the country. So you want to access the market beyond Nigeria into the region, and that they needed to have a serialized product that they can be able to track and trace their origin. So for the interest of time, I will stop here and hand over to my colleague John, but we are free. Please, during the network session, you can join us and we'll provide more details on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Max. And I'm not John, don't worry, but Mr. John Olushola Kayode is the Assistant Director, Regulatory Innovation Unit in the Director General's Office of NAFDAC, and he'll be doing the second part of this presentation. Please, a warm applause for him.
So thank you, everyone. Please, can we go back to that slide? We are talking about the trust. The trust is a pre-country traceability system, and then in Nigeria, we have established a traceability governance and legal framework. In 2020, we actually had the publishing of the National Pharmaceutical Traceability Strategy by the federal government of Nigeria, and then we have proceeded to establish a governance structure for the implementation of traceability in Nigeria. Then in 2024, we published the pharmaceutical traceability regulation that included an enforcement framework to ensure that all our stakeholders are able to comply with the pharmaceutical traceability regulation. So our implementation for traceability in Nigeria has been, gone through a phased approach. We started during the pandemic with tracking and tracing the COVID vaccines, then to AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria commodities within the public sector and selected private sector in 2023. In 2024, we proceeded to ensuring we implemented track and trace for narcotics products, and then this year we actually are requiring and mandating pharmaceutical traceability for MNCH commodities. So we have connected to trust, and the trust being a pre-country system that enables us to verify products from manufacturers that are supplying and are already connected to trust. So once their product are scanned within the country, our system is connected also to trust as a pre-country system to be able to verify that those products that are being scanned within our supply chain are actually from trusted sources. So what does this do for us? Looking at the work NAFDAC has done in traceability, it shows that NAFDAC is, how to ensure that there is the protection of, the nation, safeguarding the health of the nation, ensures safety and quality and efficacy of all our regulated products. We also are providing traceability leadership to ensure that, using serialization, we are able to enforce global standards that, are integrated even with systems, third-party systems, and even trust specifically, such that this can provide support for our local manufacturers to be able to comply with these global standards and provide them, the needed reach that, they will need to be able to supply to even the global market. And it is very important to know that once we are able to align with these standards, then the local manufacturers are able also to meet that requirement for traceability that provides confidence for the products that are going to be sold in the global market. So I thank you very much for the time and then for paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Max Kabalisa and Mr. John Ulushola Kayode, for the spotlight on digitization and traceability. They are still seated on the stage, so if you'd have questions for them, just hold on to it, and we'll get to it after this second spotlight, which is on the European Investment Bank and Human Development Accelerator. It's going to be delivered by the head of the EIB Regional Hub for West and Central Africa, Roger Stewart. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
The day has been long and the hours late. Aisha mentioned at the beginning of the last panel that your bellies were full. The issue with full bellies is as it's late in the afternoon and we digest, we start to fall asleep and be drowsy. So I will endeavor to not be he that pushes you over the cliff into deep sleep. In any event, so it's my privilege to represent the European Investment Bank at today's Nigeria EU Health Investment Forum that's been convened jointly by PVAC, NIPRID, and the European Union. When I turn around and look, I see Global Gateway. Global Gateway is the landmark platform of the European Union for lending outside of the EU. And when we talk about Global Gateway, the one word that is maybe the leitmotif of it is it's transformative. We've heard earlier today that as of today, Nigeria imports approximately 75% to 80% of health-related manufactured goods. We also heard from the representative of NIPRID earlier that by 2030, the objective is that 75% of manufactured goods will be produced here in Nigeria. That truly is transformative. So as the European Investment Bank, we're We're proud to stand beside Nigeria and the EU in this effort. In what we bring to the table, notre pierre à l'édifice, as it were, is our main engagement in the healthcare sector outside of the European Union, and notably in sub-Saharan Africa, is the Human Development Accelerator Program, HDX. This is a 750 million euro program that is counter-guaranteed by the European Union. And we are working together with the Gates Foundation. We're expecting that they will also bring around approximately 250 million euros of financing to the table to get to a full amount of 1 billion euros, which was mentioned by Miguel earlier in his intervention. So what is HDX? It's a platform which focuses primarily on manufacturing and R&D in the healthcare sector across low and middle income countries, with a strong emphasis on sub-Saharan Africa. It aims to catalyze private sector investment in areas of unmet medical needs using a mix of loans, venture debt, and market-shaping instruments such as volume guarantees, providing support to companies with a minimum of euro 10 million in investment needs. So the very essence of HDX is to fill market gaps that are caused by what was discussed earlier, the perception, investor appetite for risk on the one hand, and the actual risk profiles of the healthcare sector in LDC countries on the other. So to date, we have signed 2 landmark operations under HDX. BioNTech Rwanda, which is a 95 million blended finance facility to develop mRNA vaccines in Rwanda, and MedAccess, a 52 million guarantee facility that covers 30% of the first loss position on volume guarantees issued to manufacturers. Nigeria is an incredibly important jurisdiction for us. We have approximately 1 billion of exposure to the sovereign. We also have lines of credit to local banks and direct loans to manufacturers. 230 million people, 519 languages. Apparently there used to be 521, but 2 have gone extinct, I was told. In any event, so in the healthcare space, in 2023, we made a direct loan to Emzor for them to produce active pharmaceutical ingredients. It's a 14.3 million loan. Earlier today, there were 3 marriages. If we had organized this event in approximately a month, there may have been 4. So we are in quite. Let's just say that we've hired the venue. We've gotten the caterer, but we still have to choose the flowers, basically. That's where we're at. But we're quite, we're very close to signature of a line of credit with a local bank, which will be totally focused on healthcare, manufacture, and R&D, i.e., so we'll make a loan to the local bank, and then the local bank will on-lend to SMEs that are manufacturing and are innovative in the R&D sector here in Nigeria. In parallel, we're also exploring other direct financing opportunities with local companies and coordinating closely with institutions such as PVAC, NSIA, and the Bank of Industry, Nigeria's oldest development institution. Our HDX activities are closely aligned with the EU's Global Gateway Strategy, as I mentioned, and Team Europe's MAV platform, where we signed some things earlier today. And in closing, we stand ready to deepen our engagement in Nigeria's healthcare sector. We look forward to working with PVAC, NIPRID, the EU delegation, and our Nigerian public and private sector partners to unlock the full potential of local manufacturing and research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roger Stewart of EIB, the head of the EIB Regional Hub for West and Central Africa. Do we have any brief questions for them? Any questions? Okay, I see one. Any other? Okay, there's one question here. Please, very quickly, microphone to her. And you just tell us your name and who you're directing the question to.
Again, Dr. Jennifer Ayanti from Society for Family Health and HFN. It's actually to EIB, and I'm just wondering, do you have a site where people can go and, where, for example, local manufacturers can go and read about the possibilities? You talked about a line of credit in a Nigerian bank, exactly where, which bank, you didn't mention it, and things like that, just so that we can read a little bit more. I looked at the site, I didn't see much, so I'm wondering if there's another site. And then what areas of human development acceleration would you be focusing on, apart from what areas of manufacturing? Is it biologics? Is it antibiotics? Exactly what? Thank you. Hope you heard me. Look fast.
Thank you. So in terms of once the line of credit with the local bank that's focused on healthcare will be in place, then that will be public. And in fact, we will work with the local bank in terms of developing their pipeline of on loans to SMEs. So that's something. And then it's called the Human Development Accelerator, or HDX, which it has a site, et cetera. But the EU delegation here in Abuja is probably, I mean, we work hand in hand with them, and to the extent that you need information about specific items like that, you can always reach out to them as well. Sorry, what was your second question? What was the second question?
The site, where to go?
No, that site, that was the first question.
Okay.
What was the second question, sorry? Oh yeah, sorry. So it's broadly speaking, we've kind of narrowed the scope to focus on manufacturing of healthcare products and research and development. That within that, under that rubric, let's say, it's kind of agnostic. So it doesn't have to be specific. I mean, that's the broad rubric. We're trying to, accelerate, be part of this process of transforming and producing more locally. But I think someone mentioned earlier, there's a producing of the vaccine, but then there's a producing of the capsules and the lab coats and all that. And we're kind of like sector agnostic in that regard. Thanks.
I have an answer to the question. Thank you so much. I'd like to say thank you to Max Kabalisa, to Mr. John Olushola Kayode, and to Roger Stewart for being part of this spotlight on digitization and traceability and the EIB and Human Development Accelerator. Thank you so much. Maybe just stand here and take a picture. Sure. Won't be bad, right? Picture, please. Thank you. Okay. Maybe you could just move back a bit so we'll have some space. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Thank you once again for being a part of this, and indeed the partnership will yield so much fruit. That's what we believe. Okay, so moving on to the meat of the investment forum. We're talking about the private sector and, of course, the need for investments. Partnerships are definitely necessary for us to move forward. So I'd like to invite Thessa Bagu of GFA, and I know Oluremi is also going to be here. Shogun Ro will also be here from the GFA to take charge of this next session. It's going to be fun, so just stay tuned for it. Please, let's give Thessa a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's after lunch and I don't even have the money in my pocket that Roger has, but I'm trying to keep you awake. It's interesting, we have a theme. We have a forum about investment, and actually money was not even the most critical point. Another item that really came to light today was marriages. This could be a marriage investment forum, I don't know. Either way, to really transform the Nigerian healthcare sector, and the European Gateway the Global Gateway is transformative. We can only achieve that by leveraging on that private sector. Now I think 2 weeks ago, I was privileged to attend the PGM-MAN CEO session, and I was, as always, impressed with how many excellent companies there are already in Nigeria working against the odds sometimes to do business, to grow, and to provide Nigeria with what it needs. The other component is, of course, international excellence. And it is our job to marry those, have the regulatory part also sorted, of course, fund them, and make sure that business thrives. So we're very happy that we have a couple of companies here that have indicated their willingness to partner with Nigeria to promote, not just partnerships, but like, a bilateral or even an international collaboration. We had a questionnaire on the website of this event. We have a very strong Belgian component here who is available to show what they're capable of. So we're going to ask a couple of companies to come to the stage and say why you should partner with them, why they are worthy of investing, and what they have to bring to Nigeria. So without further ado, I'm going to start with some of the Belgian companies that I see, starting with a startup. So I'm going to ask William of IKIC to say what he has to offer to Nigeria. William, very welcome.
Hi everyone, welcome everyone. We've had an amazing day already to show how local production is going to transform in Nigeria. What we at IKIC, a Belgian startup, want to help realize is to bring all those products to the furthest regions in Nigeria with undisrupted cold chain. And the way we want to do this is with our innovative new technology, which are thermostatic batteries. I have one here in my hand. And the idea is that those thermostatic batteries will be able to provide coldness inside our vaccine carriers that is very, very stable and very constant. So with the batteries inside our vaccine carriers, the temperature will be everywhere the same. It will stay at 4 degrees. We will have no issues of freezing exposure, which is often the case when normal ice packs are used. The way we do this is that we can transform any vehicle into a cold chain vehicle with temperature control. We can go up to 48 hours without the need of electricity, which permits us really to go to the furthest and most hardest to reach primary healthcare centers, local government agencies. And the idea is that we could really transform the supply chain of vaccines, but also of other cold-sensitive products, such as laboratory samples, blood samples, and so on. We can provide also with these thermostatic batteries other carriers for different needs. We are developing backpacks who will be able to go much further and much longer without electricity. And also a bit less interesting for this particular crowd, but we use batteries also for agri-food solutions for milk and fruit and vegetables, as all of that is really in need of cold chain and reliable cold chain. So the basic point I want to make today is that we've developed new innovative technology for reliable and long-term cold chain for medical use. And we really believe that for local government agencies and primary healthcare centers to get the logistical supply chain up to them, or the storage at the primary healthcare facilities, that this could be really interesting technology. And so we are ready to partner up we want to find states or organizations or private organizations who want to pioneer with us and show that this technology can change the way cold chain is arranged in Nigeria. I see that my PowerPoint is finally came up. So I will just I've said already a few things, but I will share a few images. If you go to the next slide. This is something I have not explained yet, because IKIC is not a company founded by a private entrepreneur, but IKIC is founded by a Belgian non-profit organization, which could be also very interesting for all the topics that we've heard today. IKIC is founded by the Impact Licensing Initiative, and this initiative really tries to put at use the existing technologies for impact at scale. So Impact Licensing Initiative has a way of screening technologies, and the technologies with most impact potential, we try to obtain an impact license. And this technology, for example, of these thermostatic batteries is technology from a Belgian supermarket chain who invented that for their own transports. But thanks to the impact license, we have the right to use this in low and middle income countries, and we try to put it as use for impact at scale. And so we are able to generate all new applications for that existing technology without having to start R&D from scratch. And that helped us make a big head start in the beginning. Next slide, please. Here you see an image just of our health carrier in which the thermostatic batteries and the vaccines can be used. And the next slide is really important to show how stable our temperature control can be. So what we see that is often with ice packs, then you will have a lot of variation in your temperature, you will have freezing exposure, but by the very conductive phase-changing material inside our boxes, we are able to guarantee at 43 degrees outside that the temperature will stay stable all around the box at 4 degrees. It's a few images still. I've explained, I think, already before the PowerPoint came up. And I think the last slide is, no, this is countries that we are active already in Africa. Like I said, in Nigeria, we're trying to enter the market and find pioneers who want to help us develop a large-scale deployment of our technology. And lastly, just to show, like I said, this technology is all based on the thermostatic batteries, but you can have a lot of other use cases for this. And so this is our use case for milk or fruit and vegetables, or even for deep freeze products, as we're able to program those batteries at different temperatures. The one I showed and the one I have is at 4 degrees, but we're able to make them also at different temperatures, even -0. Thank you. Thank you very much for...
Thank you very much. And very transformative indeed. I mean, Mark Okoye was mentioning how we need to have logistics sorted before we can bring further investment in. But startups like this actually show that we can fix some issues along the way while, while we fix other challenges. I see that Dr. Remy Shogunro has also arrived, who can join me on the stage perhaps, because we're introducing some of the companies. Very importantly, the companies that are pitching will be still present during the reception. So if you want to collaborate, if you want to invest, if you want to partner, they will be available here for you during the reception this evening as well. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Remy to introduce the next few companies, please.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day, and for me, this is the time to really begin to bring everything together that we've been talking about all day with regards to international partnerships between our friends and our colleagues overseas and the Nigerian partners. A few groups have called in to say that they would like to, pitch. And I'll be calling them according to what I have here, without the names, just the company. AstraZeneca, Nigeria Limited. Are you here? AstraZeneca, Nigeria Limited, okay. Codex. Yes, Codex, please come. A round of applause for Madam Codex, please. Codex has a lot to tell us with regards to what they're doing, very briefly, and they ask what indeed they will be looking for. Come on in. Yeah, sure. Let's do it sharp, sharp, sharp.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Remy Shogunro.
Good evening, everyone. I will do my best to keep this very short and not bore you all. So my name is Mary Ogangu. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Codex Group. Quickly on our background, I have about 4 points I will try to summarize. But quickly on our background, Codex Group is made up of 3 organizations. One started in 2008 as import and distribution of pharma and medical devices. The second was set up and launched in 2023 December, and that is Colexa Biosensor Limited. It's a manufacturing facility, the first in sub-Saharan Africa, set up as an IVD manufacturing facility to produce blood glucose meters and strips. And it's also important to mention that this same facility recently received a WHO pre-qualification change notification approval to package a WHO pre-qualified HIV RDT. Thank you so much. This will be the first of its kind announced in Africa as a continent, so we're very proud of this achievement. Now, the third facility was launched on May 9. And it was a notable day because on that same day, the WHO MPP, the Medicines Patent Pool, also announced that Codex Bio, which is the name of the third facility, had received a technology transfer sub-license to draw down on the technology transfer license between the WHO MPP and SD Biosensor Korea. So this is a notable feat, and this is the first of such announcements where WHO is involved on the continent. Now, before I go further, it's also important to mention that all of this didn't happen by chance. As an import and distribution company, we use our experience over 15 years to understand the market in Nigeria and to identify the gaps, but most importantly, to identify the pain points of our patients. And we all know economic downturns happen, but the people at the brunt of those economic downturns are the patients. So our driving force with these 2 facilities was to see how we can reduce the pain that the patient experiences normally through challenges in accessing medical diagnostics, but more importantly, during downturns. And local manufacturing, as we all know, is one of the tools we can use to reduce that impact. So going straight, and now I'm speaking to the money people here, and maybe the policymakers if they are still in the room. We've had challenges. It has not been an easy journey. And at the moment, we are experiencing significant challenges. So I will be pointing out some of our areas of needs, but also speaking to maybe some suggestions that we might have based on everything that has been discussed today and as it affects us. So the first, these 2 facilities are based on some sort of technology transfer model or the other. Unfortunately, most of what we need to produce both the RDTs, and I must mention Codex Bio manufactures rapid diagnostic test kits. It has a capacity to produce 147 million tests per annum. Colexa Biosensor, producing blood glucose meters and strips, has the capacity to produce 3.6 million packs of 50 test strips per annum. Now, these 2 facilities source all their inputs from outside of the continent. And we feel that this cannot be sustainable. So we're talking here about the supply chain ecosystem and how that can be reviewed, how we can contribute in our own little way to resolving the issue. So here comes the suggestion and the ask. So we are looking for things like financing or grants that can help us set up a facility that will enable us produce at least 70% of the components that are required by these 2 facilities. The second ask is looking at the predictability of demand. PMG Man has spoken today, and we've heard a lot about what manufacturers need. For us, the second major ask is predictability. So maybe this is speaking to the policymakers. Recently, we supplied about $2 million worth of products in March, and up till today, payment is still on the way. This cannot be sustainable for any manufacturing facility or endeavor. So our suggestion in this regard and our ask is, can it be looked at where some of these financing and grants that we're talking about can be channeled towards procurement? Finance the procurement of manufactured products from the manufacturers and allow the manufacturers obtain scale through pushing out their outputs, following all these procurement or volume guarantees that are financed by some of your funds. And that way, manufacturers can make the money that they need to cover some of their needs and not come crying to us all the time. Number 3 ask, and I'm almost done, sir. We have a financing need specific for our Haraka Q, which is a brand of RDT's HIV. We are aiming that this brand will be the first to achieve WHO pre-qualification in West Africa. And the WHO pre-qualification process, while we understand the need, is a very expensive venture. But we are grateful that there are financiers here. Hopefully we can have link-ups with people who can provide very low interest loans or even grants to help us combat this cost of WHO pre-qualification, which we are very intent on achieving. The final thing here is because I heard about Human Resource Development Accelerator. Now, one of the things we've done, and it's important to mention, we all know Africa, the story has been Africa does not have the skills. One of the things we did from the very beginning, before the first factory was set up, was to collaborate with an academic higher institution. The university is called the Onobisi Onabanjo University. You can just Google and see, we've signed an MOU since 2022 with this university. And what we've done is facilitate a new course in this facility that in this university that they've never had. It's a course on biosensors and nanotechnology. We did this because we needed to start to develop a pool of human resource to guarantee our human resource needs in the future. So talking about how youths can be involved in this, we'll be grateful for further support. As a private sector player, we cannot do it all on our own, but we've taken the initiative. These universities need more tools. They need research equipment to be able to drive on the theoretical knowledge that we are passing along to them, and so that we can have rounded students come out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for Codex. Codex is very interesting because when we were planning this forum, I spoke with the chief executive, and he just said, Remy, I know you. We traveled to South Korea together in 1928 or 2007, and this is really very good. Thank you. Mobile health. A round of applause for. Shall I hold the microphone for you so I can pull it? Okay.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fumi Adiwara. I'm the founder and the chief executive officer of Africa's fastest growing integrated telehealth company. I'm sure now many of you know what telemedicine is. How many of you in the room has practiced telemedicine? Ooh, okay. So telemedicine means using modern day technology to provide clinical care to patients. I'm a doctor, one of the jackpadders. So there's a phenomenon right now in Nigeria where doctors are living in droves, and we currently have less than 10% of the doctors that we need to train, to take care of over 220 million people. So I came back after about over 10 years, close to 20 years now, in England to give back. So I set up this company that allows the patient to connect remotely to doctors on their mobile devices. They get access to qualified doctors, both local and international. They get access to quality medicines. As you know, that's a problem in Nigeria. Then they also get access to quality diagnostic tests. When the care needs to go to physical facilities and it's beyond telemedicine, we're able to refer them to hospitals. So we provide an end-to-end care to patients conveniently from their mobile devices. Now, the beautiful thing is we're not just looking after those who have digital tools and digital skill. We recognize that more than 70% of patients live in rural, hard-to-reach areas. They have no smart devices. They don't have digital skill. So we created a hybrid model where telemedicine clinics are operated by young people who have digital skill. They are also powered by solar. So I hear some people here talk about solar panel and the compact batteries. We need to talk. So they're powered with solar. They have point-of-care diagnostic test kits. So if you're here and you're into POCT, please speak to me. Then they also have satellites, so we use Starlink. So with that, we're able to navigate around infrastructure, shortage of doctors, and also ensuring there's connectivity. We have deployed this working with Gates Foundation. We have also been working with the USTDA. My company is one of the beneficiaries of the largest grants on the continent. We got a $1.2 million grant, partly from the USTDA, to finance our feasibility studies for a Pan-African expansion. And this looks at all the risk, regulatory risk, technical risk, go-to-market strategy, and pricing. And I know most people sit and think that healthcare cannot be profitable, where we have demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that it is profitable. So right now, we're currently working with the Afrexim Bank. So Afrexim Bank, and with interest from EIB, have indicated interest in providing 70% of our financing need. The project is a $65 million project over the next 3 years to be implemented across multiple African countries. We're currently doing our equity raise. If you're interested, please speak to me. We've just closed a round of half of what we're looking for. But I'm looking forward to connecting with investors who are social impact-driven investors. I'm looking forward to collaborating with value chain providers, point-of-care diagnostic tests, connectivity, and all the rest of it. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. I think as we are closing, we have what is called the B2B rooms. I think it's probably one of the good things for mobile health to collaborate and coordinate with our investors. Protex Healthcare, are you here? Come on, please. A round of applause, please. Encourage him. We've been having ladies all along. Now, a great man.
Well, to check how many Nigerians are here, how far? How far?
How far?
Can I please have a presentation of Protex Healthcare, please? First of all, while I'm waiting for the presentation, I'd like to say that actually I found this a very interesting day. Definitely the need for finance, the need for better quality and so on, better regulatory support is absolutely present. That's the other presentation, please. The most important thing is that actually with Protex we do a lot of things. Sorry, this is the wrong presentation. Please take the Protex presentation. Wait for a technical problem. I'm not going to sing to cover it. Can you please get back 2 slides? Yes. So I would like to focus, actually, we do a lot of projects, and I've been spending the last 2.5 years, almost every month, I was 10 days in Nigeria, minimum, just to get to know the market, because I agree with a lot of speeches of today on the regulatory burdens, also the lady that just gave a speech on telemedicine. There's a lot of things we can do. Protex Healthcare, next slide, please. What are we doing? Initially, we are a wound care company specialized in advanced wound care, so we deal every day with diabetic foot ulcers like sickle cell, tropical ulcers, Burley burden, venous leg ulcers, oncological ulcers, so very important as well. We are in burn care. We are the Fresenius dialysis partner, so we not only provide machines, but definitely technical training for doctors, nurses. We do surgical sutures and procedures. For instance, we're the only ones that is, for the moment, able to replace all the 4 heart valves by micro-invasive surgery, so we don't have to open the thoraxes anymore. And we do point-of-care diagnostics. So that is what the lady was just talking about. I definitely want to talk to her because we have quite a lot of things that can be combined with telemedicine. Most important thing is what we did not hear today is 2 Achilles tendons of the Nigerian healthcare system. One tendon is the maintenance issue. The second one is continuous education. We all know there was a brain drain, that the best doctors and nurses left for UK, Canada, US. We hope that definitely the ones from the US are starting to get back a bit to Nigeria, because they can really help to develop the system much faster. Most important thing is that we definitely want to invest a lot in maintenance systems, because keeping your machines, your new technology going is essential to provide good healthcare. Keeping your staff trained is essential to keep your healthcare system running. So that's what we want to do. Can I have the next slide, please? We are present in 4 continents. Please, next slide. I would absolutely like to focus very briefly on what we want to do. We are in dialysis, as you know. We've seen too much of difference between, on one side, the European standard, minimum survival rate is 10 years, up to 37 years. Why are so many patients in Nigeria with chronic kidney diseases, are they dying within 1 year after the start of treatment? That's something we cannot accept as a medical-based company. So what we want to do is development of fast and large-scale detection on community level of kidney problems, because prevention is always the best cure. The second one, upgrading existing procedures, including lab services, including continuous certified education, and manufacturing as well. So we want to invest in manufacturing of essential things like bloodlines, concentrates, but according to European standards. So we're planning to build 10 centers all over Nigeria. We're looking for partners, hospitals, can be research centers as well that want to develop new products with us, where we will do together with them the whole rollout according to the highest standard HDF in dialysis. Can I have the next slide? So what is important? Medical centers of excellence. We have the plan of building a European center of excellence, where actually top-notch surgical practices, top-notch surgical equipment can be tested by Nigerian doctors, not inside Europe, but here. We will build the premises here, we'll make sure that everything is here, and that actually we can develop more research here. Because a healthcare system can only survive the moment it starts to develop its own knowledge. That is extremely important. It's not only about importing goods or manufacturing products, it's also doing your research here. I will not give all the details, but one thing I will do is that, together with my friend Professor, we have, for instance, discovered that there is a relationship between malaria and cancer. Very important. We have developed techniques where we can repigmentate depigmented skin after third-degree burns. This is the kind of things we want to develop inside Nigeria. So it's not the smallest one. Most important thing as well is that we're looking for location inside or outside of Abuja. We will stuff it. We will make sure that we have everything that we need there to make sure that we can work on a basis that is really European top quality, because the knowledge, and that's what I would call for today, the knowledge in healthcare is not in the US. The knowledge about healthcare is in Europe, and we are willing to cooperate. So it's all about cooperation and compromising, making sure we find solutions. Can I have the next slide? Yes, that is important. Very important is that we plan with other companies. Yeah, we want to make sure that we make healthcare competency-based training and assessment. We are working together with a Belgian company called Televic, and we're also already talking to Veritas University, we're talking to Margaret Lawrence Institute, we're talking to the Burn Center in Gwagwalada to make sure we can develop Evercare in Lagos. We can develop top training with accreditation, but that's actually building a whole national network that can be linked, for instance, to telemedicine. Could be possible. So that is what we want to do, but we're looking for partners there to co-develop it with us. Research centers, universities that do medical training. Can I have the last slide, please? Because I can go on, we have so many projects. The only disadvantage of coming to Nigeria so often is that the moment you solve one issue, you see another project. So it's a never-ending story. I think I will stay here for the next 250 years. Creating an antidote for drug and alcohol abuse is our fourth project. We are involved also in drug and alcohol abuse testing, repressive, but repression never works if you do not have the prevention. So what we are doing together with Algon, NDLA, the Federal Road Safety Police, the National Police Force, is actually developing systems from primary healthcare from primary schools up to universities and big countries. So we are looking actually for organizations, mostly like UNICEF, for instance, or other countries, other NGOs or other foundations that can help us to set up good projects to do a maximum of drug and alcohol abuse prevention. Because if you can prevent the problem, it's much easier to solve it and to control it. And you can give also those people more added value in other targets they want to have in their life. So we're very motivated to stay here in Nigeria and to develop. We are already present on ground in Idu. So we have our own offices here in Idu where we have a technical service for dialysis machines, an education center. We have our offices over there, so we're very easy to reach. Next slide, please. This will be distributed, so the address is there. Please come and meet us. You'll have to, if you want to have a coffee, you have to wait until next week because they're still connecting the water in a specific part, but you're always welcome. I'm here every month, so if you want to talk to us, please contact us. The European Investment Bank, very much interested to start talking as well about what we can do together to make healthcare evolve faster. That is very clear. If, and luckily after today I have a better feeling, the evolution of the healthcare sector is going faster and faster. If it would have stayed like it was 3 to 5 years ago, where more or less 10% of the national population was covered by healthcare, and knowing that within 20 years you'll have a doubling of the population, it would have been a disaster. So it's absolutely now time to start moving, and we are ready for that. Our team is here on ground, so we are ready to talk to you to see how we can partner. The words compromise and cooperation have been invented in Belgium because we have no other option. We're too small. So that's why I would like to thank you for your attention, and always ready to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Another round of applause, please. Yeah. I'm sure that the academicians that we invited now know that there's something for them. We have some provosts here from various medical schools, so please pay attention. And 2 more, and we have to run because I think we're all exhausted. We want to have coffee or relax, have a good reception and so forth. Jawosh Tech Property Limited. Jawosh? They know, okay. Royal Heritage Health. Oh, okay. Now, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I will try and be as brief as I can be. I have a limited time, but I will try and be as fast as I can be. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for having me here today. I'm actually the head of operation and design, product design for Jawosh Tech Innovation. Jawosh Tech is actually a, next slide please, next slide. Jawosh Tech is actually a startup, pioneering startup on a mission to transform the country's pharmaceutical manufacturing landscape. We focus on locally producing high-quality pharmaceutical equipment and machinery that meet international standards, bridging a critical engineering gap in the pharma sector. Our goal is to strengthen Nigeria's healthcare manufacturing supply chain by providing affordable, reliable, and domestically produced pharma machineries that meet World Health Organization GMP, NIS, SON, NAFDAC, NEPC, and ISO standard. By reducing dependency on imported equipment, Jawosh Tech empowers local drug manufacturers to operate more efficiently, improving self-sufficiency and long-term sustainability. The problems we actually identified is over 80% of pharmaceutical equipment is imported, next slide please, causing high cost forex pressure and delays. Limited local production leads to job losses and environmental waste. So according to reports from Pharma West Africa 2024 and Business Day 2023, over 80 to 90% equipment and raw materials are imported from countries like China, India, and Germany. So Jawosh Tech will locally design and produce pharmaceutical manufacturing equipment tailored for Africa conditions. We have the industrial solutions, we have the market solutions, and the end user solutions. We are guaranteeing steady access to high quality, locally produced medicines. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So we'll just do an overview of our products. We have the tablet press machines, capsule filling machines, the blister packaging machines, liquid syrup filling lines, and the QC and lab equipment. So because of our time, I will just quickly jump to what we are actually asking for. So we are actually looking for funding requirement to the tune of $20 to $30 million US dollars in equity or convertible investment. This will help us to set up the factory and acquire production machinery, expand R&D and product development, strengthen quality assurance and compliance system, support sales operations, and market rollout. 45% of this will be used for plant setup and machinery, 25% will be used for R&D and certification, 20% for operation and staffing, 10% for marketing and outreach. So basically, Jawosh Tech actually is this investment will position Nigeria as a regional hub for pharmaceutical machinery, reduce dependence on imports, create jobs, and strengthen the local pharmaceutical value chain in alignment with national health industrial goal. We believe that this investment case demonstrates the establishing a pharmaceutical equipment manufacturing plant in Nigeria is financially viable. Instead of having to import this equipment, we can locally fabricate them in Nigeria here. Though from our studies, most of the companies in Nigeria are into importation, assembly, installation, and just distribution. But we want to fabricate from scratch, sourcing raw materials from locally from industries in Nigeria here. So we need a partnership to come in and support us to make this dream a reality.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope EIB is still in the room. They need $30 million US, so please be prepared to write the check tonight. The last group I have here, Royal Heritage Health Foundation. 1 minute, please. I'm going to hold the microphone. Please. One minute.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Akintola Oyindamola, representing Royal Heritage Health Foundation. And what we have here is a local innovation made in Nigeria and made for health. And to start with, across the world, over 500 million women and girls lack access to affordable and safe menstrual products. In Nigeria alone, approximately 37 million women and girls face this challenge. So, at Royal Heritage Health Foundation, we make reusable sanitary pads, reusable diapers, and the local context-specific dignity kits for women and girls in crisis situations. And these products are eco-friendly, they are safe, they are cost-effective, and they are locally made to empower women and youth with sustainable livelihoods. Production centers in Northeast Nigeria and the Gambia has empowered over 200 women and also provided hands-on training in reusable pad and diaper production. To date, a total of 530,892 reusable pads have been produced. The need to expand. Despite all of this progress, reusable pads currently represent only 3% of Nigeria's menstrual hygiene market, and production capacity is limited by funds. To meet the growing demand, we propose to expand beyond the 2 operating centers in Northeast Nigeria. An investment of €3,500,000 Over 3 years, will enable us to expand distribution to underserved regions and reach thousands more women and girls. Beyond the shores of Nigeria, we are looking to an estimated 12 million euros to support regional expansion across West Africa, and it will create a ripple effect of empowerment, improved health outcomes, and economic opportunities for women and girls. An investment in this innovation is going to create lasting change by reducing infections and thorough access to hygiene and eco-friendly products. It also supports some sustainable development goals like the SDG 3, 8, and 9. Together with a support in this innovation, we can build a world where every woman and girl lives with dignity, confidence, and opportunity that is powered by local innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of the pitches. Oh, okay.
No, there's 3 more. We have 3 more pitches coming up. But I know you're coming from the lunch, but after this, there's a reception. So bear with us, and we're going to have 3 more very interesting pitches. The first one is by another Belgian visitor of ours, EPCON, at the divide of technology and healthcare.
Do we have time? Yeah. We have time? 2 minutes. Okay, I'll try. I think I have a presentation for EPCON. Colleagues in the back. Is it coming? So thank you everybody for still holding on here. I will try to make it short. As soon as my presentation is there, we'll start. So the company is EPCON. Colleagues in the back. It was pulled up before for somebody else, but is somebody sitting there in the back? Because I cannot see it actually. Okay, but you start from the beginning. That's indeed the one. So 1 slide back. Okay, thank you very much. So the story that I'm going to bring you is actually not about the mining industry, but that's where it started. So about 9 years ago, I was asked to join a project to identify hotspots of TB in the mining industry, covering 10 South African countries. And so this was a project funded by the Global Fund. And so if you go to the next slide, I started collecting all the information, looking at mining sites, healthcare infrastructure, population movement, and started building really nice reports and maps that could be disseminated across the various stakeholders through the funders, basically. Now, what I realized is that these reports are likely to end up on a desk, and if I'm lucky, somebody's going to read them. You know, what are they going to do with it? How can they derive the action and actually push that to the people that matter in the field that have to actually take and plan interventions? Now, if you go to the next slide, I come from a company before, not in healthcare, but where I was digitizing road networks. And so we literally, if you go from A to B today and you take your navigation device, you have signposts, you have directions, you know whether it's a paved or an unpaved road, so you can prepare yourself what car to take and so forth. So we were really building this kind of very granular representation of the real world in a digital format. And I started thinking, on the next slide, what could be applied in healthcare? So what do we actually need to do? So we actually need a system that can quantify health risk at the community level. So it's nice to have a national view, but you really want to understand what's happening at the community. You need to provide these insights in the right way to the policymakers, but also to the teams on the ground. You need to enable evidence-based decision-making to drive interventions towards impact. If you look at a country like Nigeria, where do you start? If you have an assignment to look for TB, for example, or HIV, or maternal care, where do you actually have to deploy your resources? So that's very important. And then you have to coordinate in between stakeholders. And so you have state-level and LGA-level coordinators, but you also have the healthcare partners that are active in the field, and then you have your infrastructure. So everybody needs to actually look at the same data, and you want to evaluate the results and feed it back in so it can actually adjust where needed. So that was the thought process. So if you go to the next slide, we started EPCON. So in 2018, so we started the company, so that's about 7 years ago, where we said, okay, we're going to bring this technology together and see what we can do. So I pitched the idea to a number of funders in Belgium, so IMEC iStart, Vlaio, the European community, they invested as well, and in the Baldwin Foundation, they liked the idea, they liked the technology that we were building. And then I started coming to the various regions. And so Nigeria was a very early adopter. So the National TB Program, but also IHVN and actually SFH, and I think one of the colleagues here is still in the room. Ah, there, yeah, didn't forget you. So they were really one of the first adopters across the globe to take this in hand. And so that was in 2020. So if you go to the next slide. So what we started doing is we started mapping Nigeria at the highest possible resolution. So every community, every settlement is actually mapped. Then we add demographic data on top of that. And if you go to the next, we start looking at vaccination coverage, access to care, water, sanitation, education and literacy, maternal health, and continue. We mapped out the whole healthcare infrastructure. If you just go, it was a little bit too fast. One slide back, please. Back. One more. Yeah, so the map, the healthcare infrastructure, so you understand, once you know the population, these settlements, how is their access to care and what kind of service levels are available. Then to the next. What we then did is we mapped out a vulnerability index that tells you something about health disparities across the full country. So if you look at this and if you would zoom in, everything looks red from the distance. If you zoom in, you see that you have nice green spots where you have good literacy, good coverage of vaccination, access to water and so forth. But there's many regions that are underserved in the country. If you go to the next slide. Yeah. So what happens? No, that's one too fast. One back. So what happens if you feed that with programmatic data? So this is, for example, TB data coming from the various partners across the country. The system will learn how the observed evidence relates to the context. And that allows us to understand, okay, well, for a given community, these are the risk factors, the drivers of TB. And if you go to the next slide, we are then capable of actually generating a high-resolution map. On the next slide. Yeah. Of TB in the country. And so this is at 10K population cluster level that we can zoom in to a sub-ward level to understand what is the burden of TB projected and estimated by this model. So if you bring all of that together on the next slide, then you actually have a navigation device for a healthcare partner. So the partners like SFH, KNCV, IHVN, and so forth, they use this platform to drive their interventions and prioritize in all the blue zones where they should go. So they get that nicely in a list, but also visualized on a map. When you click on them, you can look on the right-hand side what the context is, what was the historical notifications and so forth in that area, and you have the healthcare facilities mapped out to understand which ones you can engage for your particular intervention. So if you go to the next slide. Now, important is that this infrastructure is completely integrated in the healthcare system. So we collaborate very strongly with the various partners on the ground as well, and the KNCVs and the SFH and so forth, but also with the national program to basically look at all the context on the left-hand side. We feed that into our AI engine. Then we have the maps coming out with the prioritization and the dashboards. And then the actions that actually are derived from our output are fed back into the platform to continue learning and calibrating. Because finding the missing 30% TB patients is maybe easy, but if you start going to look at 10% missing and so forth, it always becomes much more difficult. Now TB has basically, I mean, Nigeria has made a lot of progress in the last couple of years, moving from about a 70% undetected rate to today, I think around 25 to 30%. And so we've been actually proud to contribute to that effort as well through our platform. Now we are doing more than just TB. Today we also do HIV, we look at maternal care, we look at Lassa fever, we are doing leprosy as well. So we've done various research projects because the foundation is there. So all that information, 70 plus different parameters are fed into the platform. So we can very easily start doing research on other domains and provide the output and look at different dimensions for everybody that's interested to engage. So the platform does disease burden estimates, the micro-planning aspect. You can actually start optimizing your network, treatment outcome, and then actually you're prepared for pandemic outbreaks. So I think this is almost the end. So we do that in about 19 countries across the globe. So Nigeria is one of the largest, Pakistan as well follows, South Africa, so high TB burden countries. But so we are, it's proven, and so we do that in many other regions. And that I think concludes my presentation. So if anybody would be interested in nutrition or any other kind of maternal care, reproductive care and so forth, so we are here to kind of collaborate with you and see what we can do. So thank you very much, And talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. This is Epidemiology 001. I really like that. UNITAD?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Oluwaseun Alade-Sanmi, and I work for UNITAID. I don't know if we can have the slides on the screen. So UNITAID is an international organization that is based in Geneva. We're housed in the WHO, and we work on market access and access to products for people living in low and middle income countries. So we do work to ensure to remove the barriers that hamper access to life-saving products. But let me first start by expressing my gratitude to the European Commission, for my executive director, for the funding that they've given to UNITAID. Through that funding, we are implementing a project called Safe Birth Africa with our partners UNFPA, and that project is a Global Gateway flagship project. So that project is funding, amongst other things, regional manufacturing of postpartum hemorrhage products, and what we've seen is that that has provided the platform for other manufacturing, including therapeutics and diagnostics. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Next slide, please. We've talked about all the issues with 70% of pharmaceuticals manufactured, imported in Africa. This rises up to about 80-90% for diagnostics. Regional manufacturers are really operating in a highly competitive environment, and they're having challenges with capital and financing, and they have issues with regulatory and getting their products to the market. And so we're going to share a little bit about what we're investing in to address some of these challenges. Our experience with regional manufacturing stems a wide range. There's investment in oxygen as well in a number of countries. But in Nigeria, it started with malaria programs a few years ago. At that time, there was no malaria chemoprevention. There was PQ at the time. And so based on this work, we did some investment working with SWIFA to invest in WHO PQ of the products to take them to market. We've also done some work to enable pre-qualifications in other countries like Kenya. And also we do transfer, tech transfer, which we've done for the rifampicin API. We've also done similar work with diagnostics in Senegal, as well as working with Global Fund and PEPFAR to ensure that they allocate a minimum amount of budget to procure from regional manufacturing. And so we continue to work with manufacturers in Nigeria, including Codex and the rest. So what have we learned? What we've learned over the years is that supporting one node of the intervention is inadequate. So you can do a tech transfer, you can do capital, or you can do training or whatever capacity optimization. We've seen that regional manufacturers have a range of challenges, and they range from API optimization all the way to formulation, to regulatory, to getting the products to the market. And that what led us to think about a wider intervention and led to our regional manufacturing work, which we call Regional Manufacturing for Equitable Access. Next slide. So this is an idea of the work that we're going to be investing in, partly with the funding from the EU. We have designed a value-based investment that is end-to-end. It's a model that looks from everything from input to API to generic formulation to regulatory approval to market shaping, because we believe that doing one node is not enough. It's good to get PQ, it's good to do tech transfer, but when you're done, who's going to buy it? And so we work with the regulatories, with REX. We're going to work with pool procurement mechanisms to ensure that they can buy it, and it's really critical. And this model, what it does, it promotes resilience, cost competitiveness, and equitable access to the value chain. And so this approach by addressing issues with supply of APIs, generic formulation with regulatory approval, working with AMA and ADNEPAD, and then market shaping, working with all the pool procurement mechanisms to ensure that they're able to procure the products that regional manufacturers will manufacture. Next slide. This is an example of what we want to do for diagnostics as well. Today, a lot of people have talked about drugs and therapeutics. Remember about diagnostics as well. The end-to-end approach also works from the manufacturing inputs of raw material all the way to market shaping. Next slide. So today I'm going to announce two flagship investments worth about $50 million that Unitaid is investing to boost regional manufacturing of therapeutics and diagnostics in Africa. We have two projects. One is the MedSure project, which is implemented by our partner, United States Pharmacopedia, USP, and they will be working with a number of consortium, as you can see on the screen. We also have another one focused on diagnostics, implemented by PATH, and both of those work will be ensuring to support the development and quality assurance and market entry for at least 15 quality assured products across malaria, HIV, and maternal health. It will strengthen manufacturing practices across product platforms. It will ensure strengthening API sourcing and work with manufacturers so that they can strategically source APIs. We're also going to be working with development financing organization on blended financings, working with different partners. We're also going to be improving clinical studies for BA and BA, and we're going to be having a number of partnerships with different manufacturers. So a few weeks ago, our grantee USP put out an RFP calling on regional manufacturers to apply. So if you can move to the next slide to show where we are. And this is just an example. This shows our executive director in some of the partnerships that we have. We've signed an MOU with Africa CDC, also with Audinepad. And as part of that work, we also need to address some of the barriers to trade and regulatory, which is very critical, as well as ensuring that the pool procurement mechanisms, whether it's Africa CDC or WAHO or SADC, are up and running, and they are ready to procure the products that regional manufacturers would produce. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we're in the point where we had a launch for a request of proposal. USP sent out an expression of interest asking regional manufacturers to indicate their interest in participation. That probably has closed, but there's an RFP that has gone out for PPH products. There's also an RFP that has gone out for a number of HIV products, and there will be more RFPs that will come out. What we want is that we hope regional manufacturers will seek interest, respond to this. I'm glad that the PGMAN Association is here. We're going to be sending some of those RFPs to them so that they can apply, so that your members can apply. And we really want to work with different partners. We continue to work with PVAC and work with the government of Nigeria, but we want to work with other donors and partners because we believe that there's so much work to be done, and this is just a small piece of the pie, the bigger picture and the pie that needs to be supported. Why people are doing work on health workforce, on trainings, some are supporting therapeutic manufacturing. So we really want to work with different organizations and donors. And I'll end by thanking the EU again for this funding, because I'm really particular about it. It was the small, I call it small, but that 20 million that was given, plus that was given to Unitaid to work with UNFPA, is what has grown to have a bigger portfolio, and we hope to continue to get additional funding so that we can expand the number of manufacturers we support, as well as expand the scope of the products that we're going to take to PICU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, very much. Thank you. Another round of applause, please. Yeah. So RFP is not limited to the North alone. Let's get to rights and let's access some of this funding in the spirit of partnerships. I want to believe that the last speaker, the last group will be Nassan Trama. Did I pronounce it right? Okay. Encourage him, please. I know. Yeah, that's loud enough because he's the last speaker. So,
thank you. So, hi, as I've told you before, I'm Dr. Salim. I'm the CEO of Nassani Tromant. Unfortunately, I do not have a presentation to showcase because I was not expected to make this pitch, but I was just asked to. And I like to talk on a microphone, so this is why I'm right here. I'm going to try to be brief. Just to give you a bit of overview about Nasceni Troman. So our idea came initially from a distributor. So we used to distribute rapid diagnostics in Nigeria. And then we realized with time that distribution takes out the biggest part of foreign exchange outside of the country. And distribution does not give us full independence in healthcare management within the country. Meaning, if there's an outbreak, we are maybe being the biggest market, but we are not always in the line of priority of big international manufacturers in terms of supply, which is very unfortunate. However, when there's no outbreak, the whole focus is here. So what we decided to do is to create this independence, and we launched our company. We launched our company with private funds to manufacture 100% of the product here, end to end, and not assembling. We are even molding our own plastics. We are even, for those who know rapid diagnostics, producing our own uncut sheets, meaning 100% of the production is done here, meaning less than 15% of the product is imported. This ensures us that 85% of the money used to procure stays in Nigeria, goes to Nigerian salaries, to Nigerian development. And the people we employ are not only the 200 plus employees that we have in the factory, but they're also their families, they're also the supermarkets they go to, the restaurants they go to, the hairdressers they go to. So we are, by our own small means, trying to create a full ecosystem of an economic country that is getting stronger and stronger. With Nasceni Biotechnologies today, we want to expand. And we are trying to expand, not trying, we are expanding. Our plan of expansion is in oncology medication. Why oncology medication? Nigeria has in excess of 180,000 new cases of cancer, reported cases of cancer each year. Reported, meaning that there are probably double than that are not reported. And unfortunately, we only know when it's too late. And the treatment is not always well administered. Why is that? Because cancer medication are very expensive. They're very expensive, they need to be imported, and they're not always extremely available. And what we have seen today with the different initiatives that were coming up, whether it was NSIA who told us that they were investing in cancer centers, or the AMCE CEO who was telling us about the activities they are doing in cancer and how they are treating at least 15 cancer patients every day, there is a market for oncology. Our aim is to make oncology medication affordable in Nigeria. We will make it affordable, we will make it available, and we will make it fully Nigerian. So we are not expecting or aiming at producing under license, meaning for other multinationals. We are developing or buying our own files. We will own the full marketing authorization of our product, and the product will be 100% made in Nigeria. This investment is around $25 million extra to the investment we already put. We have another investment that we are doing in our medical park, which is in medical grade plastics, meaning the pipettes, the Petri dishes, and all other medical graded plastics that you would use in a laboratory. These are available, but they are imported. So we are hoping by being able to create this own ecosystem of ours to eventually, on the mid to longer range, create a sort of independence to the country. And we don't want to be the only people. So we would like to encourage all of other manufacturers to join forces together with us so that we can together change policies, together influence government, influence international stakeholders to help us create what we would call an industry-friendly country. So overall, this is what I wanted to tell you. Our plans are big, our plans are on the longer term, and we have started. We're not just talking to talk, but we are putting our words into action. I would love to take any questions that you might have after this presentation. Again, I apologize for not having a PowerPoint to show you and for being a little bit disoriented or brief. but I want to thank you for this opportunity. Thanks.
Wow. We have come to the end of the pitches, unless is there any other group that we missed that is not on this list? Otherwise, we are going to be closing now, and I'm going to hand over to the moderator for the session. But before I leave, I just want to encourage, we have heard, about partnerships, transformative partnerships from the North. We've heard about people who are interested in partnering with the North. And so it's left to us now to begin the relationship. As somebody said, the marriage, or is it the wedding rather? The wedding, can go on now, so that we can come back a year from now and really have a good investments all over the place. So I'm going to hand over to the moderator, who will summarize and close us out.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oluremi Shogunro and Thessa Bago of GFA. Please, let's give them a round of applause. And of course, a bigger applause to all those who spoke, who pitched at different levels. Thank you so much for sharing what you do and indeed what you're hoping for, the ask in different levels. And of course, as the program continues, we're definitely going to have the B2B session. It's ongoing. People are talking to each other. There's a lot of networking already ongoing. And we look forward to greater fruits coming out of it as the days go by. But we're gradually winding down this entire event. It has been a long day, and I believe it has been a fruitful one for each and every one of us. I'd like to invite to give us the action plan, the forum conclusion, and the next steps, and of course, the vote of thanks that will be happening now. I'd like to invite the one who has been behind all of this, doing a lot of planning in the background, Dr. Olajide Adebola, FAPH, that's a fellow of the Academia of Public Health. He's been the forum coordinator, and I believe he deserves a warmer applause for the work him and his team have put into this.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think you all deserve a round of applause for yourselves. We have spent the greater time today to converge from industries to government, academia, research institutions, and to deliberate on how to harmonize frameworks around improving local manufacturing of medicines, vaccines, egg technology in Nigeria and beyond. There's just a single statement with which I would like to conclude and highlight what the next steps are. Given the vote of thanks, I would definitely invite the head of global cooperation within the EUD who will give the vote of thanks. But what is the next conclusion? The summary of today's deliberation is about people, the Nigerian people. How can we get medicines, vaccines, health technologies to the end users, to the last miles? We have seen the innovators, we have seen the technologies. The government has spoken on the panel section and expanded on all the possibilities. In order not to make this just a one-off event, we have also created a platform by this event, which is the second P, which allows for investors, development finance institutions to make themselves available to achieve this for the people of Nigeria and West Africa. It's not just about the signing ceremonies, which is beautiful, glamorous, colorful, but how do we create partnerships beyond today's healthcare forum to ensure that the people of Nigeria have access to safe medicines, and we can ensure national sovereignty in terms of health security. Most importantly, the policy actors have come and they have left. But let me leave you with these words as the concluding next leg of actions. The federal government of Nigeria, with the line user ministry of the contract signed today, that is the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, with the agencies, NIPRID, NAFDAC, NIMA, with the support of the President Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, and with our friends and partners from Team Europe, as well as the European Union delegation to Nigeria. An institutional follow-up will take place, and this will allow for coordinating mechanism to ensure that the outputs of today can be galvanized into actionable plan that is measurable. A small group of task force will be created under this forum, and as many that would love to be part of it, so that we can ensure that all that I've gathered here today, we don't lose this momentum, and we can carry this forward, that such in a year's time, we can look back at and say, from the Nigerian AU Healthcare Investment Forum, this is what it has impacted the health sector in terms of making more products available for sexual health products, for medicines, vaccines, and technology. Thank you for your patience and for staying to this step. A round of applause for the big man behind all that has happened. Please welcome Massimo Del Luca for his vote of thanks. Thank you.
A big shout to our Dr. Olajide. It's been a terrific experience to come to where we are now today. And I think we have good reasons to have a cup of wine, a glass of wine, just here. Actually, we'll be outside. I hope they are getting ready for that. I think that really the strength of this event has been our ability to create a very strong network of partners. So it was, of course, the EU delegation and NIPRID and PVAC leading, but so many partners really walked the journey with us, including Belgium, but including France, Spain, the development agencies, the UN colleagues, the WHO, the Gates Foundation. You can imagine, and I hope I'm not really forgetting anybody particularly, but you see, you really look at how many partners really worked with us to be here today. Well, it was not just a guinea pig experiment today. It was the realization that things are happening in Nigeria. And we have to be at least at the top of the curve. And we cannot be behind the curve. We need to be at least at the top of the curve to do what we can do at this special time when investment confidence is picking up in Nigeria. And I think we have a duty to come together to make sure that investment in the health sector finds momentum and delivers what we all expect. And in the European tradition, but also in the Nigerian tradition, you really need to be able to work together, to come together with all our diverse talents and contributions. And I think this is what we have witnessed today. As you can see, European investors are not shy. They look at Nigeria with a huge interest, and they now at least know that they have institutions on their side, and that development partners, European Union, Team Europe, European Investment Bank, and the other actors in this field, they are there to provide responses to what they are looking for. So with the momentum that already exists in Nigeria, because it's really, we are just part of a much bigger momentum that is being happening in Nigeria. And with this energy, I think we can only wish really that things may continue with big leaps and really with the energy that we need also to overcome the challenges that no matter how perfect things are, but the challenges are going to be there. Let me just, with this vote of thanks, as I said, all the partners that have contributed directly in this journey. I would like to acknowledge also Roger Stewart from the European Investment Bank for being with us the whole day. I would like to thank those who have worked on this venture for many weeks, sometimes even overnight. And I'm sorry that some of them had to work overnight a bit more than I would have wished for. So I don't know whether, of course, Leila, my team leader, is here with me. And Anthony, thank you so much. And Bedakaino, I don't know Bedakaino, probably she's still trying to fix the drinks, but thank you so much. Adeshola, big thank you. And Tessa and Dr. Remy, these are those who've been really tasked with many yeah, Olajide. I mean, Olajide, I said at the beginning. I said a big show to Dr. Olajide. So, thank you very much. Again, thank you very much to NIPRID, and thank you very much to PIVAC, Dr. Mukhtar, Abdu, but Nasir, and all those who worked on the PIVAC side, and Dr. Obi, and all the other friends from NIPRID side. So please, let's enjoy this moment of fulfillment, at least for a well-spent day, and you are welcome to have some refreshment. Thank you. And thank you very much to our wonderful master of ceremony who helped us, also to make it on time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Massimo. Thank you, everyone. I am so honored. All right, so it's time to get a glass of wine or, just a drink. Okay, so it's time to close, but it has been a very, very fruitful and fulfilling day. Health threats do not respect borders. Let's remember that. And indeed, all our investments will make a difference at the end of the day. At the end of it all, it's the Nigerian people at the center of all our conversations today. So let's ensure that we do our best to make things happen where health is concerned. Because without health, we have nothing. Let's not forget that. I am also grateful to Emmanuel and to Shegun. Please give it up for them. Thank you so much for the great work that you do. At least we were able to include some of our brothers and sisters who are living with a hearing disability. They were carried along in this event, and we're grateful to you guys for the help. Okay, so it's time to close. Team, do we have the anthems ready so we can just close out with them? Thank you. So would all rise for the Nigerian national anthem and then the EU anthem as we close. Thank you very much for being an amazing audience. My name is Inya Ode. Enjoy your wine, enjoy the reception. Let the conversations and the networking continue. And please enjoy the rest of your evening. Good evening to you all.